direction. When I was up there at 6, a few hours later, hurriedly sending messages to the riders, apologising for getting it wrong. Thankfully, not one of them was upset. They just saw it as a heads up, much to my relief. As it was, as we know, conditions were still unsuitable to race due to the rainfall that we experienced. So anyway, let's just draw a line under that. So this year we have 20 competitors. We are a minute away from, in fact you can probably hear the signal in the background of the first bike setting off onto the track. And as I say, free practice this morning. Tomorrow morning we'll have qualifying, and then Saturday morning we will have the race itself. That's the plan, and generally things do go to plan at Macau. Last year was a bit of a freak, but as I said, it was a little bit worrying when the typhoon warnings were being issued earlier in the week, and thinking, oh no, not again, surely not. In the 25 years I've been coming to Macau, I've never known rain or any kind of weather like last year, and then to think again, having it again this year was just unprecedented. But anyway, as I say, it looks like things are on the up. 15 seconds away, and you see everybody's very relaxed, waiting to get away. So Phil Crow, a regular at Macau, about to go out. So to Lucas Mora, number 81. Go through the rules and lines in a moment. So Costello has gone out, Maurizio Bottolico is out, Phil Crow has gone out, Lucas Mora is out, Lauren Hoffman is out, Paul Jordan has just gone out too. To see Don Gilbert, he's also making his way out the first time around the gear circuit. And Lucas Mora is the first into the first timing sector. And that is at Mandarin. Then they'll go to the second timing sector, which is up San Francisco Hill, up towards Maternity. In fact, most of the riders are now out. Jordan West is out, Michael Evans is out, David Johnson, Almeric Blanc is also out. In fact, it's probably easier to tell you who has sat back. Davey Todd's not gone out yet, Marcus Simpson's not gone out yet, Michael Sweeney's not gone out yet, and Peter Hickman's not gone out yet. Tend to do 2.5 minutes to complete a lap at race speed, or racing speed. And again, just chatting with the riders this morning, everyone just wanting to settle back in. Nothing really to be gained by pushing too hard in these early sessions. Again, it's free practice, none of the times will count. Tomorrow morning is when they will be looking to post some times, but even then, generally, as long as you're on the first 3 rows of the grid, you're in with a pretty good chance of a good result. So, unlike the cars here at Macau, where space is at a minimum, not such to say, a little bit around this twisty part of the track, you'll see very few overtaking manoeuvres once they start rising up the hill from San Francisco and they get down to Fisherman's. It's from there onwards, really, between Fisherman's and Lisboa, any passing moves will take place. So Erno Costomo, winner of course back in 2022. Davey Todd is yet to go out, so Hickman has just left, he's gone out, so in fact Davey Todd is now on track as well. It's just Michael Sweeney back for the first time since 2019. Great to see Michael Sweeney back here. First rider crossing the line now, Lucas Mora. So Lucas Mora completes a lap, Phil Crow's gone through, Maurizio Bottolico has also completed a lap. And they're all around just under the 3-minute mark, so half a minute slower than they would. In fact, Erno Costomo has come straight in. So Erno is in. So Hoffman continues on. Paul Jordan has carried on. And again, a good mix of nationalities this year: Switzerland, Italy, Finland, Belgium, France, of course. Got Australia, New Zealand, Ireland, the Isle of Man, plus all the British riders as well. But Costomo, the only one that's come in so far, the end of his first lap, but again, maybe just something, a little adjustment. And you'd have to say, to be perfectly honest, with temperatures around the 19 degrees Celsius mark, it's really good for the bikes this morning. Ryan Whitehall has just come in at the end of his first lap as well. But everyone else has continued. Todd, Simpson and Hickman are all on their first lap of the session. Again, it's nice to have those times at the bottom of the screen, but really mean nothing. And they will mean nothing really this morning. No one will gain anything time-wise or grid-wise. So why do the bikes go first ahead of the cars is often a question that is asked. The main reason, and yeah, obviously, so cars drop oil, you know, etc. The track will be greasy, but generally, the main reason is that the track has to be altered. There are air fences for the motorcycles which are removed after the bikes have been on track, so the cars can have a bit more road service to use, and obviously they don't need, so you see there, air fences, they have to be removed for the cars. Hickman's continued on, by the way. Davey Todd and Marcus Simpson will be coming around to complete their first laps of this year's Macau Grand Prix. Todd has just crossed the line. So around Mandarin. So Davey Todd into Lisboa. Watching Davey Todd on screen. So first gear into Lisboa, then click into second here, the climb for San Francisco. Third, fourth gear, then a little touch of the brakes. Then back into, start knocking back into second gear through here on the run to maternity. First, second gear. But we now have Peter Hickman on screen. Erno Costomo and Ryan Whitehall are still in pit lane. About half a dozen bikes go past my commentary position here at Macau. The lap time's coming down, 2:37. Paul Jordan the fastest so far. So that record, of course, still stands from 2010. Incredibly, Stuart Easton, the 2:23. Another rider just coming into pit lane. I'm not too sure who that was coming in. Marcus Simpson. So Marcus Simpson's just come in. Just trying to find some more information here. It came up that Marcus Simpson had retired at turn 21. But then carried on again. So turn 21 is just out of Melco, but yeah, so I think that's Ryan Whitehall at the top of your picture that we're looking at there as Peter Hickman goes through Mandarin. Winner back in 2023, four-time Macau Grand Prix winner. And here is Todd still out. There is Todd winning Metzler's. And that is the bike that he's on. That's the bike that he won the Isle of Man Senior TT. Or the Senior TT bike, I should say. That's the bike he rode in the Isle of Man Senior TT. Won the Senior TT last year, of course. So it's a super stock with like a superbike frame, etc. It's, in fact, the same bike that he won the Southern 100 in the Isle of Man, won the Southern 100 Championship this year. And of course the same bike that he rode in BSB. However, the difference is in British Superbikes they have to run certain electronics, which they don't need to on the roads. Meanwhile, his teammate at 810 Racing, Peter Hickman, is on the superbike. He has a superbike within the same superbike he rode at the TT, etc. So we're still looking at Davy Todd, winner of the Macau Grand Prix last year, of course, even though it was based on the qualifying session times, as we didn't actually get to run the race. And just see going around there how they're going out, keeping it a little bit wide. That part of the track is really dirty. Where those car parking spaces are, once the cars clear that away, once they've been round, it will certainly be a lot more. You'll see them hugging the Armco a little bit more than they're doing at the moment. Just staying out, staying in the cleaner part of the track. Davy Todd coming out of Fisherman's towards our bend. You can see in the distance at the top of the picture there, life goes on while a motorcycle pre-practice session takes place here at the Macau Grand Prix. Paul Jordan, certainly on the pace already in the early stages of this session. So Paul Jordan looking to take certainly fancy Paul Jordan for a top 6 position this year at the very least. In fact, he would be, I would say he would have an eye on a possible podium. It's certainly been a good couple of years for Paul Jordan. He's really improved, really good reputation as a 600cc rider, but he's really shown his mettle on the big super stock bikes, the 1000cc machine. He's riding on Metzler's. In fact, one of the riders, Ulrich Blank, has got Bridgestone. It's been a while since I've seen Bridgestone on a motorcycle. Go through who's on what tyres shortly. Rob Hodson, who finished 5th last year, and he finished 5th in 2023. And he also finished 5th in 2022. So Rob Hodson of SNT Racing, Robin Croft, who's been coming to Macau for many, many years, the team owner with SNT Racing. He's enjoyed success here as well. They're a team that has been on the top step of the podium, which again reminds me to mention Michael Rutter, the most successful motorcyclist around Macau, 9-time race winner. He's not here this year, unfortunately, following his crash at the Isle of Man TT. Still not quite fully fit. Who's to say he won't be here next year as a 53-year-old and looking for that perfect 10. Davy Todd's the only rider to go inside 2:32 so far. So Davy Todd was, this is his 5th time at Macau, made his debut back in 2018, qualified 11th on that occasion, finished 9th. The following year, he qualified 12th, row 3, Went on to finish 4th in 2019, came back in 2023, qualified second, finished second. And then, of course, last year, claimed the win. The majority of the field on Pirellis and Metzlers. Davy Todd, he is on Metzler. The exceptions are Rob Hodson, he runs on Dunlop. Peter Hickman runs on Dunlop. Ryan Mitchell's on Dunlop. Michael Sweeney, he's also on Dunlop as well. Sam West is on Dunlop. Blanc is on a Bridgestone. And then we've got Fair. He's on Dunlop as well. Eddie Fair, Frenchman. Quite a few riders have made their way into the pits. Paul Jordan, Rob Hodson's in. Lucas Mora's in. So too Michael Evans, Mitch Reese, Lauren Hoffman, Amrit Blanc, Ryan Whitehall, Marcus Simpson. What's going on with Ono Costomo? So issue with Ono Costomo is that he had a quick shifter issue, which is all being sorted now. So that was the reason that Erno came in after that first lap. So Erno Costomo came in, quick shifter issue, came back in. Of the field that we have, just looking through. Obviously, Davy Todd and Peter Hickman have been on the podium before. So too Davo Johnson when he was on the PBM Ducati back in 2019. And I know his good pal Danny Tianto, former footballer, will be watching and supporting him from Queensland. There is Paul Jordan. I think he'll be reasonably satisfied with how things have gone. So certainly you'd have to look at the racing this year, and you'd have to say Davy Todd, Peter Hickman and Erno Costomo, who won back in 2022. Those are your three favourites for podium positions ahead of Saturday's race. But who are the guys that could maybe nudge one or two of them off? Certainly Paul Jordan you'd have to put in that bracket. Rob Hodson you'd have to say would be good with a top six. Davo Johnson, you'd be thinking if he was outside the top six, he wouldn't be too happy. Davo Johnson, in fact, a bit of a veteran of Macau. If you look through the entry list, he's the bit of a veteran here, the Australian rider. He's made his Macau Grand Prix debut back in 2010. And along with, and I think it's Sam West and Peter Hickman, I think this, so I'm pretty sure, just looking through the entry list again now, or was it Michael Sweeney? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. No, it is Sam West, David Johnson, Peter Hickman. This is their 7th time at Macau, and we're obviously without Michael Rutter here this year. So they are the riders, the most experienced riders when it comes to the Motorcycle Grand Prix at Macau. Just noticed there's someone running on at Lisboa. Nothing, I would say, to be too concerned about, as they'll be looking to, as I think Hickman's just coming in now, but nothing that they will be too concerned about at this stage. Just looking for a breaking point. This is the run that we're talking about coming down to Lisboa. There's the grandstand on the left. You can see a little bit of run off there. Then tuck in. And into here again, second gear, then into up San Francisco. Third gear, fourth gear. Then knocking it back down to third and second again. And it's really quite steep, San Francisco Hill. The TV pictures level things out. That gearing and some electronic issues as well with his BMW, but he's back out on track. And a really impressive rider, Erno Cosmo, back home in Finland. He's the king of Imatra, of course, which you'd expect, but made his Isle of Man TT debut a couple of years ago and really took his time. Really methodical rider. He really impresses me, really does impress me, and last year was running very similar times to Peter Hickman and Davey Todd during qualifying. I know it was all very sketchy last year here at Macau for all the bikes, but yeah, he could be right in there with them this year come the race. So Davo Johnson also, I think, had some electronic issues. So he's back out on track too. 40 minutes of this session to remember. There is Michael Sweeney, I mentioned earlier, first time back since 2019. First made his debut back in 2014, Michael Sweeney, so, and it's been, and of course, very well documented the injuries he's suffered through racing over the years. Yeah, he gets himself patched up, back together again. Just looking back through, in fact, it's quite surprising really. He's never actually finished in the top 10, which is a bit of a surprise, but I think certainly he would like to achieve that this year. I only met him briefly this morning to say hello. Not had a chance to chat with him so far, but 13th was his best result when he was back here in 2019. Got a few newcomers as well, which we'll talk about a little bit later. Just looking down now. So this is on screen at the moment. Maurizio Bottalico, we're talking about newcomers. The Italian, the only Italian here this year. Number 40. Majority of this field racing on super stock engines. Erno Cosmo has a superbike engine, but it's a super stock frame. And Rob Dunlop is also, he's got a brand new superbike as well, Rob Hodson, for Macau. So that's a brand new engine, so I think there's only 3, whether you wouldn't call Erno Cosmo's a fully blown superbike, but certainly Peter Hickman, Rob Hodson, Erno Cosmo, all with superbikes. The rest, the likes of Michael Evans, etc., all racing superstock engines. Yeah, it's crucial to get the corners right at Macau, as it is with any racetrack, of course, but certainly coming into the likes of Lisboa. I mean, you're talking in terms of come the race. In fact, they're not too far off it, of course, but going into Lisboa, they're talking over 190 miles an hour. And it's crucial for Lisboa, you have to be fast out of Mandarin, the little kink just before it. Then it's up into 5th, 6th. You've got to get these corners right. On the certainly on the fast bits. Arguing maybe that Mandarin the most important corner, perhaps. You've got to be fast out of there. If you can get it out of there, then you're going to have a good lap. If you're not fast out of Mandarin, it can really screw things up. Peter Hickman's still in, by the way. Rob Hodgson is currently in. Paul Williams, Lauren Hoffman has just gone out. Marcus Simpson is still in. Erno Cosimo is back in again. So Paul Jordan back out as well. Still in, but again the great thing is they've got plenty of time, and let's hope for similar conditions again tomorrow and 48 hours from now. A little bit later, it's a little bit later on the schedule, the race. It's still the first event of the calendar of the day, I should say, here at Macau, the bikes. Then it will be cars all day, and if you're watching, just remind you, I'm Dave Moore. It will be Alan Hyde and David Addison who will keep you company and bringing you all the latest information and details throughout the day for all the car sessions. So Paul Jordan, it's all going to plan. Brand new bike for him, a couple of laps just to bed it in, check everything's happy, and second quickest in this free practice session, so you'd have to say he is very, very happy. Again, I mentioned Peter Hickman is in. He might just be, what's the I'm learned, what I don't need to learn anymore. I'm quite happy. He might just be killing a little bit of time. Davey Todd's by a distance, really, 2:28.5. So he is 5 seconds off, well, lap record pace. But you'd have to say he's 3 seconds off race pace. Effectively, you look back over the years, 2 minutes 25. Oh, now then, that's not what we want to see. And I think bring the session to a temporary pause. Something's been clipped by the looks of things. And that is a red flag. So the red flag has been issued. Just over half an hour to go. And a little bit, you can see a bit of fluid on the track as well. So now whether or not they will stop the clock or whether they will let the clock continue remains to be seen. So everyone just leisurely making their way back. But again, a little reminder there of what Macau is about. And while it's a challenging Davey Todd being Davey Todd there, and while there are more challenges than you'd expect. Just trying to get a little bit some information. All going to plan so far. I'm hearing for Davy Todd as well. There is, see, very leisurely looking Peter Hickman. Luke Brown looking after him this year in the absence of Darren Jones. Lauren Hoffman back at Macau. So yeah, Lucas Moore have been going quite well. That is Lisboa. Here is Davy Todd. Be happy with the way things are going so far. The clock is continuing to count. Whether it will be reset remains to be seen. Let's see if we can hear this.
No, I just said like 5 laps.
So there you go. You heard from Peter Hickman. We kind of suggested that might be the case. But certainly, yeah, you heard he did 5 laps. Happy with 5 laps. That's it. Davey questioned everything okay. So yeah, looking good. It was Michael Sweeney. Oh dear. So there you see the fluid that I mentioned, but the bike parked up. Michael, though, good to see that he was up on his feet. I'm just looking there. That is Donna Maria. If you know your way around, it's just not far. It's just on the way towards the Melco hairpin. It's towards the top of the circuit. Poor old Michael Sweeney back in Macau after a 6-year gap, and that's certainly not, and I was saying before, he's looking for a top 10 at least. Hopefully the damage to the bike is just a little bit superficial and they can get that sorted, but I don't think we'll be seeing Michael Sweeney again this morning. Hopefully we will see him again tomorrow morning. Maybe we'll have the camera back in pit lane. We might be able to pick up a little bit of conversations that are taking place. Paul Jordan, his previous best is 2 minutes 29.7. And he's done a 2:32.7. Lauren Hoffman, well known by 174, the Belgian rider. So that's Eddie Fair, the French rider that's here, one of 2 French riders at the Macau Grand Prix here this year. So I think obviously he's talking about how do I get back, and I think they're probably saying you've got to go around this way. Well, it's certainly a unique event, the Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix. You've got to put it up there. The 4 greatest road races in the world, the Isle of Man TT, the Northwest 200, the Ulster Grand Prix, and the Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix as well. They're all very, very different, of course.
Portolico in 9th ahead of Sam West. Paul Williams 11th.
That clock is still ticking, and we don't expect it to be reset for the rest of the session. They're just discussing Michael Sweeney. That's Michael Sweeney's partner. Rob Watson's crew working away on the SMT bike. See the Daffer bet machine back in there. The first time they've used Honda this year. Again, I'm just trying to see if we can pick up anything from the microphone on the camera in the pit lane. Now then, is 26 minutes enough to get that cleaned and ready again? But as you heard from Peter Hickman there, he was happy with doing 5 laps. And there's Michael Sweeney, just coming over to say sorry, perhaps. Or maybe, how am I going to get this bike back? But just you can see there as well what the bike has done. Really fair, stuck down at Lisboa. Whether he got pulled in because of the red flag, who knows? Whether he's got an issue. But someone's been kind enough to hand him a bottle of water anyway. But as I was saying, we heard Peter Hickman saying that 5 laps was enough. Maybe for the majority of the riders, they'll be, yeah, we've had enough track time. Obviously, they want as much track time as they can get, but if this could be the end of the session, and I'd say, not that I'm privy to any information on any of this, but certainly some will be reasonably happy ahead of qualifying tomorrow, whereas some of the newcomers will be wanting a little bit more track time. Paul Jordan, we heard, he is very, very happy with the way things are so far. On a brand new bike, managed to get a few laps in. Michael alongside in there as well. Just getting a few messages in from around the world. Apparently it's pouring down with rain back home in the Isle of Man. Michael Evans and Marcus Simpson, the Isle of Man representation. There's Davo Johnson and Rob Hodson. And again, the teams, you can see Garage Space is really precious. You get 4 bikes to a pit garage down here for Rob Hodson just waving hello. That brand new superbike. And there's Danny Horn and Michael Evans with the Daffer Bet machine. Really happy with the way their prep has been with a brand new bike. And here's a picture that we'll see a little bit, well, quite a lot of, I think, over the next 3 days. Hopefully, no, not with the motorcycles. Let's hope this is the last time we see this. You can just see the bike is being collected. Whether we might get another 10 minutes or so towards the end. It's fairly second gear, pretty much over the all the way over the top from San Francisco through to Melco. 1 or 2 clip into third here and there. Eddie Fair is making his way back. He's given the all clear to continue. Eddie, a newcomer to Macau this year. Always good to get the mop out. Lauren Hoffman in conversation. Oh, they are talking in English, so there is, you'd have to say, for a lot of people, race favourite. In fact, if you've seen the promotional video that's doing the rounds on social media, Peter Hickman stating that he is going to win this year's Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix. His teammate and co-owner of 810 Racing might have something to say about that. Yeah, that's a new saying, I suppose, in motorcycle racing. If you're going to win, the first person you've got to beat is your team co-owner. So normally it's your teammate. Obviously they are teammates, but yeah. And Davey Todd, having been given the win last year, he won the Macau Grand Prix, but he's yet to win a Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix race, which is something Peter Hickman has done 4 times. Ono Costomo did it, of course, back in 2022. And they are the only previous winners that we have in the lineup for the Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix this year.
I get shit. So I got my first flight. Never even come along.
So with 20 minutes remaining, I'm quietly confident that we'll get things going again. There's Don Gilbert, another newcomer to Macau this year. Yeah, it seems gone are the days we'd used to have 30 riders on the grid. With now they've trimmed it down to 20. And Paul Williams, another regular here at Macau. He managed the top 10 back in 2022. He was one of the few British riders to come out and do all the quarantine for the COVID regulations back then. So he qualified 11th that year, finished 10th, 13th back in 2023, and he was given 15th overall last year. Just back of the picture there, SMT owner Robin Croft. He's been coming to Macau. I mentioned about certainly Hickman and Johnson, etc. This is their 7th year in Macau. Robin Croft has been coming many, many years. So Eddie Fair has made it back. Still waiting for Michael Sweeney to make it back, of course. There we are, green flag. We are open. We are back in business, folks. With just under 20 minutes to go. No one is rushing at the moment, but I think that kind of suggests that things are generally okay. And there has to be good camaraderie between the teams. You can see there that very little room in the garages, and therefore people will be nudging into each other, one another. So yeah. Davey Todd really has made an impact on motorcycle racing since his debut back in 2018. Comes from a off-road background, was doing motocross, all manner of racing as a youngster. And it really has been a measure of the talent of the man, how he has really gripped the world of road racing. Isle of Man TT winner, senior TT winner, of course. And he'd really like to cap things off with a race win here at Macau. You have to say if you were betting, you would have to say Davey, Todd and Peter Hickman are the red hot favourites here, and the rest really fighting for third place. But who knows? So Paul Jordan's out, Hickman's gone out, Mora's gone out, Rob Hobson has gone out, Philip Crowe has gone out, Bottalico's out, Paul Williams, Michael Evans, Lauren Hoffman, Don Gilbert, Omric Blanc, Marcus Simpson are out. A quarter of an hour left. We'll be coming up to the section very soon where Michael Sweeney had his issue. We'll get to see what the track is looking like as well. Well, there might be one or two who will be thinking, as they come into Donna Maria, this is it, now there you go. You can see the dust is down, everyone avoiding it, but again, and they'll be avoiding that left-hand side. It will be dirty, and that will, whether that played an issue for Michael Sweeney, once the cars have been through there and swept all that away, you'll see the riders will be much closer to the Armco tomorrow morning during qualifying and certainly during the race on Saturday. But Michael Sweeney maybe just hit a little bit of dirty bit of road, and of course cars that sit there and park there the rest of the year will be dropping all manner of liquids upon the surface, so the surface will have been cleaned up by the authorities here in Macau, but still it will be a little bit dirty, and once it's been scrubbed away by the cars later on today, you'll see the bikes a lot more closer to the wall. So Peter Hickman leading the charge through Mandarin again. Here, this bit right there, arguably the most crucial part of the circuit. You have to get the speed exit super to blast your way down into Lisboa, get Lisboa right, and then you set up for a very, very fast lap of the gear circuit at Macau. Davey Todd has now rejoined, so too Mitch Reese, he's gone out. Sam West, Bottalico's out as well, Michael Evans, David Johnson. Mentioned Michael Evans there with Dafabet once again this year. I know Phil Kane of United Gas and Power in Yorkshire will be watching his boy with interest. Here, Dafabet been coming to Macau for quite some time. No one's going over the car parking spaces at Donna Maria. They're just kissing the white line, and then it's down here. A little bit hot there for Hickman into Melco. You see how tight it is on the exit as well. And then second, third, fourth, fifth gear. Talking around 150, 160 miles an hour coming towards here into Fisherman's. To knock back into second, then back up through the gearbox again, third, fourth, fifth, 150 mile an hour plus. Then coming into Fisherman's, sorry, into Art Bend, knock back into third, then fourth and fifth. through this section. So Hickman with a 2:31.3, a tenth of a second outside Paul Jordan. And you'd have to say, the way Paul Jordan, he's been riding the last couple of years, he would be quietly confident of certainly getting on the podium here at Macau this year. Maybe Erno Costomo is spending more time in the pits than he is on track. But sometimes that can be a better thing. Davey Todd is up in the ante. He keeps putting purple sectors, and he's just done another one. You see on your timing screen there, the first sector, which is into Mandarin. It's a very 24.7 seconds. There's only Ryan Whitehall, Eddie Furr and Erno Costomo that are still in the pits following that red flag session. Ryan Whitehall has just gone out. I was going to say he was still in, but he's gone back out. Look how tight this part is. You can hear it there. Just roll off, get through the bend, back on the bower into Donna Maria. There you can see, just on the picture, the aftermath of Michael Sweeney's issue. Now, Erno Costomo apparently is on track, even though the timing screen is saying that he is in pit lane. Still waiting for news on Michael Sweeney, whether he's made it back yet or not. It's certainly there's no access road, for want of a better phrase, to make it back. Whether he has to sit and wait until the end of the session, or whether he can get back to the paddock in time. His bike was collected by the truck. I didn't see the truck coming in, but the truck would have gone on the track to make its way back. Hodson in the 44, something of a veteran as well here at Macau, looking to improve on his 5th place finishes of the past 3 years. A steady top 6 rider, and he's also someone that's capable of making onto the podium here at Macau with 8 minutes left on the clock. So Michael Sweeney, I can tell you exactly what happened. The water pipe blew, and that put fluid on the tyre, and that's what, so he didn't clip anything. It didn't look like he'd clipped anything. There didn't seem to be any markers, so there you go. So the water pipe blew off, put fluid on the tyre, and poor Michael Sweeney, down he went. And that would have been a shock. So all my little theories about dirty car parking spaces proved to be unfounded. But good news to say that's what happened with Michael Sweeney. Just looking for some more information on Erno Costomo, because it's still showing as the only rider that's in. Moore has gone back out, Eddie Fair has gone back out, and so here we go. Erno Costomo is on track, but the transponder is not picking up the signal. So that's why it's showing on the, you see there, 20 or 20th position, number 38, Kosovo on the screen in pit. No, he's not. He is actually out on the track. The issue with the transponder, that's what's happening. So fuel pump issues apparently as well with that BMW. But if you're going to have issues, this is the session in which to have them. One man not having any issues at the moment is Paul Jordan, and he's getting a super tow out of Mandarin going down towards Lisboa. It's a beautiful sound, isn't it? Just hear him just backing off to Mandarin and then back on the power, going up to 190 miles an hour. And there, just you see just where he shot off there, where that little white line is. Maybe that's his little marker. Davy Todd going into Lisboa. Then up through San Francisco, so much steeper than it looks. That picture flattens it out, but it is good to see the little front rises there, and at speed both wheels will momentarily lift off the ground at the top of San Francisco. Very, very scary. They just have to back it off a little bit for maternity. And again, some of the riders will tell you that through here it is so unfamiliar, or familiar maybe is perhaps the phrase to use, because it all looks the same. And sometimes you can suddenly think, oh, I'm here, but in fact you're somewhere else, because it looks just like the left-hand turn that's coming up further on. But Davy Todd's setting a marker here. It's a free practice session, but he's putting in big, big times. And of course, he's in his happy place now with this BMW. It's not running to British Superbike specifications. It's running to the specifications that he likes, that he's used to. The British Superbike rules state that they have to use certain electronics, etc., suspension settings, manufacturers. But Davy Todd will say, some people will say, why is he only 15th or whatever in BSB and yet he's going so well elsewhere? And he's got this BMW singing sweetly as he likes. And even though he's 3 seconds faster so far than his teammate Peter Hickman, I don't think will be too concerned at the moment the way things are going. As Rob Hodgson comes round to complete another lap. And already, we are less than an hour into the first session. It's nice to see some rubber down as well coming out of our bend. You know, Costomo is back. The transporter is sorted by the looks of things. He's now showing as 5th fastest, so that's good. Here's Mitch Rees. No, in fact, that isn't, but Mitch Rees is coming up on the screen, and that's quite impressive. 7th position for the New Zealander. So Mitch Rees has certainly been impressive as he's made his debut at certain tracks around the road racing world. Little rear lift there for the Kiwi as he comes into Fisherman's. So he's certainly looking at home for someone who's not been here before. We would expect Mitch Rees as a name we'll hear a lot more of in the future, the way he's going. Mitch is running Metzler's, one of the riders to run a Metzler tyre. Hickman comes into view once again. So he'll get another lap in. One more lap to go then for Peter Hickman in this free practice session. And he goes a little bit quicker, 2:28.4, so he's improved it by just 0.8 of a second. He's gone quicker on that lap. But as I keep mentioning, and I'm sure you're all well aware of, it's not about lap times in this session. Oh yeah, they'll give a boost to confidence, etc. It's getting that bike absolutely right, getting it in the sweet zone. Hickman's time pushes Jordan back into third. But you'd have to say, just looking at the top 5, as Mitch Reese is actually 6th fastest now. That is a surprise. But you'd have to say the top 5 is what you kind of expect. Todd, Hickman, Jordan, Hodson, Costomo. Might have expected David Johnson to have been a little bit closer. He's 10th quickest so far. But just looking further down. And it's interesting to note as well, the two riders who put in the most laps, absolutely no surprise. Bottalico, the Italian, he's actually come back in. He's done 16 laps along with Don Gilbert as well. So newcomers, yeah, they're doing exactly the right thing. They're just out, lap, getting to learn. It's more about knowing the circuit. As the checkered flag is about to come out. So that's the end of free practice. The bike's obviously still on track at the moment. But yeah, Davey Todd actually has put in 15 laps, along with Lucas Mora and Phil Crow. Mitch Reese, 14 laps, you'd expect. David Johnson's done 14 laps as well. Bernard Cosmo showing us 5, but there's been a few more than 5 laps. He had those transponder issues. Michael Sweeney had managed 9 laps before his little issue. And it'd be interesting as well, Ryan Whitehall, not done as many laps as I'd expected, whether he's had some issues, and Marcus Simpson as well. He's only managed 7 laps. We'll certainly find that out soon. And if we don't find out during this session, we'll certainly know by tomorrow morning exactly what has happened. David Todd does do 16 laps as well. He crosses the line. We want to maybe keep an eye on as Rob Hodson comes around. Let's just see if Rob can improve on a 2:29.3. Oh, he will. So he did 2:29.3, Rob Hodson. And he does a 2:28.8. Third quickest in free practice. Costomo does a 2:29.1 to go 4th fastest ahead of Paul Jordan. Mitch Reese in 6th. Wow. Well done, Mitch. As you'd expect, Davey Todd and Peter Hickman topping the time charts. Maybe you wouldn't have expected Davey Todd to be 2 seconds quicker than Hickman, but as I said, there's nothing to be gained in terms of the qualifying grid with the times you put in now. In fact, let's see. Just looking to see who else is due to come in. Couple more bikes left on track. But good, we've got a pretty much a full session in this morning here at Macau for the motorcycles. We did have that 10 minutes or so when unfortunately Michael Sweeney had that water pipe issue which put fluid onto his back tyre and put him down at Donna Maria. say as well, there are certain parts that you wouldn't want that to happen. Generally, you wouldn't want that to happen anywhere around this track, but certainly when you're going to come off, you want to come off while you're in second gear, I suppose. So I would fully expect to see Michael Sweeney on track for tomorrow morning's qualifying session, which is at the same time as this morning. And of course, we've got the race schedule on Saturday. They'll have a warm-up lap for 10 minutes, and they'll come in ahead of the race. We'll see, maybe we might be able to get picking something. But what about this guy, Mitchell Reese? He'll be beaming. He'll be enjoying himself at the moment. So yeah, Mitchell Reese, there he is, 6th fastest in free practice, with a 2:31.3 as well. I think that would be beyond his expectations. But a good indication. It's a free practice session, of course, but a good indication of what we might anticipate during qualifying and racing come Saturday. David Johnson eventually pushing himself into 9th there, ahead of Michael Evans. Still a couple of riders still making their way back, but they're going off into pit lane. So times you'd expect, I would say, for a free practice session: Todd 2:26, Hickman 2:28, Hobson 2:28, Costomo and Jordan 2:29, then into the 2:30s for pretty much everyone else. So you get to Don Gilbert 2:40. So let's enjoy some highlights from this morning's free practice session. The Macau Grand Prix is certainly back, folks. Now until the cars start making their way, and of course you can enjoy all the car action right here with Alan Hyde and David Addison throughout the rest of the day. Conditions are fantastic, certainly perfect. For me though, that's the end of my day for now. I'm going to head down to pit lane, find out exactly what's been going on, who's happy, who's even happier, and I will be back tomorrow morning. Hopefully the weather will be good. You can see the flags there at the top of the grandstand, just blowing a little bit, so but I don't think it's any concern for the riders. But certainly from myself, Dave Moore, until tomorrow morning for qualifying here at Macau, it's goodbye for now.
os melhores, no fim, os pilotos com o melhor desempenho. Esta sessão de treino está então concluída. Os motociclistas regressam ao passar por Turquia na sexta-feira, da manhã, para a prova de qualificação para o Grande Prémio que será então disputado no sábado. Já a seguir do circuito da guia teremos os três livros da taxa de às 10h10 a prova de Macau, também à orientação e depois às 11h a prova de volta a integrar este ano então o World Tour Event of Macau e decidir então o campeonato do que diz respeito aos contas do PCR World Tour. A primeira sessão de treino do PCR World Tour está então prevista para as 11h05 da manhã, com o programa competitivo, neste vídeo de competição do passado dia em César, durante este período da manhã, com a realização então da primeira sessão tradicional da taça GT de Macau, prova que está então para por volta do meio-dia.
So just to recap, top of the group side, 3 stand leaders, it's Eco BMW 1-2, David 12 ahead, with one pushing on the S70 on there. So, Costco 22 and 4 for Portugal, and fast 2 victories in the top 6. We've got a day of action here on the EAR circuit, 10:10, it is the California 4, and there for the World Cup 3 practice, 11:05 is the FIA TCR World Tour event. 12:05 the FIA GT World Cup. Free practice for Macau Rose will challenge us away at 10:1. We'll wait for the GT Cup free practice at 25:22. Free practice 2 for the FIA TCR World Tour event at Macau is at 2:20, 3:05 for the Macau GT Cup FIA GT World Cup free practice 2, and then qualifying 1 for the FIA FR World Cup at 10:04 and 45. Road Sport Challenge qualifying. We're next at 9:15 and on the FIA F1 World Cup free practice.
电单标大赛的自由练习到这一边呢，是为结束了多德在场上做出的一个成绩啊，让我们对接下来的比赛是充满了期待，因为确实有的20分钟的速度是非常快的。那么接下来呢，要进行的就是区域方程式的首次登场自由练习比赛。区域方程式我们刚才跟大家介绍过，就是 FIA 有鉴于 F4 跟 F3 之间的一个动力差距呢是有些大，因此是引入了区域方程式。很快的跟大家介绍一下这项赛事诞生的历史。最初刚开始这项赛事的概念是2017年，是在国际汽联的世界汽车运动理事会会议上是提出，经过讨论并最终获得批准。赛事新规呢是在2018年首先在亚洲跟北美来进行启用，随后欧洲跟日本的赛事在2019年跟2020年推出。那22年的时候呢，也创入了大洋洲区域方程式锦标赛。那我们都知道 F4 的动力一般是在160匹马力左右，而 F3 的动力呢大概是在380匹。所以区域方程式所设定的动力呢，大概是在270匹马力左右。而整个区域方程式的一个比赛，采取的也是 Modus T318的底板，然后搭载的是1.742升的涡轮增压直列4缸引擎。今年比赛当中大概有13辆车在场上来进行较量。马上要进行的就是第一次的自由练习。我们看看，在 Formula Regional 当中，在首次方程式赛车，在今年驶上赛道练习赛，又会带给我们怎样的惊喜？稍后见。
attention in pit lane, FIA Formula Regional World Cup cars. 15 minutes to start a practice. Formula Regional World Cup cars. 15 minutes to start a practice. Please do not enter pit lane at this time. Thank you. Attention in pit lane, Formula Regional World Cup cars. 10 minutes to start a practice. Formula Regional World Cup cars. 10 minutes to start a practice.
Good morning and welcome to Macau for the 72nd Macau Grand Prix, and welcome along to a familiar scene as you see the first pictures coming in for the day here at Macau. Fans of motorsport around the world cannot mistake the yellow and black and the scenes of Macau. Every year more buildings appear on the horizon around Macau. It is a thriving area of the world, and this particular week, the Macau Grand Prix week, is a week that the whole motorsport world looks forward to. We're about to see cars on the circuit for the first time this morning. It is for the FIA FR World Cup. Those cars will be taking to the circuit for half an hour of free practice to get things underway for four wheels. We've already had two-wheel action for the 57th edition of the Motorcycle Grand Prix, their free practice, and I'm delighted to say that joining me alongside in the commentary box for 4 days of fun and action for the this motorsport festival here in Macau. A very good morning to David Addison.
Alan Hyde, thank you very much. Good morning. It's great to be back, isn't it, when you think about how the event has evolved from a road sport race for local drivers back in 1954 to truly an international event, truly a global spectacle for motorsport, with the infrastructure that the gear circuit now has, with the investment put in every year. It grows and it grows. We have an extra race this year with Formula 4, which had of course been the Grand Prix during those rather restricted COVID years, and then we had a standalone F4 race 2 years ago as part of the 70th anniversary celebrations on its own standalone weekend. But it's been now integrated, and we have for the first time an F4 World Cup as well. But the Grand Prix title still goes to the Formula Regional cars. They are going to be on the circuit first, a dry circuit, and that after last year is pretty important because it was sadly not the Grand Prix weekend that we wanted last year. The weather conspired against us. We had endless interruptions, stoppages, and it was a frustrating time all round. And I think just about everybody this year looking forward to 4 days of dry running. It is a little bit blustery outside, certainly not cold, but it's a nice dry circuit, and given the nature of the track, those drivers that have been here before are always going to have an advantage. But it's always fascinating to see the rookies and how quickly they can adapt to a circuit. Then you start to see who the real stars are.
Today is a learning day for so many, not just in the session we're about to see for the FIA Formula Regional World Cup, the Macau Grand Prix cars,
but in the commentary box as well. Yes.
I was going to get there. I was going to say you relearn all the scenes that we have, all the camera views that we have around the circuit, and the liveries that are unique for this weekend, because that's part and parcel of the 4 days of the Macau Grand Prix, because the attention that teams put to the liveries that are going to be just in action for this weekend, absolutely superb.
Yeah, I mean, some are familiar, aren't they? The Theodore colours you've just seen adorning Freddie Slater's car, but others, and it's perhaps more common or relevant when you get to some of the local categories like GT4 or the road sports, where they are Asian teams with that very different style. We get used to seeing European colour schemes and designs, but a feature of Macau is always that rather more garish, slightly more brash colour usage that some of the other teams employ in the local races.
Vibrant.
Vibrant is also a good word, yeah. Absolutely, and reflecting the culture of the area. Number 12 there is one of the drivers to keep an eye on in this, Rashad Al-Daheri, who drives for the Prema Racing team, and he was 8th in the European Championship this season. And number 31 is a driver with a pretty decent pedigree in this, having been twice a winner in the Formula 4 days. It is Charles Leung, and after a season of racing in Lamborghinis, it's going to be quite a culture shock, I think, getting back into single-seaters. But it's going to be really interesting to see how he gets on, because he does know the circuit.
He does know the circuit very, very well indeed. His history here goes back to 2018 when he first competed at Macau, and then in 2020 and 2021 when he took those 2 Grand Prix victories. He had a clean sweep. He was first in qualifying, first in the qualification race, and first in the race as well, and that was in 20 and 21. So it is a learning day. Many of these drivers that are taken to the Macau gear circuit here for the very first time, they've only experienced this on a simulator, and that's all very well. It's a great way to learn the circuit, but there is nothing that compares to the yellow and black barriers about an inch from the side of your car.
Green flag shown at the end of the pit lane. That means that free practice 1 is live and 40 minutes are on the clock. And last year we discovered really that whoever is at pit out has an advantage because you're first onto the circuit, you're first onto a flying lap, and I think there was quite a lot of lobbying from teams this year to be at the pointy end of the pit lane rather than at the pit in end. You want to get as much mileage in this session as possible. I know it sounds obvious, but it was interesting last year just how many drivers were gung-ho as soon as they got onto the circuit, didn't really think about warming up tyres, didn't really think about a sighting lap, they just wanted to be fresh on it. And Emanuele Pirro, who is the president of the Single-Seater Commission, was here last year. Of course, he's back this year, but he gave them all a good talking to last year about the importance of just bedding in, learning the circuit before the heroics come.
Don't unlearn everything that you've already learnt just when you come to Macau. Why would you do that? Yeah.
Well, some drivers, I think, did take heed of what Emanuele was saying last year. Others didn't. But I would say this is a far more respectful outlap than we saw 12 months ago. However, it isn't necessarily about chasing the time this session, but that is going to be of interest. Sticker tyres, of course, brand new sets. You get 4 sets across the weekend, so they'll try and keep a set back, obviously, for the Grand Prix on Sunday. And it may well be that they keep another set for the qualifying session. So you use 1 set across free practice, another set across qualifying. There is a limitation as to when you get the tyres from Pirelli as well. We should also point out that it's Pirelli rubber that rather dominates the weekend. But Pirelli give you an extra couple of sets later on today, and then later in the weekend the 4th set gets released as well. So how and when you use the tyres is also going to be quite important. We've got 5 sectors to this 6-kilometre long lap, so piecing it together is going to be important. But it's a very gentle outlap, and it's a gratifyingly slow outlap for many, without the dramas that we saw last year.
You're absolutely right. They did listen to the advice, didn't they? Because it was a very different story last year, and unfortunately there is very little room for error. So with cold tyres and the changeable conditions that we had last year, it was inevitable that we had a number of stoppages over the course of 4 days last year for the Macau Grand Prix. The good news is that, as you rightly said, David, it's a really nice temperature today. It's very comfortable temperature ambiently, and the weather is going to get warmer and warmer as the 4 days go on. So by the time we get to Sunday, I think the weather forecast is that we've certainly got full sunshine all day, which will be lovely for the crowds, because the crowds absolutely pour in on race day here to Macau to get a view of a one-off annual event. It's a great event. It's going to be up to 26 or 27 degrees on Sunday.
As you say, today the busiest day with all the free practice sessions being cycled through. You look down at the first gear Melco hairpin, which is always a no overtaking zone. Just to pick out 1 or 2 of the names that we need to be looking for. Freddie Slater, who is the winner of the Formula Regional European Championship, 8 times a race winner. He drives number 11. You've got Kayoshi Umagaki, who is the Formula Regional Japan champion. He drives number 28. You've got Timet Kwarchuk, who was the Euro Formula Open champion, which is a kind of older style Formula 3 category. You've also got the Euro Cup 3 champion in the entry, Matej Kolnagi, number 19, Matej Kolnagi for the PHM team. And although he's not a champion, he has had 4 race wins in Formula Regional this year. Matteo De Palo, number 2. Now he, in the last 3 or 4 days, as recently as, has been signed up for the McLaren Driver Development Programme for next year. So another one to watch, because if a Formula 1 team reckons you're pretty good, you must be. You're riding on board, though, here with the KCMG car of Mari Boyer, who was a winner in the FIA Formula 3 Championship this season. He was a winner at Silverstone, and this gives you an idea of just how narrow the mountain circuit is. You've gone from the start line, you've gone around Lisboa, you've climbed that San Francisco hill, and now you're threading your way between the barriers on either side. And you've got to be brave to do this at speed.
You've got to be incredibly brave. it is such an amazing experience riding on board. The cameras shots that we get now are just spectacular, aren't they? And even the tiniest of little corrections that we just saw from Mary Boyer is a big moment. Just a little tiny correction on the steering wheel, because there is no room for error on this part of the circuit.
Going up towards Donna Maria, which is ever so slightly banked as well. The white lines on the inside, car parking spaces, and then you accelerate out of there down towards the Melco hairpin, and at this point the road absolutely drops away. It's a steep climb up the hill coming out of San Francisco, but it then drops all the way down through Black Sands, out of Fisherman's, and then into the R bend, which rounds out the lap. Enzo Deligny is looking good in terms of sectors and may well offer up the target time. He does, a 2:25 being the first flying lap of the session. That's going to be whittled away, I would have thought. Matteo De Palo goes through and he does a 2:28, so they're relatively gentle laps, but I think we'd rather have those than heroics right now.
Absolutely.
We just need people to learn.
We said today's a free practice day. It is, but there's also a qualifying session towards the end of the afternoon, and it is for these cars. So too for one of the local races, one of the sort of crowd favourites, the Macau Road Sport Challenge. They'll be qualifying at the end of this afternoon as well. There are 2 qualifying sessions. Everything else is free practice, so it is about learning. We say it's a learning day for so many today. This is where you can really, if you use this to the maximum potential that you can have, you can get a really good feel for the circuit this first session of the day. That's all dependent on not having any stoppages.
Yeah, true enough. And of course, when it's a free practice session, the clock ticks on anyway, so
yes, exactly.
You're losing that time. And that was, like, again, one of the dramas last year, that they were short on running and then were so desperate to go quickly when they could get back out again. Anyway, enough of last year, because so far so good. You're riding now with Matteo De Palo, who I was talking about a moment ago. 4 race wins in Formula Regionale in Europe, at Misano in the Hungaroring race, Red Bull and Barcelona circuits. He was also victorious at. Last year, De Palo 5th on the road, but was disqualified post-race. So he's got the and he's perhaps due a bit of better fortune. Number 11 then is Freddie Slater, who was here 2 years ago in Formula 4. He was here last year in the Grand Prix itself, but crashed out on the last lap. He had a go, said he had to try something. It didn't work, but he said, I'd never have forgiven myself if I hadn't had a go.
You have to. You have one opportunity, and the eyes of the motorsport world are on Macau this weekend, aren't they? It's such a popular event because it is so unique. Yeah. There are no longer many circuits in the world where you have such a world-class event, an FIA associated event as well taking place. This is really with more than just a nod to the history of motorsport.
It is. I mean, the circuit has not changed very much. The start area has moved, but you can't change the circuit much because the roads are the roads and the buildings are the buildings. They're not moving. And the beauty of the circuit is it remains as big a challenge. Cars have got quicker, cars have got wider over the years, but this section coming through Mandarin and on down towards Lisboa, fantastic section, and you'll get an onboard shot over the weekend, I'm sure, but as a driver you've got endless barriers on your right hand side, and basically, although you see there on the camera a corner, you're basically aiming for a gap in the Armco, and the Armco of course stretches the other side of that on the escape road, so you're always trying to work out where that gap in the Armco is. You sit low so the barriers kind of tower over you. It's a really daunting part of the circuit, so to make a pass going into Lisboa actually is far harder than you might expect. We're almost done for the first 10 minutes. Enzo Deligny is the fastest, Freddie Slater is second quickest, and on the subject of Lisboa, what's going on? Big squeal of tyres. And up the escape road goes 26, was that, to Sanapodin for Puvasak, who was a double winner in Formula 3 this year. Number 18 has been noted for crossing the white line at pit exit, Takuya Suzuki, so that might be a finger wag, it might be a fine from the stewards. We'll wait and see.
It's always slightly disconcerting in the commentary box when we hear the squeal of tyres, but you don't actually see it on camera. You think, hang on, what's at the end of this? Fortunately, that was an escape road, which is used quite a lot over the course of these 4 days. It's a very useful feature of that particular corner because they are approaching Lisboa. A great overtaking part of the circuit, but also an incredibly quick approach to that corner.
Now that's the run coming down out of Black Sands through Fisherman's Bend onto our bend. The order on the timing tower headed by Enzo Deligny, and up to the end of the lap here comes Taito Kato, and the French Formula 4 champion of last year comes over the timing line and goes up to 8th fastest. So good lap that by Kato. Still Enzo Deligny is the fastest. We're down to a 2 minutes 20.421 now as the lap times continue to tumble.
They do. Freddie Slater is in second position. He did just have a personal best in Sector 2 and Sector 4. So for Freddie Slater, car number 11, this might be a lap worth having a look at. Bear in mind that we are in free practice, so it's not going to count towards anything towards the qualification race grid or anything to do with the competitive aspect of this weekend, but it does give us a good insight and a good benchmark for the weekend, doesn't it?
Yeah, the fastest lap in the Grand Prix last year was a 2:19, and now we are in the 2:19s courtesy of Freddie Slater. He's on a 2:19.911, not a portion time that, but Freddie Slater then goes to the top. Perhaps no real surprise given his prodigious pace in Formula Regional European Championship this year to be that champion, but he is then the fastest by half a second from Deligny, and then Rashad Al-Dakhari is third. It is Charlie Wurtz fourth ahead of Yin Nakamura, and then Charles Leung sixth fastest.
Which is impressive, isn't it, for a double winner, but in an F4 car around Macau. And when we had Formula 4, F4 as the Grand Prix cars for the weekend, I think you and I made the comment on a number of occasions how well suited they were to this circuit. I'm really looking forward to having F4 back, and certainly for a double winner, what you can carry into the next single-seaters up, if you like, the Formula Regional cars, that's quite impressive. I'd like to see him doing really well this weekend. Really would.
He's certainly got the track knowledge on his side. These cars, just to make the differentiation, all being run by different teams, whereas the Formula 4 World Cup is one team, one operation, operating all the cars. So when you're assigned an engineer, everybody effectively comes out of the same team. So it is Slater, Deligny, Al-Dakhari, the order. We've just had another improvement. Kanato Lee gets himself up into the top 6 as he goes over the timing line. Fastest on his previous lap, is still charging along quite happily. He's going faster and faster in the sectors. He's in the last sector of the lap now, but he's already done 2 absolute bests. So Freddie Slater heading towards the line, 1 or 2 trying to get a toe. There is Slater in number 11. Oh dear, our first drama and our first red flag of the car part of the weekend. We had a stoppage in the bike free practice, but I'm afraid that we've got a car in the wall, and it looks as though Yamakoshi is the driver, so a wheel ripped off. That's been quite a moment, and it's on the gear circuit, isn't it? As in it's on the mountain section. So red flag, and the clock will carry on ticking. We spoke too soon about people being well behaved.
Yeah, we did. It was a sort of, oh hello, the car's on the move with only three wheels on the wagon. So yeah, necessitating a red flag. There's no question about it, is there? When a car is skipping, you can't really do a knife snatch of a vehicle. It's got to be made safe and get things going again. But as you say,
it's not a crash, it's the wheel, or unless he's hit something already, because the wheel parts company.
It does.
Now, Yamakoshi was 11th fastest, and he just done 2 personal bests. So it's not like he's come out of the pits and that's not been attached properly. He may have touched the barrier and that broke something that caused the wheel to come off, but
you wouldn't imagine it would be that flimsy, would you?
This is Macau, and anything can happen.
Yes.
Depends what you hit and how, and the angle. But that's
and the angle, yeah.
A very odd breakage.
It is very strange.
However,
sorry,
you were saying, sorry.
This is costly because things. Everyone was showing such good respect for the circuit and getting proper meaningful laps in, which is really good news on board with Mary Boyer threading around the circuit, and with the cars going onwards and inwards into pit lane. It is always quite incredible to watch just how quickly recoveries can be made. There are cranes right the way around the 6-kilometre circuit here at Macau, and the ability to snatch a vehicle, put it into a place of safety and get the session back underway very, very quickly is always pretty breathtaking, as to be said. Right, we're getting another view of this. What's going on? No, I think it's already going slowly, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's him parking.
Yeah.
But curious as to how it all started.
Exactly what happened there. Yeah, I'm not sure we're going to find out the answer until maybe we can get to speak to people over the course of today. So now they'll line up down in pit lane. They'll also have a chance to assemble their thoughts if it's the first opportunity they've had to experience the gear circuit here at Macau for the first time, rather than on a simulator. And the team's keen to make sure the cars are all behaving exactly the way they should be, so a chance for a quick check over. But this is a chance to collect a few thoughts, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, and report back to the team. The fact that everybody has to pit means you're sort of not losing mileage against anybody else, but you are losing the opportunity for another 2 or 3 laps. As you say, the recovery operation can be swift. It rather depends, though, whether the car has to be put onto a low loader and then brought back to the pit. That's the time-consuming bit, sending a vehicle out and the load up, rather than just being able to move the car behind the wall. And I think where it is, it would have to be a recovery vehicle.
Yes, yeah.
So the session suspended for the moment as you look at Matteo Colnagi's PHM racing car. Colnagi, as you see, part of the Red Bull junior team, the programme he joined during the course of 2025, and he was the Euro Cup 3 champion. So there, with that 3-wheeled car being put onto the low loader, the end of the session effectively for Hiro Yamakoshi, the Evans GP driver. The Japanese driver managed by Nicolas Todd, his Macau debut, and it's been a troubled one thus far. Yamakoshi raced in Formula Regionale in Europe, as well as the occasional GB3 race this year, 9th in the European Formula Regionale Championship.
It is interesting as well that over the years, particularly recent years, maybe the last 10 years or so, that drivers don't compete solely in one championship. They're trying to compete in multiple championships. The first driver that I was sort of aware that was filling every weekend with racing somewhere was Lando Norris, because he was competing in the UK and competing in Europe as well, and standing a chance of winning a championship in both. And now more and more drivers are just keeping it to every weekend as a race weekend. That's pretty punishing schedule, and you have to be pretty disciplined to keep that up, don't you?
It's punishing financially as well.
Yeah, it is,
and add to that the fact that many of them do a winter championship by way of preparation.
Yeah.
You know, we're rounding out this year with the Macau Grand Prix being for Formula Regional cars. They've had a European Championship or a Japanese or an American. But in the winter months, there's the Oceania Championship that used to be the Toyota Racing Series. You've got a Middle Eastern Championship, and people are doing those by way of preparation for their, if you like, main programme.
Yes.
But they're all important championships in their own right.
They most certainly are. And as we get ready to get that car recover back to pit lane and back to the paddock as well, and the investigation to find out exactly what happened there. I didn't see damage on that corner of the car when they were putting it on the back of the recovery vehicle. So it is still a little bit perplexing, that.
Well, there is the car, and you're right. There's no damage I can see. So it looks more like a breakage than hitting a barrier. However, Charlie Wirtz gets good to go. 6th fastest in the times at the moment for the Austrian, the elder of the two brothers, Oscar Wirtz in the entry as well, and he's been a Formula Regional champion. He won the Oceania title 2 years ago. Retired from the Grand Prix though that year. and then went to race in FIA Formula 3. Oscar Wurz making his Macau Grand Prix debut. Number 20 there you've got, which is Enzo Ye, making his Macau debut as well. Finding one or two more up down the pit lane. Teo Nile, the F4 Spanish champion of 2 years ago. And he was excluded from last year's Grand Prix, you might remember, because he stalled and the team fired up the car rather than it being put into the pit lane and fired up from there. So he was excluded from the race, but he at least does know the circuit. So we've just nudged past the halfway point.
Yeah, because this is a 40-minute free practice session. Everything else pretty much today is half an hour, isn't it? These cars get 40 minutes out on circuit, and a very valuable 40 minutes it is as well. 9:36 is the resume time for the session, and we are very, very close to that. So with 19 minutes and 20 seconds remaining on the clock, this session will get back underway. The only problem is they now have to get those tyres back up to full temperature, and this is very often the point at which we get another stoppage because they push too hard too soon. They resume at the kind of speed that they were doing before the red flag came out, but the tyres have cooled a bit, so let's see how cautious we are on this outlap. This is going to be quite an important resumption.
Yeah, it is. One or two of the teams there sort of managing when the cars are released. Many want to be on their toes and get out onto the circuit straight away. Other teams having to now wait for a gap in the traffic before they release cars. And I would say there's a little bit more commitment to the outlap than we had at the very start of the session, backing up the point that you made.
I think you're right, yes. Yeah, there is. Because the adrenaline is... they haven't been in pit lane for too long, have they? So they are still pretty much in gear circuit mode. So it pushes it too early, too soon, and we get another stoppage, because it is important, you know, when the clock continues to count down. And with only 18 minutes left on this, and it's a long circuit, 6-kilometre circuit, it's every minute on circuit in free practice really does count for setting themselves up for qualifying at local time at 10 to 4 this afternoon for half an hour.
And as you were saying earlier on, it is not an easy circuit to learn, unlike modern European circuits, because it's a street circuit.
Yes.
You can't really do even a track walk, because you've got to dodge a lot of traffic, unless you get up at stupid o'clock in the morning and go round when it's not too busy. But largely, you know, it's not a track you can walk round.
You can run around it if you are very early in the morning, can't you?
4:15.
And then you do realise that it does go up and down quite a lot.
It does. You also realise what a wally you look with your head torch running around at 4:15 as people are staggering out of the casinos, looking at you thinking, tourists.
Jet lag.
Yeah. You're right about it going up quite steeply, but it also does drop down at the end of the lap, and that relief as you come out of the Macau hairpin is quite something. Donna Maria there, I said earlier on in the session, is just ever so slightly banked, and it is. And then the drivers make their way down to the Macau hairpin, which, as Alan I think touched on earlier on, always, for car purposes, has a permanent yellow flag, no overtaking, because as cars have got wider and the lock is such, there's absolutely no way you can even think about overtaking there.
No, it's quite a feat later on today when we have the cars out for the FIA GT World Cup. It astonishes me that the cars even go around the Macau hairpin. It is an incredible feat. Okay, there's no overtaking, they're single file, but big wide cars, current GT3 cars, making their way around. The width of the circuit, which I think goes down to 7 metres up at Macau hairpin, and then widens out to 14 metres in width by the time they get down to the start-finish line. It's quite a feat, that's for sure.
So it's going to take a lap or two before we start thinking about representative lap times once more. Jin Nakamura pushing on from 4th in the times, and Nakamura is another driver that is worth watching, having been 10th in the European Championship this year, moving to Formula 3 for next season. He's also done a bit of sports car racing in the Le Mans Cup. This is the run down to Lisboa, where the road does narrow, actually. It's sort of 4 lanes wide for everyday traffic, but when you get to the corner itself, you lose some of the inside because the curb juts out, partly to help slow the cars down, give you a bit of a clue where the corner is, but it does narrow. Now you're on board with Freddie Slater, and he's on the money here. Take a big, deep breath, because this is Freddie Slater with the track to himself, threading his way between barriers, between the wall, and Slater, fastest thus far in the session, 15 minutes on the clock.
It comes with a fairly high level of expectation when you are a driver that is on a roll, achieving so much in your career, from Ginetta Juniors for Freddie, from Ginetta Junior and dominance onwards, and then to come here to Macau with quite a lot of expectation. There's a few drivers with big expectations on them for this weekend, and it's always fascinating to see how a young driver absorbs that kind of pressure and press attention and fan attention as well.
Yeah, the spotlight on Freddie Slater has been very bright, really, as you say, since he was so good in Ginetta Juniors. Murray Boyer, you've just been riding with, coming out of the Macau hairpin, down now through Black Sands, through Fisherman's. And this is where, as you can see, the road really does open up. It's much, much wider, 2 lanes per direction for the traffic. Then you've got the very fast R-bend to round out the lap. And Murray Boyer then returning to a Formula Regional chassis from Formula 3, goes across the timing line, and Murray Boyer then looking good, as now Teo Nayal goes up to the top of the times. We've got the lap times to a 2:19.4. Murray Boyer goes 3rd, so Slater, for the moment at least, knocked off top spot.
Enzo Tordellini we'll have a look at as well, because has gone purple in the 3rd sector. That's the middle sector. Is about to complete the lap is Enzo Tordellini in car number 5. At the top of the times, it is Niall with a 2:19.438. Having a look at Tordellini with that overall best sector in sector 3, 1 sector to complete, and goes top. So with a purple in sectors 3 and 5, a 2:18.608 is the best time so far. Since we've restarted the session, we're up a gear now, aren't we?
Yeah, the commitment is there. A little bit of debris flies, but yeah, there's a lot more urgency about this as the drivers push on. Evidence there that you can get a tow coming out of Mandarin. The end of that run all the way down to Lisboa. Tordellini then threads his way through the traffic, and Tordellini goes faster again, possibly helped by that tow, because he's done another absolute best within the 1st sector. So Enzo Tordellini, who is in the 2:18, as Alan said, fastest man of the session thus far, makes that steep climb up San Francisco Hill. Next one to go over the timing line there is Taito Kato. So at the moment you've got Tordellini, Kato goes 2nd, and then Niall 3rd, Slater down to 4th, Boyer and Nakamura round out the top 6.
So it's Enzo Tordellini with the fastest time of 2:18.608.
Charlie Burt there, sorry, just up to 4th fastest, so good lap.
And Freddie Slater with 2 purples on this lap. He's purple in sector 2, purple in sector 3. Not even a personal best in the 1st sector, but Freddie is now really pushing on in the 2nd and 3rd sectors, waiting for the number 11 car to complete sector number 4. Does so, doesn't go personal best. So 2 overall ultimate best sectors, and then 2 not even personal best sectors.
No, it's going to be interesting to see how he pieces it all together. Teo Nayal goes quickest now, 2:18.1. So Freddie Slater is in the last sector then in the Prema Ram Theodore Racing entry. He is down to 7th in the times. Even if it's not the absolute top time, he ought to be able to get himself up the order. He does to go 2nd then, and he only misses out by a 10th of a second. So that was, as you say, 2 absolute bests, but no personals, but enough to get him up the order to 2nd, and it brings him back into the mix. So it is Teo Nayal for Freddie Slater, Enzo Tordellini 3rd, Taito Kato 4th, Murray Boyer 5th, Charlie Burt 6th, Yin Nakamura 7th, Charles Leung is 8th, Kanato Lee 9th, and Rashid Al-Bakhari is 10th.
Right, now, are we allowed to say this time maybe Freddie Slater means business, because he didn't even do a personal best in the first sector last time. This time, even though he went up to second place with 2 purple sectors out of 5, he's gone purple in the first sector. So we keep an eye on this one. He's done a 24.750 in the first sector. He is coming up towards the completion of sector number 2. All right, that was the sector that he went overall best in last time, wasn't it? And this time he doesn't even put a personal best.
Yeah, he's 2 tenths down on that best this time through, so another up-down kind of a lap for Prix there. Taito Kato puts himself at the very top of the times, and we're into the 2:17s now. So Kato doing a very, very impressive lap.
Yellow flag turn 3 being indicated on the timing screen.
Okay, and there's the answer. Deligny has gone up the escape road, so Enzo Deligny at Lisboa has gone straight on, and now he's going to try and get the car the right direction. Away at least, so the green flag is currently being shown until he needs to try to rejoin. So anybody on a flying lap now is going to have to be mindful of that car. I was going to say Taito Kato with that really, really good lap time at the top, and he's quickest now by 3 tenths from Teo Nile as the crane hovers over Lisboa, ready to be used should a car need to be hooked out of the way. We've got just under 10 minutes of the session to go, so we're into the last quarter of a session that really has rattled through very quickly.
It really has, yeah, and a huge amount has been learnt. Make no mistake, in 40 minutes, okay, they've probably only had about 30 minutes of meaningful running on the circuit, but a huge amount by the end of this will have been learnt to be discussed with the teams heading into qualifying this afternoon local time. 10 to 4 is when it gets underway, and Freddie Slater goes top, 2:17.450. So this time he sort of mopped up the overall best in different sectors, didn't he? And as all of that has added up, it's all pieced together. 2:17.450. Number 11, Freddie Slater, back to the top of the times.
So good effort that, and it's taken him 10 laps to do that. There's the yellow flag at turn 3, which I suspect is because Deligny is now trying to rejoin. We might be able to see that just out of shot, but Slater goes through. Green flag the other side of Lisboa as he goes through San Francisco. Now makes the climb up the hill. Did I tell you it was a steep climb, that bit, Alan? And over the brow, and there is Deligny, who is being able to rejoin now. Credit to Race Control for letting him do that without stopping the session, because that was something that we did have last year. Car up the escape road, session stopped. But Enzo Deligny being covered under a yellow flag gets himself back in the right direction, rejoins, session remains live.
It's so less frustrating for everyone to keep the momentum of the session going, isn't it? Yeah, really, really good shout, that.
So 7 3/4 minutes are on the clock. Number 7 goes through there, Murray Boyer, down to 7th in the times. That yellow flag you don't need to worry about, because that's the permanent one warning you that you're not allowed to overtake going into the Melco hairpin.
No, we get worried if that ever comes in.
Yeah, exactly right. The consequences after that.
Yeah, it doesn't bear thinking about.
Yeah. And even allowing for that, you can guarantee that somebody will make a mistake at the hairpin, and if they are at the head of a queue of cars, you can expect a track blockage. It kind of comes in either road sport, GT4 or touring car terms more than others.
Yes, absolutely right. 2:17.450. 7 minutes left on the clock. Having a look at Teo Nile as well on this lap, because 2 personal bests. Yeah, it all adds up to be second at the end of that lap. There was a purple and 3 personal bests. So Teo Nile, car number 6, second quickest. Freddie Slater is quickest, and we've got under 7 minutes of this session remaining. We've got a yellow flag at turn 10 as well. We've got the car just over there to the left of your screen. It's offline, but it needs to be recovered.
Yeah, I'm a bit more worried about that one. I think that will be a stoppage, sadly. We'll try and see who it is as well. I couldn't pick up a number on that car. No. It's slightly hidden. This might tell us a little bit more. Is it an off? That doesn't want to turn. That, I think, has brushed a barrier, which might be why it doesn't want to turn. But the driver, in fairness, getting it out of the way, because it is, as you rightly say, offline.
It is.
Murray Boyer up to 3rd fastest, by the way, and getting a view on the inset on the timing tower of Freddie Slater hard at work. He is the fastest. So keeping one eye on the times and the other on the Marshalls gantry opposite us, just in case a red flag has to fly with that car stranded.
Did show that a green flag was being shown at turn 10 now, so
right.
Yeah.
He's hopefully got it fired up. We're going. Number 5, receiving outside assistance, Enzo Delini. Now that will, I assume, be
down at
Lisboa when he was trying to turn the car around. So outside assistance would, well, it can only be a marshal, can't it, to help get the car back in the right direction?
One would think, yeah.
Okay, we'll wait and see if anything comes of that. The stewards will look at that after the session, we're being told. Freddie Slater, 2 absolute bests again. Could we get somebody in the high 216s before the end of this first session of the day?
Quite possibly if it carries on like that.
Yeah, exactly, because he is now 3 absolute bests on this lap, and this is Freddie Slater, and look, he's got the road to himself, nobody to get in the way. He's coming then now down through Fisherman's, heading towards our bend. This is where it opens up and you sort of breathe a big sigh of relief. You've got through that daunting narrow mountain section of the circuit. Slater absolutely on it as he comes then now down towards our bend. Still nobody to get in the way. He's about to break the beam, and as he goes across the timing line, it's a 216.742. Bang on, well done Freddie Slater. So a 216.7. Right, that's impressive, but the margin is even more impressive because he's now 9/10ths of a second quicker than anybody else. 9/10ths.
Almost a second quicker than anyone else. And if you bear in mind, this is a quality field this year. To have a second on everybody else almost is spectacular.
He's fractionally down in sector 1 of the next lap, but only by just under a 10th. So Freddie Slater, I think he is going to get traffic on this lap. It's going to then scupper the plan. But that is a real hat tip to the quick Brit to go so well so early on in the weekend. Marker laid down.
Tato Kato is going rather well on this session as well. He's got 2 purples in sector 3 and sector 4 as well. So have a look for Kato at the end. Currently 4th and looking to climb up the order, waiting for Kato to complete this lap. But 2 purple sectors, sector 3 and sector 4. This could be a good one.
Very good, and he's gone faster than Slater, can you believe it? A 216.412. Now that's 3/10ths quicker than Slater, so that means now that it was briefly 1.2 seconds first to third. Canate Lee has just gone up into third in time, although he's still in the 217s. Evan Gilter now goes 5th. I know the cars are getting lighter on fuel and tyres are getting warmed up again, but these times now in the 16s are massively impressive. And Murray Boyer is the next one to throw his hat in the ring with an absolute best in sector 3.
We've got a really good field this year, haven't we? There are so many drivers that are potentially going to take the crown at the end of Sunday and win the 72nd Macau Grand Prix. And this is only free practice. What's it going to be like in qualifying this afternoon? 40 minutes of qualifying to look forward to. And if free practice is this exciting, well, Murray Boyer has just done another overall best in sector 4. So 2 purples, sector 3, sector 4, and goes second. So this is Kato, Boyer, and Freddie Slater are the top 3.
Well, yeah, and Slater, having been what we thought was the absolute hero, as you say, down to third, and he's done one absolute best on this current lap. He's just gone across the timing line, doesn't improve, 216.742. So Freddie Slater not doing an improved lap there, and he's got time for one more. Yeah, the flag will be out the next time he comes across the line. We are now looking at less than a lap time left in the session as Enzo Delini goes up to 4th quickest at 217.016. But yeah, Taito Kato, a 216.412 is the best lap of the session. That is mighty. And don't forget that Kato as well is somebody that, although he has raced Formula Regional cars, the Japanese driver that racing under a French licence, he has not been a winner in the European Championship. He's not been here before. That's really impressive.
really is, yeah. An awful lot of time could be spent on a simulator running up to this weekend, but there's nothing like it. This is only a race circuit for 4 days every year. Freddie Slater has put in a personal in Sector 2. Mary Boyer has put in a purple overall best Sector 3. And Enzo Dellini has put in a personal, an overall best in Sector 1. So this is all to play for. And bear in mind, this is free practice.
Yes. Appetite whetted, isn't it?
Good, isn't it?
Freddie Slater, 2 absolute bests now. Enzo Dellini, as you say, the absolute best in Sector 1. That's going to be a real flurry of shuffling, I think, as the cars come over the timing line. The checkered flag is imminent. The army of marshals that are on the gantry are looking at the clock. And the flag imminent. Murray Boyer then now. He's going to be the first of the young drivers to take the flag because he's in the last sector, as you see. So let's see whether or not this is going to be an improvement. He's done 4 sectors, 2 have been improvements, 2 have not. So if you piece it all together, is it enough to put the Spanish driver to the top of the times? He goes through, and the lap time was slightly slower than earlier on. So no improvement for Boyer. Teo Nail goes up to 3rd on a 2:16.671. Here's Freddie Slater coming up to the line, Alan.
Certainly is. It's been a joy riding on board with Freddie Slater during this session as well. You see just how hard they work, and go second. So 2 overall best sectors, sectors 2 and 3, a personal best in sector 5. That all stitches together to give a lap time of 2:16.456, and that's good enough to be second after the end of free practice.
Enzo Dellini goes by, lost out in the last sector, so the lap was better at 2:16.731, 5th fastest. We need Kato, though, to come and take the flag yet. And Enzo Dellini's ultimate classification in that might depend on what comes out of the system and the outside assistance investigation. But Taito Kato, got to say, has been very, very impressive in that. This is one of the beauties of the Macau Grand Prix, but you have this circuit that which very few people have raced before, and it really is a leveller. But here's somebody that is new to the place and has adapted very well, and I think as he backed off in this last lap, his last sector was slightly down by half a second. He's hit something. That car's crabbing. He's hit something. Look at the suspension at the back of the car. The right rear is slightly out of kilter. Kato, having done an absolute best in sector 3, I reckon has brushed the wall there, and he's bailed. He's not taken the flag, as you see. He's come into the pit lane, but it's crab-like, isn't it? He's hit something.
Yeah, good spot. Very good spot indeed. That is the car that finishes free practice 1 for the FIFR World Cup. Top of the times, a 2:16.412, with a little bit of a question mark over the back of the car as it's rolled onto the weighbridge directly opposite our commentary box, just at pit lane entry. So the technical team roll the car on, it's weighed, they all step back, and those the weight of the car is taken, those bits of data taken at the technical check area at entry end of pit lane, and then it makes its way down pit lane. But yeah, a little bit of a question. I'm not sure we're going to find out the answer to that anyway, are we?
No, the ART Grand Prix team will have a look at it, but as I say, it looks as though he's brushed the wall, just slightly deranged the suspension. Well, I reckon that was a pretty good start to the day. I don't know about you.
What a great first toe in the water for cars on circuit for 2025. Absolutely superb. The Kia circuit is such a challenge and such a joy, such a treat for a driver to enjoy. Such a challenge as well. But that was ultra competitive in a non-competitive session.
And then back out again at 10 minutes to 4 local time for the first qualifying session, by which stage, of course, they'll have been able to have a think about this and look at some data and make 1 or 2 adjustments. The track will have more rubber down as well, so it's going to have a slightly different feel. Qualifying to round out the day for these cars is going to be mega.
Absolutely cannot wait. As David said, local time 10 to 4 this afternoon for the qualifying session, and that will be over 40 minutes as well. Confirmation of the times. It's Kato in car number 23, Taito Kato, with the top time at 2:16.412, and oh so close in second place, Freddie Slater. A joy to watch those onboard shots as the session went on. Mary Boyer the Spanish driver in 3rd place, car number 7, and the rest of the order all filed down. All of it really does count for nothing as far as the competition is concerned, but later on today that will change.
Yeah, one or two other drivers making their debut. The British driver Risa Seaworthen stepping up to Formula Regional, and a bit disappointing to Sanne Polin from Pivesac, double winner in Formula 3, a long way down. But you could argue that that wasn't the run plan to be a hero in that session. It was mileage, it was about learning. The heroics can come later on in the day. It's going to be fascinating, isn't it, at the end of the day, to compare the order of free practice with the order of qualifying and see who rose and fell accordingly.
I think we've already seen a few of the names that are going to feature over the course of the next 4 days already rising towards the top of the table, haven't we?
Well, Macau always throws up surprises, and Taito Kato being very impressive indeed as he tops the order then at the end of the first session of the day, and he tops the Macau Grand Prix FIA Formula Regional World Cup times by 44 thousandths of a second. And Freddie Slater looks at the data and thinks, where do I find 45 thousandths from then to be faster? Well, he can have a long think about that. We'll see what pans out for qualifying later in the day.
That's free practice complete for headliner the FIA FR World Cup. At the end of the session later on, set a best time of 2 minutes 16.412. Sorry, 4.2 was Taito Kato, the French driver, Japanese driver, French licence. Car number 23, and was picked up by Freddie Slater, number 11, in 2nd place. Best lap right at the end of the session. Top spot by before that, number 7 came home in 3rd place, the Spanish driver, in the Pinnacle Motorsport.
接下来要进行的就是澳门4级方程式的第一次练习。我们知道，在今年的72届格兰披治大赛车的比赛周末呢，总共是有4项 MIA 国际系列授权的世界杯级别的赛事，那包括有第8届的国际系列 GP 世界杯的比赛，还有中国几国国际系列 TCR 世界巡回赛的收官之战，以及首届，这是第一次哦，国际汽联 F4 级方程式世界杯的照片。
Formula 4 World Cup cars, 5 minutes to start a practice. Formula 4 World Cup cars, 5 minutes to start a practice.
还有5分钟，车辆将会上场。所有的参赛车手均来自于全球各地国家级 F4 标赛，取得顶级的成绩。他们必须要经过国际汽联 MIA 的选拔程序，才最终确定参赛资格。另外也是最大的一个挑战，就是他们今天所使用的所有 F4 的赛车都经过了统一的调教和设定这个维护，让车手使用的是完全一样的兵器，面对全世界最难的一条赛道，超过6个里程的东澳大赛道，超过20个弯角，有最快的速度，大直路，全球的状态，以及连续的多弯，狭窄的路段，最窄的地方只有7米。在这样的一种情况之下，他们到底能够做出怎样的表现呢？这是非常非常值得期待的。F4 比赛里面对于车辆是有非常有限制，包括有所有的车队在各个国家参加的 F4 比赛是不能做风洞测试的，也不能用赛车的模型来做风洞测试，所以基本上考验的就是年轻车手的技术。我们之前在介绍区域方程的时候，大家有提过 F4 的比赛对于很多年轻新手来说是从卡丁车进入到方程式赛车的第一步，所以这第一步非常。
So, the Macau Formula 4 race, cars about to take to the circuit. The FIA F4 World Cup cars really looking forward to this. The return of Formula 4 cars to the gear circuit here at Macau. They did us very well for a good few years, 3 years in total, just a few years ago from 2020 onwards. And this is going to be a slightly different way of doing it, because the cars are not run by lots of different teams. They're run from one central body. So with Formula 4 drivers coming from championships right the way around the world, this is going to be rather interesting. I think going to be one of the favourites of the weekend. David Addison is in the commentary box with me. We both absolutely loved Formula 4 cars around the gear circuit here, and this is the return, and very much what Macau is known for over the years, welcoming drivers competing in every corner of the globe in their own championship, and then coming together for this sort of end-of-term bash.
Yeah, I mean, Formula 4 has grown and grown globally and has become a very popular, very important stepping stone to get to Formula 1, or indeed international sports car racing these days. But it's a great entry-level single-seater category. It teaches drivers a lot because the cars do have aero, and it's great to have this first World Cup, because yes, you do get F4 races on occasion supporting a Grand Prix, let's say, and that draws the odd extra entry. We've had F at the FIA Motorsport Games, which gives you a global entry, but that is a biannual competition, so there hasn't been any edition this year. So the first ever Formula 4 World Cup with its FIA title comes to Macau. All the cars run by the Min Times company, which operates the Chinese F4 Championship. There's a lot of assistance being given by the FFSA, the French Sporting Federation, because they operate a similar system in France, where it's a single supplier championship. Everyone has the same car, engine, team. So you're assigned an engineer, and after that, off you go.
Yes, and it's also a very interesting area in the paddock, if you like, which is underground, isn't it?
Yeah.
Here at Macau, so it does get quite warm over the course of the week here at Macau. But all the engineers all sat together in one little area with laptops, etc.
Yeah, it's like looking at a school exam. They're all lined up. And get the right engineer, and you're going to be halfway there, I think, with this. There you can see the weather conditions. It's a little bit of a blustery day, but it's dry. It's not that sunny, but it's certainly not cold. You've got a number of drivers that come here with good pedigree. Number 3, for example, Thiago Rodriguez, returning to racing after a bit of a layoff, and he is a former Chinese champion. You've got Finn McLaughlin, this year's British champion. Alexandre Murnau's the French champion. Simon Zhang, who is the Chinese champion this year, Emanuele Olivieri, who is the Middle East champion, Gino Trapper, who is the Central European champion, and Kin Nakamura Berta, who is the Italian champion. So there are quite a lot of reputations here on the line.
It's really cool. When I first came along to Macau, I loved the idea that you had drivers competing then for the Macau Grand Prix with Formula 3 cars and coming from this championship, that championship, dotted all over the world. So you knew that you were dealing with top-line drivers and all competing to take this crown, which, you know, for many meant even more than winning their domestic championship over the course of a whole season. And this is what this race is going to be over the course of this weekend. It's going to find the supreme champion, if you like, in F4. So really, really looking forward to this.
We've had Formula Regional cars on track already, but these instantly look smaller. They're not as powerful, but physically they are narrower. And that's one of the reasons why we're looking forward to seeing them around here, because overtaking might be that little bit easier. Some familiar surnames: Behrman, Weldon. It's Thomas Behrman, the younger brother of Gordon Beagle and Sebastian Weldon, one of the sons of the late Dan Weldon. So, as I say, big names within the order, and some very successful drivers as well. And oh dear, drama for Finn McLaughlin by the look of it, who I think has ground to a halt coming out of the pit lane. Now, Finn McLaughlin, British F4 champion, is one of the drivers that comes here with a really, really good reputation and was, I think, one of the favourites. So why has that car ground to a halt? I don't think he's even got as far as Mandarin, has he?
It doesn't look like it, no, but the car is going nowhere and is unfortunately going to cause a little bit of a problem right at the start. The cars haven't even been able to get any heat into the tyres, really, have they? So this is a real problem for the start of Formula 4 cars.
So it looks as though race control are going to give him a little bit of time to see whether or not the car can fire up again. But if you look at the onboard shot you briefly had on the timing tower, Finn McLaughlin was still stationary, so he's going to try and fire it up. But the real question mark is to why it switched itself off. The car obviously was fired up to leave the pit lane, and then something has happened to cause it to grind to a halt. So at the moment we're still under a green flag. The officials will be keeping an eye on their extra pictures to see what, if anything, can be done, needs to be done to get the car out of the way. The red flag is shown, the session is stopped, so yeah, the car needs to be moved. So hopefully that means everybody can just come straight back into the pit lane. Now, if you worked with us earlier on in the day for Formula Regional, let's make the point, it's a free practice session, so the clock will continue to tick on down, and there is Finn McLaughlin's car stranded for mysterious reasons. I don't think he's hit anything. I was just looking at the right rear corner and wondering whether it was slightly tweaked out of shape, but I think he's okay. It looks as though that's some sort of mechanical drama that stopped him, and Finn McLaughlin will be absolutely furious.
So disappointing. This is massively disappointing because he's not going to be able to rejoin this session, is he?
I don't think so.
If they get the car back, it's had outside assistance to get back to pit lane and won't be allowed to rejoin, which is a huge back foot to be on for the rest of the weekend.
Fair play to Finn McLaughlin for doing what he's just done,
yes,
which was to straight away help the marshals to move the car. There's no tantrum, there's no prima donna attitude there. He is grown up enough to straight away help the situation and get the car off the circuit, so he deserves a bit of credit for that. The car has stopped before turn 2, so yeah, he's come out of the pits and it's just ground to a halt. These all Miguel M21 chassis, and the car being pushed to an access gate. So the first free practice session effectively is going to be half an hour, not 40 minutes, give or take.
What a good lad getting involved, stuck in and helping the marshals. Makes you quite proud, sort of representing the British Championship, the Vera Tools British F4 Championship, and the Vera Tools logo on his overalls as well. The overalls that he was competing in this year. So really good to see. Proud of that champion.
Yeah, and he was a good champion, wasn't he? Took hold of that title. 5 wins on his way to the championship. He really did rock it this year. And Finn McLaughlin getting that car off the circuit. And we hopefully will be back up and running before much longer. But I'm fascinated as to why it's crowned to a halt.
No, it's very perplexing and very disappointing as well, because as we've said when we were talking about the Formula Regional cars, if you've not been to Macau before, there aren't many opportunities. Doing it on a simulator is a joy. It's something that 20 years ago drivers didn't have the opportunity of doing that. The first time was when you open the pit lane and send you out on the gear circuit. Right, okay, well, enjoy, you know where it turns roughly.
Yeah, it's even half an hour.
But now they can prepare themselves beautifully, but there's nothing like being sat there. This is the opportunity that they get to do it. So I'm pretty sure that means Phil McLaughlin can't restart this session.
Yeah, you're right. You're looking there at Hyuho Lee, the South Korean driver who did a bit of karting in the UK and Spanish F4 most recently. So there's the car then now having been pushed towards a crane. And Finn McLaughlin getting off the circuit as well. So hopefully we can get the session underway as soon as. Number 3 there is Thiago Rodriguez, who 2 years ago, no, last year, in fact, drove in the Grand Prix, crashed out on the first lap and instantly said, I'm going to retire, and decided he would actually carry on racing after all in Formula 4, but he was hugely disappointed last year. There's the rather ungainly sight, Finn McLaughlin's car being lifted away. And we await the resumption then of the session as Kimi Chan waits for the green flag. He was a winner in Chinese F4, runner-up in the Chinese Championship. We are within a minute before things get back underway.
Good news, and they've not really been able to get heat into tyres. They're not really been able to do anything. They have a 40-minute session. The 2 single-seater categories this weekend have 40 minutes for these free practice sessions and for qualifying later on for the Formula Regional World Cup. But they've already eaten up 10 minutes just having this interruption in the session so early on in the day, which is disappointing. So this is pretty much as if we're getting the session underway for the first time for half an hour.
There is Emanuele Oliveira, the Middle East champion. And if you're wondering about the Audi connection, there was an Audi logo at the front. He is the godson of Dindo Capello, former Audi factory driver, Le Mans winner, and a driver that's raced also in Italian F4. Right, green lights on. So here we go again. This is the real start, I suppose, and we'll try and unravel what happened to Finn McLaughlin in due course.
It is.
He's on the back foot straight away.
Let's hope that they don't exert a little bit more oomph on this opening lap, because the tyres still need to be prepared and got up to temperature in the normal way. It's pretty much as if they haven't done anything at all in this session. So take it nice and easy. The Formula Regional cars were very circumspect, weren't they, when they first came out onto the circuit this morning? Something we compared to last year when they were maybe a little bit too ambitious on the outlap from pit lane, and it rather catches you out. Just to take it easy and build the temperature. You've got a long lap, you've got a 6-kilometre lap in order to get the heat into the tyres. There's plenty of time to do this.
There you see how the road tapers as you come towards Lisboa, with the curb jutting out, takes a lane away effectively, and then they swing their way through that right-hander. Really daunting corner that. You sit low in the car, you've got the barrier either side of you, and you just can't see the corner until it really is time to turn in.
But boy, is it good for overtaking.
Yeah, get it right. It's quite a move. It is quite a move, that's for sure.
It really is. That's one of the most exciting places on, certainly over the course of racing on Saturday and Sunday, where you really do see overtaking manoeuvres work and sometimes not work so well. It's then onto San Francisco Hill and the climb up into the tight and twisty section, which goes as narrow as 7 metres wide at the Macau hairpin, so really climbing up towards the lefts and the rights and the barriers either side. It's such a challenging circuit with pretty much every single feature that you would look for in a race circuit. It's tight, it's twisty, it's demanding, you need to be brave, and then the circuit opens out and goes wide, and you can achieve some incredibly impressive speeds around the gear circuit here at Macau. And that's why drivers love it. It's got everything.
19 cars we've got in the entry. It was 20, but Ethan Nobels had an accident in an F4 race last weekend and was a bit concussed, so he's not been able to take part. The car is here, and there was talk of another driver to replace, but that hasn't happened. So 19 cars and 18 in the session, given Finn McLaughlin's travails. So the drivers now getting a bit of temperature into tyres, coming down towards our bend, and we're about to see our first flying lap of the session commenced, and the pack headed over the line by number 51, the Japanese Brit Keen Nakamura Berta, who has a Japanese mother, a Slovak father. He was born in London, moved to Japan, and then back to London. So it's a truly international makeup for the Italian F4 champion. There he is, Keen Nakamura Berta, still trying to get the warmth into the tyres. Look, as much as break the toe that he's offering up to the car behind.
Just to go back for a very brief moment to the British champion, Finn McLaughlin, and that disappointing stoppage that he had. I've only just realised they're only out once today, aren't they? The Formula 4 cars only come out the once today. So all that waiting, all that anticipation, all that looking forward to, not even completed a lap. And now, tomorrow is an important day because they are out twice. They have free practice in the morning, so free practice 2, essentially that will be Finn's free practice 1, and then into qualifying in the early part of tomorrow afternoon. So today is, it's a write-off, isn't it?
Yeah, but look on the bright side, Finns can only get better. We'll swiftly
No, just let it breathe.
Oh, okay. So, flying lap, number 1 of the session, he says, battling towards the plot, with improved lap times starting, or improved sector time starting to be offered up, now that they're at a proper push. And Keen Nakamura Berta will be the first driver to offer up a target time. So, when we last had F4 here, I've got a feeling that was also a slightly weather-affected weekend, wasn't it? It was Arvin Lindblad who was the dominant driver 2 years ago when we last had F4 here. Down to the Macau hairpin, then comes Nakamura Berta, goes through the very tight first gear corner, speed building as he drops then down the hill through Black Sands. Hidden behind the barrier, but trust me, there's a Lamborghini dealership down the hill, and then you get to Fisherman's, and speed starts to build now as the road suddenly widens. Look, the cars flow right out to the wall on the outside and coming down towards the last corner. So Keen Nakamura Berta, a Formula Regional car, was doing a 2:16 by way of a flying lap time. These cars will, of course, get faster as the half-hour period continues, because we are going to see the cars get lighter and the drivers get braver. 2:33, the first offering, and already under investigation for an unsafe release. Number 26, Ryan Carretti, a race winner in the French Championship this season. Carretti goes briefly second, then Simon Zhang goes up to second fastest, but all of this a little bit academic on just the first flying lap.
Yeah, they are still really getting the cars fully up to temperature, and as we see the times settle their way down, we've got 26 minutes of this session, so although it's had that interruption early on to get Finn McLaughlin's car back, we've still got meaningful time out on circuit, so they don't need to push too hard too soon. They need to learn this circuit first of all, and I'm sure that the first time that you do a full lap around the gear circuit in a single-seater car for these young drivers, however many laps you've done on the simulator, the first time you actually hold your breath for quite a bit of this lap, you must really have to collect your thoughts after it, because there is not really too many circuits in the world like this.
You've touched on simulators. Yes, that's all an important part of it, but so too is a decent driver coach.
Yes,
there are one or two familiar faces in the paddock. Ari Bansal, for example, this year's GB4 champion, the British single-seater category. He's being guided, mentored, coached by Danny Watts. Now, Danny has raced here 13 times, so that's a wealth of experience that can be imparted. So it's all very well, yes, having these modern things like a simulator, but also being able to talk to somebody, be guided by somebody that's raced here and successfully so as well. That's important also.
so I'm glad you mentioned Danny, because he did make us giggle yesterday. We were chatting to him and he said so many people, you know, people that aren't involved in motorsport have not really too much knowledge about motorsport, ask him what he does, and he says, I'm a driver coach. And he said, what, you drive coaches? Apparently this is quite regular that Danny gets asked this.
He also now has a mental health not charity, but a business helping people with mental health issues. And well, they said we don't really want to have to help anybody. Inevitably we do, and something else that he's turning his attention to. Right, Keen Nakamura Berta has done the opening proper lap time, a 2:29.9. Emanuele Oliveri now has done a 2 minutes 30.8, and another little battle pack comes over the line, which includes the Chinese champion Simon Zhang, and Zhang gets elbowed back down the order to 5th, in fact.
It's a good guy, is Danny Watts, a great driver, former Renault champion, wasn't he, years ago, when I first got to know him, and he used to come in and sit in here in this very commentary box and opine his thoughts, and he was always very entertaining and very interesting, because he's a great driver.
Class winner at Le Mans.
Yes.
Just to make you feel old, his son is now doing Ginetta Juniors.
Worrying, isn't it? Yeah.
23 minutes are on the clock, and the order continues to shuffle as drivers learn and get more confident. Thomas Behrmann up to 8th fastest now, ahead of Gino Trapper. Sebastian Weldon, the American, is just ahead. And Sebastian Weldon there climbs up San Francisco Hill. Simon Zhang's just done an absolute best in the second sector, but there is Sebastian Weldon, who was a race winner in the Middle East Championship, and up the escape road has gone number 15. That is Yuzhe Wang. Keeps the engine running, tries to sort himself out.
Competed in 2 championships this year, Chinese F4 and Middle East F4 as well. It's an opportunity to compete around the globe in Formula 4, and the certification by the FIA is so important in the titles of these for one reason: make sure that cars around the world are run to the same specification and they can come together for an event just like this.
This is Weldon making his way now up from Moorish Hill, heading towards Donna Maria. Sebastian Weldon, who is affiliated to the Andretti Global concern, and of course his father raced twice at Indianapolis for the Andretti team, getting confirmation that Wang Yuzhe has rejoined the session.
Oh, that's good news. No need for another interruption in this session, because it is quite important to try and get into a groove here. And when you're learning a circuit like this, to do a lap after a lap after a lap and actually get into some kind of momentum is quite important. And sometimes, last year in particular, with the challenging weather that we had, it was more difficult to do. But if they can string 3 or 4 or 5 laps together, one after another, it becomes that much more meaningful, doesn't it?
And that escape road at Lisboa, by definition, is an important part of the racetrack, because sometimes we've seen drivers try and commit to the corner, either to make a move or be late on the brakes, and it hasn't worked. And rather than try and turn and hit the wall, they can jink left and sort out the drama without damage. Go up the escape road. That's what it's there for, so it's an important part of the racetrack. Keen Nakamura Berto, 2:27.7 to be the fastest. Seb Weldon has got up to third. Ryan Caretti up to fourth. Simon Zhang up to the top 6 now. Jules Roussel, an improver last time around. He did an absolute best sector 1. He was the runner-up in the French Championship, Jules Roussel. So yeah, some good names here. It's a really, really competitive field.
And once again, I'm reminded when we first saw the Formula 4 cars on the circuit a few years ago, just how right they look around this circuit. They look nimble around the corners. They're almost lost when the circuit becomes wide, which is great news for overtaking opportunities. They just really do suit the circuit.
You're looking at Gennaro or Gino Trapper, who was the Central European Zone champion this year in F4, the Argentine driver. He's also raced in the Spanish series. He drove in the FIA Motorsport Games F4 races at, where were we last year? Valencia. So he's an experienced F4 campaigner, and Trapper 7th at the moment. Jules Roussel has done his normal trick of being quickest, an absolute best in sector 1, an absolute best sector 2 for Keen Nakamura Berto, an absolute best in sector 4 now from this man Gino Trapper. So Trapper should be on for an improvement as he comes out of Fisherman's here up towards the end of the lap. 20 minutes on the clock just about.
We've just seen the cars threading their way around Melco hairpin, and although there is no overtaking allowed over the course of the whole weekend, there really isn't the opportunity to do so even if it were allowed. But the way you enter the Melco hairpin and the way you exit, therefore, the Melco hairpin is absolutely vital to setting up a really good lap. And they're just exploring those opportunities. You wouldn't think there was more than one route around the Melco hairpin, but there are.
And Trapper, third fastest at the end of that lap. So Gino Trapper going by and doing a 2:28.883. Oh dear, big drama there coming out of Fisherman's, one in the wall. And the session is stopped immediately. So against the barrier, debris on the racetrack. We'll try and work out who it is.
Alexandra Munoz.
It is Alexandra Munoz, good spot, who has hit the wall from 7th in the times, our second stoppage. Oh, and he's done quite a lot of damage to the front as well as the rear left corners. That barrier has had quite a whack.
And early on Thursday morning here at Macau, that's the first warning, isn't it? The Macau circuit can bite and bite hard. And the team are going to have to work hard on that car to repair the left-hand side of it.
So we've lost Finn McLaughlin even effectively before the session started. And now Alexandra Munoz with a lot of damage. And this is going to take a bit of recovering, because now everybody has to come to the pit lane. That's the sort of secondary hit, if you like, as he skims along the barrier. You can see the witness marks on the recticel where he's hit the wall coming out of Fisherman. And there's the second bang into the concrete. So that's a very, very broken car. And into the wall it goes again. So Munoz then out of the session, a lot of damage. And as I say, everybody has to come to the pit lane. Then marshals are allowed to go and deal with the incident, and then we can think about the resumption. But they're not going to have much time, maybe 10 minutes at best, I would propose.
I think you're right. We lost coming up to 10 minutes at the start of the session with the recovery of Finn McLaughlin's car, and I'll be keen to know what the problem was with Finn's car. It's very unfortunate that he's not been able to take part in this, because I was quite keen to see how the British F4 champion was going to compete on day one. We've got another day to look forward to tomorrow, and the cars will be on circuit twice tomorrow for FP2 and for qualifying as well. So he'll have to just get everything together and do it all in one day.
Just to go back to Alexandra Munoz for a moment, the driver that's caused this stoppage, he is this year's French champion, so he's another big name, like Finn McLaughlin, the British champion, on the back foot. Alexandra Munoz, only 16 years of age. This is another aspect to the F4 World Cup. You're talking about very young drivers.
very young drivers that are learning their skills at an earlier age now, aren't they? 16 years old and competing on a circuit like this.
Many can't drive on the road.
No.
But
no.
they can drive on these roads. They can't spray champagne on the podium because they're underage.
Yes.
But boy, can they be brave racing drivers.
It's incredible, isn't it? I wouldn't trust myself not to bump into the barrier running round the circuit. I must see. Yeah, well, I won't be getting up at 4 o'clock to do it, that's for sure. I don't think you will again, will you?
Not till next year.
No. Yeah. Only ever on day one.
Yeah, exactly. Too much of a good thing. So Munoz, depressingly, had just done an absolute best in the previous sector before he hit the wall. So he was absolutely on it. He'd done an absolute best and 2 personals. That should have been a ripper lap, but unfortunately, the wall leapt out at him. So now teams discuss with their drivers and see what, if anything, needs to be done before the session goes live once again. Number 61 there is Kimi Chan, runner-up in the Chinese championship. I think I said early on, everyone using the same base car and engine here. They're Miguel M21 F4 chassis. They've got the turbocharged 4-cylinder 1300cc Alpine engine in the back. And here the rest of the queue trickles into the pit lane.
Great cars as well, really cool cars, and also great to be on the FIA single-seater ladder as well with F4 cars. Certainly at the British Grand Prix at Silverstone this year, it was fabulous to see the National Championship, British F4, competing alongside FIA Formula 3, FIA Formula 2, and of course Formula 1 as well, all on the same category. I think the first time that's happened.
Correct.
Yeah.
I mean, it was to the spectators' eyes, obviously a very single-seater laden weekend, but absolutely clear that there's the talent ladder. So it was good racing. Salim Hanna was the dominant F4 driver. It's a shame he's not in this entry, the Colombian. Right, everyone down the pit road, but of course we need the car out of harm's way. Maybe the officials will want a quick look at the barriers just to make sure that they're okay, but I think the Recticel absorbed most of the hit. But that's going to be a car with quite a lot of damage to be repaired once the team get it back. 42 there, you can see, Emily Cotti. And Keen Nakamura Berta, the Brit, is at the top of the times on a 2:27.7. That's the best lap that he's done.
So once again, as we've seen already today, because we're having a free practice session, the clock will continue to count down. Under 13 minutes of this session remain now, and those vital minutes out on the circuit are ticking down in pit lane. So drivers get the chance to have a look at the live timing, have a chat to the teams as well, and our opportunity to see some of the cars for the first time as well. That's the car of Emanuele Oliveri, Italian F4 and Middle East F4 champion this year, down in pit lane. And a livery that we rather like for an Italian driver, because it looks like the colours of the Italian flag.
Yeah, Oliveri's second in the times, as you say, but he's 8/10ths down on Keen Nakamura Berta. That's number 87, you see Thomas Behrman, the brother of Ollie. And of course, Dad was a pretty decent club racer going back a decade or two in MGs. Had a very rapid MG-BG TV8. There is the recovery of Alexandra Munoz's car. And first of all, it's got to be jacked up by the look of it to get it off the wall and away so it can be then moved off the circuit. Recovery vehicle has not yet got to it, so we are going to be a good few minutes yet. Keen Nakamura Berta then, number 51, is the fastest, and we are under red flag conditions, as you can tell, and you can clearly see for why. Alexandra Munoz in the wall. So this is on board with Keen Nakamura Berta. You've gone out of reservoir down towards Mandarin, and speed building on this very fast open part of the circuit. And what looks to be a kink is a full-on corner here as you go through. Nakamura Berta not running too wide up towards the wall, but maybe as the weekend goes on and the confidence ups, he might be able to. And then look for a corner. It's coming up somewhere. Is there a gap in the arm coat? There it is. You find it and you've got to turn. And that is Lisboa.
Amazing corner, isn't it? I remember, because of course over the course of this weekend we've got motorcycles as well. Peter Hickman once said, motorcycle rider, that he couldn't see the corner and he had sunlight in his eyes, so he would get to a marker on the run down towards Lisboa and count and then turn in, because that's when the corner's going to be.
A breed apart, aren't they?
Incredible.
The other side of San Francisco Hill, going then through the section down towards Teddy Yip and the Solitude S's. Keen Nakamura Berta threads the car through the left, through the right, through the left, right again, dropping downhill. Slight rise as he comes through Faraway Hill, and then as the road flicks left again, eventually you get towards the harder braking at the bottom of Moorish Hill.
Real pinch point, that.
Yeah, coming up now. So slight climb, down through the gears, hard braking, back on the power. But run wide there and hit the wall and you cause absolute mayhem behind. Then up towards Donna Maria, where it just ever so slightly tilts you down to the left. Out the other side, and it's narrow on this section as well. Up towards the hairpin, hard on the brakes. Down to first gear. Back on the power to just kick the back of the car around the hairpin. And then speed building all the way down here through Black Sands.
This is the lovely moment when the circuit opens up and the cars can really properly stretch their legs down through Black Sands, and the right-hander at Fisherman's Bend on towards the final bend, which is our bend, and the completion of a lap of the gear circuit here at Macau, this wonderfully historic circuit at Macau. Absolutely wonderful circuit.
Yeah. Past the permanent building on the left, over the timing line. Keen Nakamura Berta then a 2:27.776, the best lap of the session.
I think that building was built for the 60th anniversary of the Macau Grand Prix, in the familiar yellow and black colours, the corporate colours of the Macau Grand Prix. We've got notification that we'll be back underway here at 10:42 local time, so very, very soon I think we're going to see a green flag and get things back underway.
Yeah, Marshall's scurrying off the track, so the race director, the British official Simon Nana Pragazam, is happy to let the cars go, and everybody pretty much on their toes, ready to get back out. There are the engineers ready to release the cars, and we are about 4 seconds or so now away from that green flag. You can see the countdown, 2, 1, go. Lights go green, and 8 minutes then on the clock to round out the session.
Here we go then, just under 8 minutes of this session remain for the Macau Formula 4 race, the FIA F4 World Cup Free Practice 1. 2 interruptions in this session so far, and hopefully we can run green all the way through to the checkered flag in the first free practice session. If you are just tuning in, Phil McLaughlin, the British F4 champion, his car ground to a halt before even completing one lap out of the pit lane, so he's not getting these vital laps around the circuit to set up a nice 4 days for the Macau Grand Prix week, but you have absolutely no doubt he'll be working hard behind the scenes to make up for that. And then already we've got a car which has gone off, because that's Itsuki Sato.
You can see the tyre mark, so he's stood on the brakes, but he's arrived there a little bit too rapidly, and now he needs to try and hook reverse gear, and there's going to be a very, very audible groan in race control, because they'll be thinking, oh no, if he can't get the car going, we're going to have to stop the session again to let Marshall go on the track to help him out. So it looks as though Sato...
It's not dug in there, is it?
No, he just can't find reverse gear.
Can't find reverse gear.
So race control will give him time. They got the time because it's a long lap, and it's only an out lap anyway, but to do that on an out lap, it's a little bit undercooked, isn't it?
So for you mentioned Simon Nana Prograsam, who is here officiating here. His first Macau, so it's nothing like in at the deep end, is it, for single-seaters with Formula Regional cars first of all this morning, and then Formula 4 cars as well. And the good news is the car has got going, so we have a green flag down at Lisboa. That is really good news. There was a reverse gear in there somewhere. It was just a question of finding it.
Sighs of relief all round,
I should say.
So, yeah, 2 drivers then, Formula 4 champions of the season, not taking any further part in the session. McLaughlin and Munoz, the 2 that we have lost. And car's gone straight on at the Macau hairpin now. So for an outlap, this is rather chaotic. And that car needs to somehow sort itself out and get going again, but needs to wait for everyone to go streaming past first of all. Yellow flag turn 19 is confirmed while that car is at the escape road. So end of the lap, and the first driver to break the timing beam and go on to a flyer is number 68, Emanuele Oliveri. Whether or not he's going to be able to get onto terms with Nakamura Berta before the end is slightly dependent on all these yellow flags.
Yeah, it's been a tricky restart, hasn't it, for that opening lap. 2 little incidents on the outlap from pit lane. This is Oliveri. Good-looking car, that, isn't it, in the colour scheme? That's really smart. Currently second. Car number 68 down towards the right-hander at Lisboa. One of the iconic views, isn't it, running into that corner. And then San Francisco Hell on towards Maternity and the start of the tight and twisty section of the gear circuit here at Macau.
Yeah, you climb the hill, you go past the hospital on the left-hand side, you've got people's apartments that loom over you, and the familiar wall there on the outside as Oliveri avoids it, drops down the hill. And we've now got a yellow flag at turn 2, and that's not good because turn 2 is Mandarin and another red flag. I fear there's going to be a car in bits because if you go off there, you've hit the wall, and there is a car. Now, it's not turn 2, that's coming out of Lisboa up towards San Francisco, isn't it?
It is.
So between 3 and 4. But it was, we were told, turn 2. The session will not be resumed because we don't have enough time to get people back in the pits and get going again. So with 3.5 minutes on the clock, effectively, session is done. Now, Alan spent much of yesterday researching liveries. Who's that car? 15 it is. So Wang Yuzhi, wide coming out of Lisboa, skims the barrier, and that's that.
It is, yeah, and a quick decision by race control not to resume the session. It's been a little bit of a challenging session, hasn't it? They haven't really been able to properly get into a groove for any meaningful lap after lap after lap, but unfortunately it was just a little bit too much to ask, wasn't it? Too much going on that restart lap, and that one just being the final straw, really. So for car 15, driver out, and now the marshals can wait for the word from race control that they can get to work in the recovery of the car, which can happen pretty quickly. They've got quite a lot of recovery equipment down there at Lisboa and San Francisco, because there are quite a few incidents over the course of 4 days here at Macau, so they can get that car dealt with quickly enough. But if you bear in mind the clock has continued to count down, and it's only just over 2 minutes of the session remaining. That's it. That's it for free practice 1, and that is it for F4 for today. Yeah,
and in the case of Finn McLaughlin, not a lap turned. In fact, not a corner turned, really.
Really sad.
Coming out of the pit lane. So it's going to be very interesting indeed to see how people like he and Munoz fare over the rest of the weekend. So yeah, F4 World Cup free practice 1 at an end. Session done and dusted, as the clock will hit 0 as they make their way to the pit lane with the red flag because of this car of Wang Yuzhi in the wall down at Lisboa. So Keen Nakamura Berta tops the times from Emanuele Oliveira and then Gino Trapper. Simon Zhang 4th, Seb Weldon 5th, Ryan Caretti 6th. And as Alan made the point, a number of drivers not really being able to get into a proper rhythm. That takes us back to a conversation we seemingly kept having to have last year when it was relevant to Formula Regional
That was a
drivers.
real frustration,
Yeah.
wasn't it, last year? Yeah.
However, we are where we are with the stoppages. So, free practice completed. Keen Nakamura Berta is fastest. 0.8 of a second the margin over Emanuele Oliveri. Gino Trapper third from Simon Zhang, Seb Weldon and Rayan Carretti. Alexandra Munoz seventh before he put the car in the wall and calls the second of the 3 red flags. Alan's keeping score of all this. 8th, Jules Roussel ahead of Ari Bansal and Tom Behrman rounding out the top 10. Rintaro Sato from Itsuki Sato, the unrelated Sato's 11th and 12th. Emily Cotti 13th from Thiago Rodriguez. Then Wang Yuzhe 15th, causing the 3rd red flag. 16th fastest in the end, Marcus Chung, ahead of Kihu Lee, Kimi Chan, Finn McLaughlin, not doing a time.
everybody, ni hao, welcome to the Kumo FIA TCR World Tour. We are here where icons have made history around the streets of Macau at Circuit de Guia. We've got 17 cars getting ready to head out for free practice 1 ahead of what is likely to be a very challenging and very fun weekend. So 17 cars, we've got our usual mix of our TCR World Tour drivers. In the mix, Pepe Oriola, who is behind the wheel of the third GOAT racing car. Also, let's welcome to the field Max Hart, who is just helmet on, getting in behind the wheel, getting ready to head out for free practice 1. So Max has got a rather good history around the streets of Macau, and I'd quite like to find out exactly what it takes to take a win here. While we're waiting for him to get ready to have a little chat, let's not forget that this is where the title showdown comes down. 34 points split Jan Erlaché and Ted Bjork. Ted won here last year. Jan has yet to win. Add that to his list of accolades. He'll be trying to do that this weekend. But you are someone who has history of winning here. Not the easiest of places to win though. Welcome to the TCR World Tour field. Are you ready, Max?
Oh, I'm getting ready. I'm in no rush here. I'm back at the pack, so I'll have a little bit of time. But yeah, as you were saying, I love Macau. It's an extraordinary place. I absolutely love it. I have a bit of good history here, I guess, but I've got some redemption that I need to get over the line this year after a bad year last year. So yeah. I'm really looking forward to getting out.
Good. We look forward to seeing how that pans out for you, Max. You carry on getting ready. Right, all the fun about to begin. Let's get ready. Free practice 1, free practice 2 today, qualifying tomorrow, and the races. Race 1, race 2 over the weekend. Oh, we've still got a minute or so. In that case, let's have a quick word to Pepe, who's behind the wheel. Sorry, Pepe, I'm just going to ruin. There you go. It's very nice to have you behind the wheel again. Is there something for you about redemption back in Macau, or is it that you just were itching to get back around these streets?
Hello, Alexandra. Yeah, nice to be back in the race car. Macau is always special, so really looking forward to enjoy the experience. Different than other times because I'm not playing for anything. My life is not to be a professional driver looking for a contract next year, so I'm going to try to enjoy the maximum, and let's see how it goes.
I look forward to seeing how it goes. Well done. Best of luck, Pepe. I'll let the grown-ups do that. Yeah, okay, so like I said, Jan Erlaché and Ted Bjork, they're the two to keep an eye on this weekend. This is the title showdown. There's 34 points that split them. Everything to play for. The gloves are very much off. There's no team orders, of course. It really is coming down to the battle between the two of them. As we know, in Macau, the most important session will be qualifying, but today's free practice 1, free practice 2 is really to try and get the best set up so that they absolutely nail that qualifying session. No other news for you right now. Look forward to seeing how this free practice 1 goes, and then we'll have a bit of a roundup after. I shall hand you over to the commentators. Enjoy!
Green flag is ready to be shown then to get the cars out on track for this first free practice session for the Kumo FIA TCR World Tour event of Macau. It forms the Macau gear race, and it also, of course, is the championship showdown as well between, as you've been hearing, Jan Erlaché and Ted Bjork. 34-point split. When we get to qualifying, we have to factor in the points there for the top 6, starting on the 15 basis for pole position, but we'll worry about that, as I say, when we get to qualifying. First up, they have this free practice session, a bit of data to try and bring back. David Anderson and Alan Hyde are trackside. The cars then in the holding area, ready to be released out onto the circuit with the Lincoln Coes at the head of the pack. And as you've been hearing, Pepe Oriola making a very welcome return. Max Hart, very much a late entry, but it's great to have him on the grid. It's a slightly smaller entry, perhaps, than we've had in recent seasons. That might, therefore, take some of the chaos out of it and give us 2 really good races without fear of interruption.
When you say last-minute call-up for Max Hart, it couldn't be more last-minute. Just enough time to get a flight over and to get himself ready to be in the car. And the car was wrapped yesterday in the colour scheme. and he only got here yesterday, so a really last-minute call-up. But imagine what you'd be doing. You've got plans for the weekend, you're going to be doing this and that, and then you get the phone call saying, do you want to go over to Macau? Yeah, why not?
Yeah, okay.
Can you pack me a bag? And I think it was a question of that. Max he got his girlfriend to pack a bag for him while he ran around doing all the other things. Just incredible, and it's super to have him here. He's the 2023 winner of the Macau Touring Car Cup here at Macau, so he really does have a good pedigree. And last year was, bad last year. There is unfinished business for Max this weekend.
Yeah, he's been a race winner in the European Championship this season, but it's good to have him here as you go on board then with Ted Bjork, who needs a good free practice to be in a good place for qualifying, because he desperately needs every point he can get. 34 does sound like a lot, but then there are 75 available. So actually 34 isn't quite the deficit you might think.
I always thought that it was such a challenge for any driver to come to Macau for the final rounds of a championship, and particularly in touring cars, which is known around the Macau circuit to be pretty challenging and sometimes a little robust as well. But to have championships decided here in Macau, wow, you've got to be on top of your game.
Yeah, absolutely. And the way that Ted Bjork is attacking this, he's managed to get everybody else and put the road to himself, which is a savvy idea, because you don't want cars around you. You want to be able to have as much of the circuit to yourself as you possibly can. All the engineers then staring at data, looking at the pictures. This is the championship opposition. This is Jan Elhaché, the nephew of Ivan Moller, but Mum Kathy raced here in the 80s in the Formula 3 Grand Prix. And Jan Elhaché yet to win at Macau, as Alex Legui was saying. The opposition, though, to the Lincoln Co's comes from the Hyundais that had a pretty bad start to the season. They rather struggled with the altitude in Mexico, so they've been on the back foot ever since. But around here, don't rule out the likes of Norman Nikolic, Nestor Girolami, or Michael Ashkener, who's had a really tough season. Elhaché then up towards the line. As it goes through, that winner in Valencia, in 2 of the races there. He also had a win in Villarreal, and more recently at Zhuzhou. So 4 victories for Jan Elhaché over the course of the season. His championship rival won the opener in Mexico. He won 1 at Villarreal and had a 3rd win at Inji in round 15. So 4-3 in terms of victories, Elhaché over Ted Bjork.
Always look incredibly smart, don't they? The liveries on the Lincoln Co's, each car identifiable from the different colours on the wing mirrors, with Jan Elhaché with the pink wing mirrors over the course of this weekend. Easy to identify, little flashes on either side of the car. It doesn't take long for them to get things up to temperature. They really do push the tyres, don't they, on that outlap to be able to push on the first lap out on in earnest in this free practice session. Free practice 1, they get free practice 2 this afternoon as well, and then tomorrow they go into qualifying, and Saturday qualifying race, Sunday the gear race of Macau.
But they also have that split qualifying, so half an hour Q1, and then the top 12 go into the second period for 15 minutes, and the grids are based, the first race is the normal order, like the natural order, and then race 2 is based on the top 10 being reversed. So if you're 10th in qualifying for the second race, unless you get a grid drop penalty or anything sustained in the first race. And the races can be elongated here to 12 laps if there's a safety car, so they get a little bit more grace if the races are interrupted.
So clear lap this actually, just watching him around this lap. No traffic behind, no traffic in front. Very clear circuit at Macau, which is not something you can say very often, is it? Because once you get into the realms of qualifying and race as well, you get everything bar a clear lap around the gear circuit. So this is something to savour for Jan Elhaché. It's going to be our first benchmark time as well, just waiting to complete the final sector, and find out what the benchmark time is going to be from Yann Lachey. It's a 2:32.164, top of the times for Yann Lachey.
Well, we know the cars in qualifying trim, and we're not there yet, can do 2:27s. I know there's no such thing as a qualifying lap record. That record can only be set in the race, but the best qualifying lap ever around here, a 2:27.966 from Norbert Michelisz, but we are a long way from that as yet. It's a different run pattern free practice to qualifying. That gives you an idea of what the cars could be capable of. There, going over the timing line then, is Marc Minhard, and that puts him 4th fastest. So it's Lachey from Santiago Urrutia. One driver that was on the original entry, but sadly has withdrawn, Dusan Borkovic, who was the winner of the gear race last year. He's done a part season, but sadly isn't back to defend the gear race title. So Lachey, Michelisz, and then Losing up to 5th fastest, go back 3 years ago. He had a huge accident, didn't he, in the local TCR race, but a quick driver, Losejo, and I think he's going to be a factor because he's got good track knowledge and he's very competitive. Number 281 going through Lisboa. We've also got representation from the Australian Championship that's had a rather torrid season numerically. Ryan McMillan and Josh Buchan are 2 drivers to watch from that, and Josh Buchan has been an outright race winner in the World Tour this year. He won the first of the 3 races at the Inja circuit. On board with Lachey, and he has done 2 personals and 1 absolute best so far, but there's a bit of traffic up the road now.
Yeah, there is. We're looking at the lap times as well for Mikuláš Kronert, who has gone purple in the first 2 sectors, so overall best in the first 2 sectors, then a personal best in sector 3 as well. But this is early days in this session, and it is only half an hour in duration. The 2 single-seaters free practice sessions that we've had so far have been over 40 minutes, so it being free practice, the clock does continue to count down, so to have an interruption in a half-an-hour session, if you bear in mind how long the circuit is, the outlap from pit lane to get things up to temperature, if they can possibly complete this without an interruption, that will set everybody else up for a much better weekend, in particular going into this afternoon's free practice 2 and tomorrow's qualifying as well.
Norbert Michelisz then making the run down towards the end of the lap, currently 3rd fastest. Trackman focused then on the dash, comes over the timing line, goes up to 2nd fastest then, does Norbert Michelisz. The trackman is there not because he doesn't know where he's going, but if somebody says, well, there's a yellow at turn 5, you can quickly look at that and know exactly what part of the circuit is being referenced. Michelisz has been on the podium here 5 times, won in 2023 and champion in 23 and 24. But a tough season this year for him.
Yeah, so he'll have good memories of Macau, claiming the title, the World Tour title for TCR twice here at Macau. And for so many touring car drivers on the world stage, they remember this gear circuit so well for being the scene that they are crowned champions. Remembering Andy Brio excelling here for many, many years at the final meeting of the year. Might not have come into the final meeting as the top driver, but certainly emerging after a good weekend at Macau as a champion once again on the world stage. So it's iconic circuit for the touring cars on the world stage.
Esteban Guerrieri at the escape road at Lisboa, bonnet up and worried faces for Nestor Girolami's team. So now Guerrieri needs to get the GOAT Racing Honda back in the right direction. This is where you discover how limited amounts of lock there can be on a race car. And Guerrieri's trying to do the 3-point turn as well as keep the engine going. So far, so good. And he will be able to set off, and when there's a gap in the traffic, he can rejoin.
Some pretty impressive engineering names in touring cars on that football, isn't there? Very impressive indeed. As the teams look on, they have obviously data and also the timing screens in the live television pictures, and the notification coming from car 186 has rejoined, so that's good news for Guerrieri. Mr. Guerrieri, the Argentinian driver, it's back on circuit. It's Ascona. We said to look out for Ascona. Ascona with the top time at the moment, 2:33.53 for Michael Ascona in the number 196 car, the one we're looking at now, the Hyundai, and about to complete another lap.
With 10 minutes of the session completed then, as Michael Ascona now makes the run down towards our bend. We just had Martin Haar go up to 5th, then he decided to go back down the order. Right, over the timing line goes Ascona, and he is fast to 30.353, the best lap time. And this is going to explain what happened to Esteban Guerrieri. So riding on board as he comes down towards Lisboa and realises he's not going to make the corner, goes on the escape road, and then tries to sort himself out from there. But I think that was pure and simple, arriving and outraging himself.
That's a great description of what you said, that you don't have much of a turning circle inside the car. You saw the full width of the escape road, and he turned the wheel. Not a great deal happened, did it?
Totally.
Multiple point turn to get the car turned around and get it back on circuit, which fortunately it did.
Michael Ascona, after a very tough season, he's only had one win. He's absolutely flying at the moment. He is top by a 10th from Jan Elake, so Hyundai ahead of Lincoln Co. And then you got Mikulich ahead of Santiago Urrutia to be 3rd and 4th. Urrutia, another of the Lincoln Co drivers these days. Guerrieri, by the way, is circulating again. He's just gone over the timing line.
We've spoken about many of the drivers that have been on the world stage in touring car racing for many years. One of them, Ted Bjork, of course. He second in the championship. One of the two drivers competing. He's down 9th place at the moment with 4 laps completed. It is only free practice, but it will give us insight into what to look forward to tomorrow with the 2 free practice sessions today.
Big lock-up from Ascona getting up towards Donna Maria. There's a yellow flag at turn 19 as well, towards the end of the lap. So Ascona pressing on. Yeah, Ted Bjork. Oh dear, Ascona getting ever more toey. Throws the back of the car up against the guardrail coming out of the Macau hairpin. Ted Bjork winning as long ago as 1999. He was Nordic Formula 3 champion, so he is a veteran racer these days, but a very successful one. Number 69 is the car that has caused that most recent yellow by clouting the barrier. That is Andy Liang's Hyundai. He's the slowest in the session anyway. But turn 19 barriers have been assaulted by him. So there's a yellow in that 4th sector. Whether or not he's able to get going, we will find out. But for the moment, the session remains live. Ted Bjork's just pitted, incidentally.
We heard from him before this session, that late call-up. He's down there in 10th place at the moment. So that's not too bad, is it? First few laps completed on the gear circuit, bearing in mind 1 week ago probably had planned a nice weekend, popping up to the shops and good things nice and local, and then all of a sudden finding himself in a race car.
The other one to keep an eye on is Pepe Oriola. We heard from him before the session started as well, but Oriola, who's the red flag is being shown because the car can't be removed seemingly. Pepe Oriola hasn't raced since 2023, and the last time he was at Macau was 2018. So the Goat Racing team manager put into the car for the weekend, but he's a little bit race rusty. So it is the car of Andy Liang that has hit the barrier, and that's why this session has been stopped. Not had a shot of how bad the damage is, but clearly trying to get the car out of harm's way. So, oh, there he is, in fact, just hidden at the Macau hairpin. Looks, he's gone straight on. I would offer you that that's probably more mechanical than having hit something, because he's way off the line.
He is, yeah.
And it's not a place really that you're going terribly quickly. Unless he's had a big moment earlier on coming out the top of the rear and he sort of rattled his way there. Can't see any time marks to suggest that.
It's a very bright car, that. So, tangerine and black colour, so it's just spot it there in that little corner up at the Macau hairpin. So it needs to be recovered to get things back on the way. But it's also an opportunity, you can see, for Leo Oriola's car to have a couple of little tweaks to the setup. Teams can get to work on that, cooling the engine down. There's leaf blowers. Everybody else onwards and inwards into pit lane, but the important thing about this is that the clock will continue to count down, and we talked about that during the single-seater sessions for Formula Regional and for F4 as well so far this morning. And they had 40 minutes, so it was maybe less damaging to the session that we had recoveries to be required. This is only half an hour, yeah, so true. This really is eating into the session now.
So the cars coming down the pit lane, including Yann Lachet, with whom you ride, and the teams will do whatever needs doing before the cars head back out onto the circuit. Now I'm hoping, therefore, that Andy Liang's cars can be moved fairly swiftly. So we will find out there. They think the code's going back into position.
Certainly they're well equipped with, I was going to say, well equipped with cranes down there. They certainly are, and what a mighty bit of kit as well it is that is able to lift the 69 car up.
So Ashkan, Lachet, Mikulish are the order. Let's go to Alex.
Thought I'd have a quick word to Esteban, who we saw struggling with his turning circle a minute ago. Firstly, Esteban, little birdie told me that you were a bit poorly yesterday, so I'm checking how you're feeling now and also what you've learned out there so far, other than your turning circle.
Yeah, hello everyone. Yeah, I am feeling a little bit under the weather, like in English say. Yeah, with some sore throat and a bit of flu. But yeah, taking some medicines, hopefully yeah, it's getting better. Yeah, out there it's exciting, nice as always to catch up with the rhythm of Macau. Tricky, every time you go out there it's tricky. So I was already straight in Lisboa once with front locking. So yeah, trying to catch the rhythm, and then now we go for a new tire run to get up to pace.
Just before you head back out, Eve, just come around here, cameraman, come around here. Esteban, tell us about this picture on your car door.
Yeah, that picture is from Milo. Milo was, before leaving, it was the first time he wrote something, and he wrote, I love you. So I told him I take it with me and I put it in the car. So yeah, it's a nice way to keep them close.
I love that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Esteban.
So the artwork inside the car from Esteban Guerrieri's son, and the session is due to get back underway in about a minute and a half's time. That is to be confirmed, but that's the first option from the race director. A bit of work going on under the bonnet of one or two. One session will restart on a short call. In other words, as soon as we can go, we'll go. So get on your toes, everybody. And there you've got the crane dropping the car of Andy Liang back down to earth.
It is a mighty bit of kit, that, isn't it?
It is. I could have done with that to pick me up yesterday when I ran around the circuit getting to the hairpin. I was flagging by then.
I'm not surprised.
So
look how many people are here.
I was going to say how busy it is. Yeah, exactly. It's great to see.
Super, absolutely super. The grandstands are immense here at Macau.
Yeah,
absolutely immense.
Where we are, overlooking the start and finish area, the grandstands in front of us, but down on the outside of Turn 1, and even more so at Lisboa, where there's always a great atmosphere.
Yes.
Talk to some of the photographers that go down there, and they say it's always a great atmosphere on the build-up to a race, because everybody can see the big screen, see themselves, and the atmosphere builds. Here, though, tension is built, and the green flag is waved, and we're back up and running with 10 minutes on the clock in FP1 for the Kumho FIA TCR World Tour event of Macau Gear Race practice session, we're back underway as Pepe Oriola then ushers the GOAT Racing Honda down pit road.
Much more experienced drivers, of course. Many of these drivers have competed here at Macau many times, and when we've had these sessions resumed this morning for the single-seaters for the FR World Cup and for the F4 World Cup, many of the drivers have not been here before, so we were sort of slightly nervous about how much they were going to push on during this this outlap. Hopefully we're not going to see that from the touring car drivers, because maybe a little bit more experience of the gear circuit and how you have to respect it to get the cars back up to temperature. That wasn't too long to wait down in pit lane though, was it?
No, no indeed.
Which is good news.
And again, these drivers, as you say, they are experienced. Those that have been to Macau know the difficulties that can come, and their engineers will be the calming voice on the radio. The Cooper going through, Aurelian Comte, one of the drivers we need to keep an eye to. 107 there is the SP Competition, Sylvain Poussier's team, run car, and Aurelian Comte then down towards Lisboa. 9 minutes on the clock. It was here last year, wasn't it, that we had a track blockage and a stoppage in the first race. But hopefully with a slightly smaller grid this year, things like that could be avoided.
Ashkona is top of the times in this first free practice session of the weekend for the TCR World Tour. 2:29.971 is the time for Michael Ashkona so far, and Jan Elaché, championship leader, heading into this final meeting of the year. Currently second, Normi Mikulits, the champion for the last 2 years, currently third. Santiago Urrutia is fourth, and Martin Clark and Leslie Ho completing the top six. Tim Hill comes into this weekend second in the championship on the journey to this final meeting of the year. Coming down there in ninth and into the top 10 is the late call-up driver Max Hart, 1:08. So they now continue to thread their way around the top parts of the circuit, get heated with tyres, and also get maybe pick perfect track position as well, letting someone through and slotting in behind to get the ideal position on track for this remaining 7.5 minutes of the session. And that's Jan Elaché, 1:68, championship leader, on board with Jan Elaché.
And he's half a second down on Ashkona right now, so Elaché is in the mix. Threads the car down towards Lisboa. You see how narrow it is even through the corner. Short straight, turns right at San Francisco, climbs the hill now. And again, Elaché with good track positioning here has put himself pretty much in splendid isolation over the brow, but then he's got to still keep going left and right, turning his way then up towards Maternity, which is here, and then down towards Teddy Yip and on towards the Solitude S's.
I find it hugely anxious being on board in a touring car around the gear circuit. You see the amount of input that they're having to do into the work, the corrections, the constant corrections.
He sits in third gear, fourth now, speed building, down a gear, goes left through Faraway Hill, down towards Moorish. Hard on the brakes, dives downhill, sharp right, back on the power. Brakes early though, because this is another very tight, almost 90-degree right-hander coming from Moorish Hill up towards Donna Maria now.
Into the left-hander, the long left-hander at Donna Maria. And then downhill towards the no overtaking zone at the Melco hairpin. Very tight and demanding Melco hairpin with the touring cars, winning their way around here. As with the GT cars a little bit later on. It's no mean feat to get the cars threaded around that Melco hairpin.
Right, now this lap from Elaché has got two absolute bests in it, so it's been a good one. Making you nervous, but it's been a good one. Although he's a little bit wide there, isn't he, coming through Fisherman's? So Elaché up towards the end of the lap. You can see how the sectors of Elaché, Björk and Mikulic all stack up against one another as Jan Elaché threads the car now through Arben. stand up towards the timing line. He's got to do something to get him into the 2:29s, really, to put himself in the mix against Ashkana, and he comes over the timing line now, and El Aché does a 2:30.4. So, yeah, the last sector did rather unravel.
But Ted Bjork has done well. Norby Mikulec goes top, 2:29.964. Ashkana, therefore, down in second, 2:29.971. And Mr. Girolami is there in third place. Jan El Aché in fourth place. Ted Bjork got right up the order, but everybody gets better. So Esteban Guerri goes up into fifth place. Ted Bjork is now up into sixth place. So the driver second in the championship heading into this weekend. Norby Mikulec, top of the times, 2:29.964. Car 105 minutes. Into the lane. Mr. Girolami third, and Jan El Aché presses on and has just gone purple in sector 2. So not a personal best in sector 1, but El Aché has gone overall best in sector 2 now, and that's the return to pit lane of Michael Ashkana. Being pushed back in pit lane. We've only got just under 4 minutes of this session remaining.
I was wondering whether that might be it, but Jan El Aché is still out there. Now, 2 absolute bests done this time around. As he comes towards Moorish Hill and accelerates up towards Donna Maria. And again, he's got the road to himself. It's quick, it's neat, it's tidy. He goes through that long left, straightens the car out now. Narrow part of the racetrack anyway, down to the very, very narrow Melco hairpin. He see what he does at the end of sector 4, which is where the speed starts to build. So it's the fourth sector starts slow and then speeds up, and he doesn't improve there. So it's another up and down kind of a lap this from Jan El Aché. The Lincoln Co. accelerates again down towards Fisherman's. A little bit wide here on that previous lap. This time around then, El Aché, the 2015 French Super Tourism champion, 2021 World Touring Car champion, looks good. He comes down towards our bend, and the championship leader then accelerates up towards the timing beam. The last lap that he did was a 2:30.7, and that's the quickest of the session of anybody at 2:29.510. So Jan El Aché puts himself at the top of the times, and significantly, Ted Bjork, championship leader, is only sixth. Very much now advantage El Aché.
Shows you how significant sectors 2 and 3 are. We saw it earlier on for single-seaters. You can set the world alight in sectors 1, 4 and 5, but if you do in sectors 2 and 3, then you can end up running right up the order, exactly like Jan El Aché has just done, and go to the top of the times. 2:29.510, and we only have 2 minutes of the session remaining. Mikulec in second place. He's just completed sector 1, has done a personal best in sector 1. Ashkana is coming out of pit lane, so just a very brief pit stop for Michael Ashkana, and has just left pit lane, has completed sectors 1 and 2. And Esteban Guerri is currently in fourth position and is on sector 2 as well. Quite interested to see how Max Hart does. He's coming down there in 12th.
But he's improving on this lap, just done a good first sector.
Yes,
Esteban Guerrieri was being a bit hesitant there as he went through maternity, but maybe that's all part of the plan. That Pepe Oriola's session pretty much done. He is in the pit lane. Michael Ashkana did go back out, incidentally.
Yeah, just on his out lap now.
So get the heat out of the engine, get the blower on to cool the car down. Pepe Oriola getting the rust off. Carpe diem, it says on the side of the car. He has done exactly that by getting himself to 9th fastest. Season day.
This lap for Jan El Aché, not even a personal best in sectors 1, 2 or 3. So is it this lap into pit lane? Fancy it might be. 2:29.510. Jan El Aché, championship leader, top of the times thus far, and less than 1 minute of this session to go. That's Max Hart there, and you have to be brave in these touring cars on that section, don't you?
Yeah, Esteban Guerrieri, I think we've seen going slowly earlier, and it does look like he's backed out of it, so that made Max Hart's life a little bit easier. He was able to get past the slightly slower car. But you're right, you do have to be brave. The flag is imminent, so Max Hart's going to take the flag this time. Others, I suspect, may well bail if they'll have the information on the display in the car. If they're not up on sectors, they might bail and come straight into the pit lane. Norbert Mikulic has just gone through, but he goes slower. This is Ted Bjork. The flag is out. Erlacher has pitted. What's Bjork going to do? Well, he's just started his last lap of the session, in fact. So Ted Bjork down to 7th in the times. He's done a 2 minutes 30.7 as his best. So Ted Bjork is 1.2 seconds slower than Erlacher. That's a big gulf in identical cars.
It really is, yeah. Top two in the championship are 1st and 7th in this first free practice session. Mikael Ashkana on this final lap has just gone overall best in sector 2. So 27.565 on the second sector for the car down in 3rd place. And the clock counts down to 0. So Jan Erlacher into pit lane. So too Esteban Guerrieri. And so too Oriola. All into pit lane now. At the end of free practice 1. Come out again, local time, 2 this afternoon. That's not too far away. So short turnaround for the touring car teams.
Ashkena's having a red-hot go, isn't he? Because he's done 2 absolute bests on this lap. And so Mikael Ashkana, trying to round out what's been a very difficult season for him with good results here, is certainly on the attack. So you've got Lincoln Co from Hyundai,
3.
And that's a 3rd absolute best, yeah, as he comes to the end of sector 4. Mikael Ashkana then coming down towards the end of the lap. As I say, it has been a tough year for Ashkana, but never rule him out. Certainly a very, very competitive driver. He's been the European champion in 18 and 21. He was WTCR champion in 2022. He's been a class winner in the Nürburgring 24 Hours. Only 8th in the championship, but in the times, Ashkana goes through now, breaks the beam, and goes fastest on a 2:28.244. He is 1.2 seconds quicker than Erlacher. That is a monster lap.
Point proved there at the end of free practice 1. Absolutely superb lap. 4 out of a possible 5 purple sectors for Mikael Ashkana, and a 2:28.244 is mighty at the end of free practice 1 for the Macau Gear Race, the Kumho FIA TCR World Tour event of Macau.
So Mikael Ashkana it is then who is fastest. Jan Erlacher 2nd, and he's with Alex.
Pipped at the post in the final few seconds. However, a good free practice session. Do you feel like you got out of that what you needed?
Yeah, we don't really know what we need at the moment apart getting confidence on the track, obviously, and that's what we did in FP. You know, was just getting to the rhythm. I pushed, obviously. I pushed actually quite a lot. We are in a position now that it's a bit difficult to know if I want to take a lot of risk or not, but I want to fight for a Macau win anyway, even though we have the championship at the end. Yeah. But that's why we're pushing now.
Yeah, I was going to ask you that. How are you going to balance that risk versus reward this weekend? Because you haven't got a Macau accolade on your wall, and you probably need one, don't you?
Yeah, I actually need one pole plus win. It looks like the Hyundais are quite strong this weekend, but to be honest, I will push as hard as I can, maybe slightly margin in some places, but my main goal is to win the championship, but I will focus on the weekend itself so far.
Good skills, good start.
Thank you.
Thanks, Alex. So good to hear from Jan Erlacher. I think when Alex set off in his direction, he was quickest, but by the time Mikael Ashkana came through, he was down to 2nd, and 1.2 seconds is quite a margin. So it is first blood for Hyundai over Link & Co, with Hyundai 3rd and then Honda 4th, courtesy of Esteban Guerrieri. So good effort that by Mikael Ashkana to top the times. Jan Erlacher 2nd, but you can see the margin, 1.2 seconds between them. Norbert Mikulic 3rd, Esteban Guerrieri 4th, Nestor Gerolami 5th, and Santiago Urrutia 6th. Ted Bjork will be disappointed to be 7th. Marshall Ha likewise only 8th. Pepe Oriola's return puts him 9th, and local driver Seho rounds out the top 10. After that, Ignacio Montenegro from Max Hart 12th, heading TCR Australia, Ryan McMillan. Then you've got Aurelian Comte from Josh Buckham, with Sean Chang and Andy Liang 16th and 17th in the times then. Good effort done by Mikkel Ajkana, and a gauntlet well and truly thrown down to the opposition in the first session of the day. And Norbert Mikelish making his way back to the pit lane. Sun's starting to break through now at Macau, and the touring cars for their second free practice session will be out this afternoon, 2:20 local time. So if it is going to be a sunnier afternoon and warmer temperatures, we'll wait and see whether that's going to affect life. But Mikkel Ajkana topping the times. Interesting session that, the way the pendulum seemed to swing, Alan, between the Lynk & Co and Hyundai teams. But Mikkel Ajkana rounds out FP1, topping the times.
GT Cup cars have their second free practice session at 1:05, and then the FR World Cup qualifying session takes place at 10 to 4 this afternoon. Final track activity of the afternoon will be at 4:45 for half an hour of qualifying for the Macau Road Sport Challenge to take us through till around about 5:15 this evening. So just a short break from track activity. We'll be here in about 20 minutes of time to talk you through the next session on the track at 12:05. GT World Cup free practice session.
Alô, alô. 2, 1, 2. 2, 1, 2. Então, o gajo foi ou não vai? Está ou não está? Ok? Não diz nada. Ah, peraí, acho que este está livre. Olá, boa tarde, senhores telespectadores. Bem-vindos de volta ao circuito da guia.
Senhores telespectadores do canal Macau, boa tarde.
一二三四，一二三四，英文英文英文英文 one two three four 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 1 2 3 4 1 2 3
minutes to start a practice. Attention, paddock, GT Cup and GT World Cup cars, 3 minutes to start a practice. GT Cup and GT World Cup cars, 3 minutes to start a practice. Macau GT Cup and GT World Cup cars, 1 minute to start. 1 minute to start practice.
Fantastic cars, brilliant noises and a great circuit. Welcome to the Macau GT Cup, the FIA GT World Cup, and this is free practice one. The cars making their way out onto the circuit. The sun has broken through as well to grace what is a wonderful assortment of GT3 cars, the first of two GT categories at the event. We have GT4 as well, cover that later on in the day here at Macau. David Anderson, Alan 16-strong entry, grounds its way out on circuit. Star Mains now in high ring to Dorian Boccolacci, Sheldon Van Linden, Henschler, the whole of the young there, Sir Christopher Haase,
because in a weekend that was littered with red flags and interruptions, they didn't have them. It was racing around the gear circuit in the biggest of the cars, exceptionally nice. You missed out one thing in your superlatives on the introduction, and that was liveries, because these are one-off liveries for this event, and boy do the manufacturers go to town.
Yeah, it is a manufacturer representation, but the other element of this is that they're being run by local teams. You know, Phantom Global, Harmony Racing, the Audi Sport Asia team Phantom. They are local squads operating the cars here for the manufacturers. What's really pleasing to see as well is the fact that we've got good, strong Audi representation, because Audi no longer really builds the R8. There are still lots about in customer hands, but Audi Sport has massively scaled back its operation in recent years to think about Formula One. But to have Audis here, and somebody like Christopher Hausler, who knows every trick in the book, he's a very experienced Audi driver, he's certainly a man to watch. And talk about great liveries, well, there's one, the gold Porsche coming out of the Malco hairpin. This is where you start to realise just how big a GT3 car is, and with every one that turns through the corner you think, are they going to make it? They do.
One Porsche in shiny gold and one Porsche in shiny silver. It really is spectacular, and with the sunshine out now, it's just come out in the last half an hour or so here at Macau for the first time today. Finally it's managed to burn off a bit of the cloud. It was a little overcast for this morning, but yeah, it's a really good scene, isn't it? And that's about to be a completion of the outlap from pit lane. And there's another of the things that's glorious around the streets of Macau. The noise of these cars echoes. It echoes from barrier to barrier, from grandstand to grandstand. This is glorious.
It is indeed. Larry Heinrich, we're looking at there in the Schumacher CLRT Porsche. Has raced here before. This season he's been busy in GT World Challenge Europe Endurance Cup, Asian Le Mans in America, in IMSA, all with great success. And finally putting the benchmark time in the first sector, going down to the right hand of Lisboa, makes the climb up the hill. Let's have a look at the Porsche now coming up San Francisco Hill. The CLRT bit is the Cohn Lenegar Racing Team. Cohn himself, a very, very successful Porsche and McLaren racer prior to that. One driver comes to the pits at the end of the first lap. The BMW of Raffaele Marciello is boxed, but Larry Heinrich at the moment with the road to himself, being chased on track by Antonio Fuoco, who came close to winning last year, but for Raffaele Marciello he may well have done. They got it together, remember, down at Lisboa. There was contact, and it was Mauro Engel that came through to take the win. Mauro not here this year because there's no Mercedes AMG representation, but doesn't feel quite right with that Mauro Engel, does it?
You're absolutely right. Yeah, the Mercedes were race for so many years, and if hang on, can that go down the local hairpin? Yeah, it can't it? And does it rather quickly as well. Many a year.
I kind of tell you a lie actually about Mauro. He's here in plastic because Spark, Mercedes, the one last year. So I think that there's a sort of deluxe edition with the trophy, a little tiny figurine of Mauro. So
sitting on the car, isn't it?
Put it in the booth.
Sitting on the car, I think.
I think you can do what you can put it there.
It's a moldable character. So are you going to get one?
Possibly.
Yeah.
Possibly. We'll see. We'll see. Larry Heinrich, in the meantime, though, is going to offer up the target time. Whether the Porsche gold colours strikes gold this weekend remains to be seen. But the 911, which has evolved over the course of seasons, goes over the timing line and does a 2:25.930. So that's Larry Heinrich's opening salvo, chased by Antonio Fuoco behind, and he does a 2:26.6. So Antonio Fuoco then comes towards us. Antonio, who's another ex-single-seater driver, turned GT driver, winner of Le Mans last year. He's won the Gulf 12 hours, he's won an Italian GT, and as we saw in World Challenge Endurance at Barcelona this year, very, very savvy driver, knows exactly how to get the best out of a car and out of a stint. But this is one of the races that the drivers all love. In a sense, it's a similar style to the DTM, in as much as it's just you and the car. You don't have to think about a co-driver, you don't have to worry about pit stops and any strategy. It's just a heavy right foot and a quick car.
Which is a really nice thing for a driver that throughout the course of a championship season is sharing everything, really, sharing data, sharing the car, sharing the seat, sharing everything about it, and then to step in this, and a racing driver's natural mode, if you like, is to be selfish. So they can be selfish this weekend.
Well, right now you've got Andy Dang going top, number 37, on a 223. That's one of the Ferraris that comes out of the Win Here Motorsports stable. Andy Dang, who was GT4 champion in China Endurance a couple of years ago. Antonio Fuoco then making the run out of Moorish Hill up towards Donna Maria. And whether it's a GT3 Ferrari or a hypercar Ferrari, we know that Fuoco is an absolute weapon. And last year, Alan touched on how good the racing was. It was Fuoco who was able to do 2 mega moves, wasn't it, coming down towards our bend. And yeah, I mean, for bravery alone, he deserved to win. It was a wet and drying surface last year. And Antonio Fuoco, I think, very much starts as one of the favourites.
It was a brief moment of glory last year, wasn't it? Really? Yeah.
Yeah, he got the lead coming into this next corner, and he held it as far as Lisboa before there was a little bit of a nudge from the back, and Raffaele Marciello got into the back of the Ferrari. Fuoco says, paraphrasing, Marciello had him off. Marciello says Fuoco braked too early. Discuss. Anyway, Fuoco fastest, 220.693. Sheldon van der Linde is currently second in BMW number 31, which is the WRT entry. Raffaele Marciello's BMW coming out of the Rover Racing stable. That going over the timing line is Laurens Vanthoor, who now goes fastest, so it's a different Porsche to the top of the times. Laurens Vanthoor, who is quicker by, what now? 0.6 of a second, puts the Phantom car up to the top of the times. So the tempo by Absolute Porsche goes fastest. Sheldon van der Linde has done an absolute best in sector 1. Yeye Fay had done an absolute best in a sector, but has now pitted. He's bailed out of the lap as you look at the Porsche of Vanthoor going through Lisboa. It's a brilliant shot, that, especially when it's a GT car going through Lisboa. You've got all the colours, it's the crane in the background, the barriers either side. It sort of encapsulates Macau.
It's a really colourful part of the circuit, day and night. It's just one of those iconic shots that we get. When I was doing my prep for this weekend and realised that Laurens Vanthoor's glory in this race, if you like, was almost 10 years ago. Goodness me, 9 years ago that he won, being the only car to have actually won the FIA GT World Cup here at Macau, not on all 4 wheels, back in 2016. The last 9 years have gone very quickly. A couple of years that I don't think he was here, and Dries Vanthoor was here. That's right. And Laurens was not, but he is exceptional around the streets of Macau, so it will be good to see what's going to pan out. There are so many drivers that could take victory over the course of this weekend, and they know it as well, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, he was one, and there are many on the grid that first came here in the Formula 3 Grand Prix days, but you're right, he's been a winner in GT cars, and somebody else that can adapt from GT3 to hypercar machinery, because he's been part of Porsche's hypercar assault of late, sharing with Kevin Estre, Le Mans class winner, as over the timing line goes Sheldon van der Linde to put the BMW fastest. That is a 2 minutes 18.664, so good lap that by Sheldon van der Linde. He and brother Kelvin, the 2 South Africans that race BMWs, different championships, but both very successful. We still haven't yet seen the best coming out of Raffaele Marciello, but we will get there. As now Laurens Vanthoor goes top for Porsche to 17.969. Times are tumbling, aren't they, with 24 minutes still to go?
They certainly are, and it's just lovely to see, isn't it, that they instantly get the cars up to temperature, and this is where experience really shows. They can put laps in, and so early on as well.
But, and again, you're right, but if you put them next to the single-seater drivers, it's like comparing apples and pears, because these are manufacturer-paid professional drivers much more experienced as against the single-seater drivers, in the case of the F4 contingent, who can't even drive on the road yet. You're riding with Raffaele Marciello, so he's done his out lap. This is a flying lap, and the way that they've played the session, look, they've managed to get clear track space for Marciello. He's heading down to Lisboa. Can you see a corner? Not yet, not yet, not yet. There it is, gap in the barrier. Let's aim for that. Turn right, back on the power.
Exceptional on board with Raffaele Marciello. He was superb in single-seaters around the gear circuit here at Macau, and has been superb in GT cars as well. One of those drivers that has got a full, rich history in the Macau gear circuit. A little bit like Eduardo Mortara, who was victorious in single-seaters and has been victorious in GT cars as well.
Yeah, Marciello, Italian, but now based in Switzerland and Swiss national, turning his way down through the Solitude S's and Faraway Hill. Formula 3 champion, multiple GT champion, whether it's been in as it then was, Blancpain Sprint or Endurance Series. He's won here in 2019 and 2023, and a winner this season just gone in the Sprint Cup in GT World Challenge Europe, one at Misano, sharing with Valentino Rossi. Right, he's turned his way out of Moorish Hill, makes the climb up towards Donna Maria now, through that left, and barely anything to get in the way here. Now, in terms of sectors, they're all good, they're all personal best, as you would expect, first proper flying lap, but there are no purples. Comes down through Black Sands then. Speed building all the time. Raffaele Marciello is about to turn the car right and sort of explodes back onto the open part of the circuit. You go from 2 lanes through Fisherman's, 4 lanes, the road opens up, he's up against the wall on the outside, foot nailed to the boards, comes down now into our bend. The time he's aiming for is something better than a 2:17.969. Marciello is slowest at the moment, 16th in the times. He's about to break the timing beam, and as Raffaele Marciello goes through, he will improve to get himself up to 5th fastest, then down to 6th, because Alessio Picariello goes through. Eduardo Mortara, in the meantime, has just gone through to be 8th quickest. So, yeah, Marciello's lap was a decent one, but not mega, still 1.3 seconds down. This is Mortara, Mr. Macau.
It certainly is. How many victories has Eduardo Mortara had in single-seaters and GTs? He is just a local hero. As soon as he arrives here at Macau, he's signing autographs, he's stopping for photographs, he knows what happens when he gets to Macau. And then when he gets in the car, well, he can turn it on, can't he? Yeah. Back to looking at the Ferrari, the number 50 Ferrari, Antonio Fiocco in the AF Corsa SRL. Entered 296.
The answer to your Mortara question is 10 wins. If you take qualification races as well as main races and the Audi Cup race that he won, he's had 10 wins at Macau, but the last one was a long time ago, back in 2017.
It was, yeah.
He is Mr. Macau, but he's in danger of letting somebody else become Mr. Macau if another win doesn't go his way. This is Fuoco, and as Alan rightly says, it's a good lap because he's done so far 3 personal best and an absolute, and he's finished 4 of the 5 sectors. The last sector will be completed once he crosses the timing line. So Fuoco, all fired up, comes through our bend. Then the time to beat is a 2:17.9, and as up to the line goes Fuoco, we cut to look at the Porsche coming towards the end of that. Fuoco fastest on a 2:17.796 then. And Alessio Picariello's Porsche looking rapid as well, the Belgian driver who's done much of his racing out here. This year's GT World Challenge Europe Endurance Cup champion, breaks the beam, goes fastest. Picariello's Porsche then to the top, 2:17.795. That's a 1,000th of a second difference. 1,000th quicker than Fuoco goes Picariello. If anybody wants to moan about the BOP, how's that for parity? 1,000th of a second.
So it couldn't be any closer, could it? Picariello, top of the times, car number 911, and car 50 is second by 1,000th of a second. 2:17.795, quickest time so far. We've got just over 19 minutes of this session remaining, and it could be any one of 10 or 12 of these drivers that takes victory this weekend. This is a great lineup.
It is, and if a GT car around Macau doesn't stir something, then you need to go and seek medical help, I reckon, because this is just an awesome entry. The cars, the circuit, everything together just works, doesn't it? And
it does.
They're proper drivers in proper cars on a proper circuit, and they all love coming here.
And get excited about this. Raffaele Marciello has just gone purple in Sector 1.
Okay, so let's see what he can do against the Porsche of Picariello. Antonio Fuoco's lap started okay, but I think it might be bailing. Yes, he's backed it right off, hasn't he, coming out of Donna Maria. So Fuoco, he's going to possibly box, then certainly go again. Marciello, in the meantime, absolute best and a personal best. Trading absolutes on this lap with Lawrence Vanthor. And this isn't even qualifying. To make the point about qualifying, it's a new format for this year. So they have a normal qualifying session, and then the top 10 get 2 laps. They get a new set of tyres, and they're allowed to do 2 laps. It's a similar idea to the Super Pole that we have with the 24 Hours of Spa. So it really is against the clock in isolation. So 2 laps against the clock for Q2 for Super Pole, new for this year. That's going to be mega.
I like the idea of this. Raffaele Marciello put in purple in Sector 1, a green in Sector 2, so personal best, but not so in Sector 3. You saw earlier on in some of the sessions that if you put in a purple in Sectors 2 and 3 or 3 and 4 and not necessarily light everything up in the first and last sectors, you can still go top. Yep. Well, Marciello has gone personal best in Sectors 2 and 4, went overall best in Sector 1, which for many years in a BMW, that always went to Augusto Farfus, didn't he?
That's
he always
right.
went best in overall best in Sector 1.
Well, this is Marciello.
Adley Fong.
Adley Fong has gone fastest in the Cinema Roll Audi. Alan will get excited about that in a moment. We'll get excited about Marciello, who's gone across the line but doesn't improve. So stays 7th fastest on a 2:18.184. Pretty much most things were better, apart from the position at the end of it. So we need to find number 36 Audi that is in the 2nd sector, because Adley Fong in the Cinema Roll Audi, there it is, has gone fastest. Now, I say this next sentence with a voice laden with doom. Alan, do tell us about Cinema Roll.
Are you sure you want this now?
Oh, yes.
Hang on a sec. I have a folder.
Oh, God.
Here we go.
Hurry up, it won't be quick much longer. Right,
it's the Kuromi folder from last year that we were given. I'll just read the synopsis of Cinema Roll, who is a white dog who lives at Cafe Cinnamon. He is friends with chiffon mocha, espresso, cappuccino and milk over there. He fell out of the sky when wandering on the clouds and landed near Cafe Cinnamon. He's a male white and chubby dog with long ears that enables him to fly. He's got blue eyes, pink cheeks and a tail that represents a cinnamon roll.
That was Alan Hyde, who died today.
One of his main hobbies is eating. That's
Really?
it, that's all I've got.
Right. The reason for this, you've not suddenly strayed onto the wrong channel, is this is the livery of the Audi, which every year the team has a Hello Kitty or related livery. Hello Kitty 2 years ago, last year it was Kuomi, and this year it's carrying the character Cinema Roll, about which you've just been heard from Alan.
The little white dog.
The little white dog,
yeah.
Right.
With a tail like a cinnamon roll.
You've got 4 days of this, everybody. Brace yourselves.
I won't do the full synopsis again.
Yes. Small mercies then. Right, there is Adley Fong in the Audi.
Have you any idea how popular this is? You see the people that were queuing up first thing this morning.
Absolutely.
It's unbelievable.
And they do genuinely come from mainland China, queue for merchandise. And Alan was in the queue himself overnight, camping out. Over the timing line comes Adley Fong. Does he remain top? Raffaele Marciello has gone up to 6th fastest. That was a slower lap by Adley Fong. However, he is still at the top of the times. They'll have a Cinema Roll update in due course. In the meantime, this is the Ferrari in the hands of Ye Yifei, up to 4th fastest now, the Le Mans winner. Alan's gone back to Cinema Roll, we've lost him. So, Ye Yifei coming.
I was sorry, I was listening.
Oh, were you?
When you're sitting on board, it's just glorious to hear the cars, isn't it?
It is indeed. And Yefei, who has raced here before, adapting again, as he did at the end of the season, because he raced in World Challenge at Barcelona to a GT3 car, makes the climb up to Donna Maria now. Down through the gears. First gear for the Melco hairpin, and then as soon as he dares, back foot nailed to the floor. Drops it down through the box. Fisherman's speed building all the time up to the end of the lap. One corner to go now. And I think he's heading for the pits. After all that, Yefei, the first sector was an improvement, but in the end, with 13 minutes on the clock, he comes into the pit lane. Now, welcome to the FIA GT World Cup. McLaren. We don't always get McLaren representation at Macau. We do this year, which is great to see. And the car being run by the Optimum Motorsport stable. It is Benji Goethe at the wheel. His brother Oliver was on the podium last year, runner-up in the Grand Prix for Formula Regional cars. And Benji Goethe has had a really impressive season, winning in sprint in GT World Challenge Europe at both Misano and Manicourt. The car then being run by Garage 59. So he's now switched to the Optimum Motorsport squad for the weekend. Bas Leinders, team manager, used to race here in Formula 3 Grand Prix as well. But Benji Goethe has improved massively over the last few years as a driver, but it's all a bit of a step into the unknown. There's no Macau data for this car for them to go off.
How nice to have that livery here at Macau as well, the Golf livery, the hugely iconic livery on the car, and very much part of the stable from which the car runs. So the number 5 car, Benjamin Goethe, Optimum Motorsport McLaren. Let's see what that car is going to do over the course of this weekend. It's currently 16th out of 16.
But the lap times are coming down, so he's getting closer. The Gulf colours, because Benji's father, Royal Goethe, has the Rocco collection, which is a collection of Gulf liveried racing cars. And he's able to then put the livery on coloured cars for the sons.
You've been lucky enough to go there.
I have.
You've seen it.
It's really impressive. And you look round what they've got. And then they showed me the simulator room, because there's a proper sim for the two boys, the two sons, to use. But even that, it's not just a rig. It is a Gulf, I think it was a Porsche, that they've cut the middle out, cut the cockpit out of. So you sit not just in a rig, but it's in a GT car, which in itself is a Gulf liveried race car.
Wow.
You know, it's done properly.
Were you allowed to sit in it, have a go?
I didn't.
No.
Okay. No, I resisted the temptation. Antonio Fuoco, in the meantime, is another one who I thought was pitting, but actually staying out, albeit at a slightly, it felt like, reduced pace. But he comes over the timing line, and he's about nearly a second down on what he was doing earlier on. But Fuoco continues to stay out there.
Can I just remind you who is still top of the times?
You can remind me about the driver.
Adley Fong.
Excellent, but not the livery.
No, quite.
Christopher Hassler has just gone through. There he is in the Audi, up to 9 fastest. Not really seen very much of Christopher this year in the SRO GT ranks, but he remains very successful. He's been racing in the International GT Open and the Nordschleife Langstrecke series this year. But Christopher, again, somebody, I don't think he's ever had a win at Macau, but he's been here a lot. He does know his way round, so he's always a force to be reckoned with. Adley Fong, by the way, still fastest and still banging out good sectors.
Yeah, consistently, and that would be good news. It was 2 years ago, wasn't it? He had a big accident the first year that the car was carrying a Hello Kitty livery.
That was the Goodbye Kitty year, wasn't it?
It was, yes.
Yes, it was a mess.
Part of Macau history in itself, I think.
What, the Hello Kitty livery?
I think so, yeah.
Absolute best are coming from Sheldon van der Linde, BMW number 31, and Lawrence Van Thor in Porsche 992. For it is a 911 Type 992. 2 absolute bests now for Lawrence Van Thor. There, number 37 is Andy Deng in the Ferrari, who's been racing in the GT World Challenge Asia SRO series this year. And as he comes down now through our bend, he's 12th overall. Now, that might not sound mega, but the Chinese driver is relatively inexperienced, and he's ahead of Dorian Boccolacci, Eduardo Mortara, Einstein Guven, Luca Angelo and Benji Goethe. Laurens van Voor goes fastest. We're into the 16s now, 2:16.765.
9 minutes remain, and it was 2 overall best sectors for Laurens van Voor, with a 2:16.765 at the end of it. And Adley Fong is second quickest. Sheldon van der Linde went overall best in the first sector, personal best in sector 4, and is now coming up to the conclusion of a lap in a very hard to spot Porsche. It's for BMW. It's very understated in its livery, isn't it, this weekend? But it looks superb, that car, in real life.
It looks like a massive bruise. Comes over the line and goes third fastest, Sheldon van der Linde, 2:17.460.
So BMW is now third. Sheldon van der Linde in the purple and pink, and probably every other colour as well on that livery. But it's indicative of where we are racing in the world, and that's what I love about this.
Yeah, that car run by Vincent Voss's WRT stable, and Sheldon van der Linde then third last time through. There, just going underneath the camera, is the Porsche number 23, which is the car of Dorian Boccolacci, who was a single-seater champion in France going back a decade. He's been an ice racing champion, Carrera Cup France champion, and did drive in the Macau Grand Prix 10 years ago. This the first time we've seen him, though, in the GT. It's been a long time between visits for Dorian Boccolacci, but he goes by, and on that lap improves into the top 10. So at the moment, you've got Porsche, Audi, BMW, Ferrari, Porsche, Ferrari, Audi, BMW, Porsche, Porsche for the top 10.
Eduardo Mortara, we spoke about Eduardo a little bit, has come into pit lane and is currently 13th quickest in the 63 car. So 13th out of 16 cars that we have entered for the Macau Grand Prix, the FIA GT World Cup this weekend. And it's Laurens van Voor that we're looking at now. Currently quickest of all, a 2:16.451 with under 7 minutes remaining now, 6 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock.
I know by sheer counting you can't get everybody into the top 10, but two names I'm surprised are 14th and 15th. Einstein Guven, the DTM champion, racing here for the first time and sitting in the pit lane at the moment, possibly with a problem, and Luca Angelo, who is only 15th. Now Luca, you might remember, didn't race last year because he had an absolutely mighty accident in practice and was on crutches when he came to the grid on Sunday and was interviewed. He had a month or so in a wheelchair, such were the injuries, in fact, after that. But he's bounced back to fitness and also to success. He was the winner of the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa earlier on in the year with Jordan Pepper and Mirko Bortolotti. So I'm surprised that Luca is as far down as he is. And with Mortara being 13th, it would make you feel that neither of the Lamborghinis have got the best BOP break out of all of this. Einstein Guven has just rejoined the session, and Yeyife has just got up to second in the times. You're riding with him. Yeyife 7/10 back. Marciello's up to third then. So Porsche, Ferrari, BMW and Adley Fong, after a pit stop, has gone back out, but he's been elbowed back down to fourth. You're riding with Yeyife and he's flying.
Absolutely flying. Le Mans winner from this year, currently second. Laurens van Voor is top of the times, 2:16.451, with just over 5 minutes of this session remaining. And I'm going to say it, the first session of the day that has not needed interruption. So no interruptions for recovery of cars so far. 5 minutes remain on this section. Let's stay with Raffaele Marciello now, who has gone purple in Sector 1. 23.194 in Sector 1, but it's this and the next sector which is really important. No, nothing particular for Sector 2.
He's dropped 3/10 in that sector alone. So you're right, he had done the absolute best in the first sector, but a 25.6 when he needed a 25.3 or better in Sector 2. So he's dropped 3/10. Now the other one who's flying is Fuoco, who did do the absolute best in that second sector. He's down in 3 and 4. Fuoco's going to come to the line as Marciello gets past, I think that's Mortara, so slightly impeded. just because of the sheer width of the car, even though Mortara did let him go. Fuoco's going to cross the line in advance of Marciello, and we'll see what he can do. Marciello climbs Moorish Hill now up towards Donna Maria. And you think this is near the end of the lap. There's still quite a lot of real estate to go. And a red flag because there's been a big, big accident for what looks like one of the Porsches, and it's Vanthor, I think. Lawrence Vanthor in Sector 1 has hit the wall very, very hard, and Lawrence Vanthor off the track, bouncing across the barrier. There's debris all over the road. Miroslav Bartos, the race director, calls for an immediate red flag, which will not resume the session. The clock's going to hit 0 long before we can even think about restarting. So that's the end of free practice. And that has come a minute and a half after my colleague talked about a session without stoppages.
Wish I hadn't said anything now.
Well, we were thinking that when you were going on about cinema roll, but anyway, you've cemented it now. Lawrence Vanthor's car, as you can see, with a lot of front damage. So red flag, session done. So you can see the extent. Oh, it's the back of the car as well. He's spun it, hasn't he? And he's done a lot of damage. Look at the barrier as well. That's all deformed and pushed in. So he's hit the barrier. He's okay, which is the good news. But he's lost it. He's spun into the barrier, done front and rear damage. And Lawrence Vanthor, he's been a winner here upside down. He's now fastest, but he's stopped the session with a wrecked car. And let's have a look in the background. He's sideways. He loses it. Around it goes. Bang into the wall. Rear, front, spin, spin, spin. And Vanthor, with a lot of damage to the Porsche, triggers the red flag. Lost it. Round it goes. It hops, it skips, and it cannons off the barrier, and bodywork flies. Lawrence Vanthor, a big accident, but the best news of all, he's okay. We saw him get out of the car, but it's going to be a while to sweep the circuit, and you can see the amount of damage done. Somebody is in for a very long night. These cars have FP2 at just after 3 o'clock, and I'll put a tenner down. That's not going to be on the track.
2.5 hours. 2.5 hours away, and it shows you just how fine the margins are around the gear circuit, because that wasn't a huge hit, was it? But it bites.
Yeah, I mean, he was, what, an inch or two, if you like, offline, but enough to spin the car around. And again, you're talking about somebody here, you know, we've just made the point. He's a winner at Macau.
Yes.
This is a guy that spends almost every weekend in a Porsche of some description, going from one type of circuit to another, and a tiny little error, and you see the consequences. The car quickly lifted, but look at the debris all over the racetrack.
So getting the car out of the way is the smallest of jobs. It's so quick that they can do it. Confirmation of the order with Lawrence Vanthor in 992, causing the red flag, but also topping the times. A 2:16.451 from Ye Yifei, some 7/10 of a second behind in second place. Raffaele Marciello, who was going for it in the closing stages, finishes up in third place, and triumphant, if you like, for Adley Fong during that session, really topping the times for maybe a majority of that session, it's fair to say. Finishes up in fourth place. Sheldon van der Linde in fifth, and Antonio Fuoco completes the top 6.
Well, Lawrence Vanthor was the fastest by 7/10 of a second, and he ends up with a very badly damaged car indeed. The team will have seen that, but they can't really do a full assessment until it comes back. It's not only the bodywork, but rear engine going in first, rear engine car, I should say, going in first would have done a lot of damage to the engine as well, I fear. The Tempo by Absolute Racing squad then with much work to do, but I can't see that car being on track for FP2. But I'm happy to be proved wrong, but I really doubt it. So Vanthor from Ye, Marciello from Fong, van der Linde and Fuoco are top 6.
接下来呢，稍事休息15分钟之后，将会进行下一个阶段的比赛。那么这一场结束之后，我们接下来要带给您的就是澳门路车挑战赛的自由练习，澳门路车挑战赛的自由练习。那澳门路车挑战赛，我们在之前的澳门格兰披治大赛当中呢，也有组织参与过。那应该说，路车挑战作为单一赛车的话呢，同样赛车实力都非常的接近，车手的经验都非常的丰富，也是相当有看头、竞争非常激烈的赛事。稍后将是开始他们的自由练习。
啱車官方彎嘅位置咧，我哋見到咧就係嚟自保持自己重手啊，雲方面咁啊，背後做咗一個相當快嘅圈速，2分16秒41，升上第1位嘅位置。咁啊，然之後就喺東方灣咧就係大炒車啊。當時佢入東方灣嘅時候咧，好唔夠嘅司機速度太快，導致咧就高手都冇辦法咧就控到車啦。咁啊，行咗長之後，再喺救車嘅情況之下咧，就撞埋右手邊嘅防撞欄度，後尾都中咗。成車咧損毀係非常之嚴重嘅。咁當然咧就好彩嘅就係雲方面本人咧就冇問題，可以行住賽車。咁啊，但係當然就唔開心啦。咁啊，對於雲方面嚟講咧，其實呢一下嘅炒車影響相當大嘅，因為稍後嘅3點鐘嘅時間咧，本來咧就會進行澳門 GT 世界盃嘅第2支嘅自由練習。但第一次炒車炒成咁嘅話，第2支嘅自由練習啦，應該幾難出嚟咧就繼續比賽啦。咁啊，車隊咧。揸緊時咧就係搶修佢嘅賽車架，所以對於呢個週末雲科同埋佢家保時捷 GT3 嘅賽車，咁啊成個嘅比賽過程咧，可以話暫時咧就蒙上咗一層陰影嘅。咁啊，而最終咧，中國嘅車手第一飛啦，揸住8.296嘅 GT3 嘅賽車，喺2分17秒206咧就係升上咗第2位嘅位置，咁啊狀態唔錯嘅。馬些路咧就係排第3，馬些路曾經揸過呢隻 AMG， 咁啊今年咧揸住 BMW 嘅。M4 嘅 GT3 賽車嚟參加比賽，中國香港車手方俊宇啦，咁啊排喺第4位嘅位置，雲格連啦排喺第5位，富奧排喺第6位，皮卡地尼路咧就係排喺第7位嘅位置。咁啊，至於中國嘅另外車手鄧益係排喺第11位去進行比賽嘅。咁呢場國際聯 GT 世界盃嘅比賽咧，到呢度咧就係全部結束啦。稍後時間會進行澳門路車挑戰賽嘅自由練習。
Está então terminada a primeira sessão de treinos livres no âmbito desta Taça do Mundo GP, edição de 2025, e terminar de forma extemporânea com o Lawrence, a primeiro controle da viatura à entrada da reta de Lisboa e a chocar contra a parede, no que parece de resto uma espécie de reja. Nesta sessão de treinos livres. O belga a garantir então o melhor tempo nesta primeira sessão de treinos livres, com uma marca de 2 minutos, 16 segundos e 451 milésimos. O segundo melhor tempo para o chinês Ye Yimei, piloto que venceu a última edição das 24 horas do Le Mans, cumprindo então a primeira indução das com um tempo de 2:17 segundos e...
Attention in the paddock, Macau Road Sport Challenge cars, 10 minutes to start a practice. 10 minutes to start a practice.
E é bem, eu queria dar o segundo lugar de desempenho no circuito aqui, a 755 milésimos de segundo no Lawrence Vantour, a terceira melhor marca para Rafael Marchiel, ele que decidiu mais 860 para cumprir a sua volta ao traçado do primeiro. Na parte da tarde, ao final da tarde, temos então a segunda sessão de treino livre desta edição 2025 da Taça do Mundo de GT, uma prova na qual dificilmente o Lawrence Vantour irá participar. O carro Porsche 911 GT3, o piloto belga, sofrer danos consideráveis e eventualmente será difícil Sports Challenge, prova contra pilotos de Macau, de Hong Kong e da China continental, entre eles estão então pilotos como o Paguense, Rui Valente, e também Jerónimo Badará, ou Ao China Wang e Carson Tang. Dentro de 10 minutos temos então o parleiro desta sessão da frente livre do Macau Road Sports Challenge. Primeiro dia,
So local time here at Macau, just gone 1:45 in the afternoon on day one for the 72nd Macau Grand Prix. And we're about to see one of the great features of the Macau Grand Prix weekend. We call it a weekend. It's 4 days. It's Thursday all the way through until race day, Grand Prix day here on Sunday. And two of the features are coming up in a few minutes. At 1:35, we'll have free practice for the Greater Bay Area GT Cup. That's for GT4 cars. But first, we've got the Macau Road Sport Challenge, and we get the chance to look down the field as they're lined up down in the assembly area, waiting to go out on circuit. The local talent, the drivers that look forward to this weekend like no other. And so do the teams, and so do the sponsors, because on a world stage, this is where the local drivers really get a chance to shine. Macau Road Sport Challenge is coming up, David Anderson, and it really is one of the features that always makes me smile here at Macau. This is very much the ethos, the feeling, the heartbeat behind Macau Grand Prix week.
And they lost out rather badly last year with the rain-affected races, with stoppages and safety cars, because they only get the one race over the course of the weekend, and the top scoring drivers from the Macau Road Sport Challenge having this non-championship invitational race. 68 drivers scored points across the two groups. Now, we're due to start at 12:50. That might be slightly delayed because the previous session was stopped early after a big accident for GT Porsche with quite a bit of debris strewn across the circuit, but also barrier damage. So whether or not we're going to go on time, we'll have to wait and see. There you can see Yui Lung's car, 38. The Macau Road Sport Challenge, which used to be a bit of a catch-all for a real miscellany of sports and saloon cars, has morphed over the last few seasons into a two-model championship. The Subaru BRZ or the Toyota GR86 are the eligible cars. Number 14, Lo Pat Yu with the Toyota, and sitting next to him there is Chan King Sang with another of the Subaru BRZs that we have.
I think we're going to be ready to go pretty much on time. I think just reading the body language down there in the assembly area, I think we may well be ready to go on track, which would be very impressive, because it was a big accident that we just endured for a driver that was topping the times in the GT World Cup, FIA GT World Cup. Lawrence Van Thur just had a big accident at the end of that session, and car damage, a lot of it, and barrier damage as well. One thing you can see with the cars lined up down there in the assembly area is how windy it is today. It's been a windy week here at Macau, the Greater Bay Area, and I think it will continue to be windy today. That's good news. We are underway.
Absolutely, and this full grid is going to pour out on track, so drivers to keep an eye on: Lo Pat Yu, who was the winner of Group A, and Chan Kin Sang, winner of Group B. They are your two champions of the season. That's why they are at the front of the pre-grid. But there are other familiar names that we have seen regularly over the seasons, like Adrian Chung, like Rui Valent, like Geronimo Balaraco, Damon Chan, and we'll find a few others that will be fighting for honours over the course of the weekend as this free practice session gets underway. They have a free practice, a qualifying and a race, and they're the final few cars make their way out onto the circuit from that pre-grid, and all of a sudden it gets very, very busy down at Lisboa.
It certainly does, and we have so on a sheet of A4, two sides of A4 is the entry for this, and it's just so good that every year the Road Sport Challenge is so attractive to local saloon car racers and very, very established racers. We had two races for Road Sports last year because we had the Establishment Cup Road Sports and we had the Road Sport Challenge as well. So many of these drivers featuring in the Establishment Cup or Road Sports, or some of them actually competing in the GT4 category last year, but they are local drivers from Hong Kong, Macau, from China, and all competing here for the opportunity of potentially being on the top step of the podium, and if not on the top step, to be on the podium is enough. And if not that, it's enough just to be competing, isn't it? To be here, to be on the world stage. And when you see the cameras go down the cars when they're in the assembly line, they all make the absolute most of the moment that they get on the television screen. It's just brilliant. The other brilliant thing is that you're seeing liveries of the region. You're seeing these bright, bold colours and designs that are just for this weekend. They are unique to this weekend, and just super to see. I love these.
Yeah, I can tell.
Does it come over?
It does rather. The championship from which they have raced finished in May. They only get 4 races, so the double-header weekends. The 2 previous events take place in Guangdong, the circuit there. So they don't get a lot of racing over the course of the season, so they're all absolutely eager to get back on track when they get here. Chen Kin-sang had 2 wins in Group B. Adrian Chung and Bayan Yip were the other victors. And in Group A, Lo Pak Yu had 2 wins, Damon Chan had 1, and Wong Chuk Pan took the 4th. So a fair spread of people that have been up at the pointy end of the field over the course of the season. Number 19 there is Wong Chuk Pan going through. The other nice thing about teams in this region, it's not just the livery, it's also the names. So you get quite used to a given style of name in Europe. But I quite like things like Auto Wonderland, who run Carsten Tang's car, or Lu Rong Yin's Monkey Racing operated car. A premium racing team, Speed Premier. The Mogan Team Track Day King Subaru is driven by Chan Kar Ping. And you've got Spark Racing to throw in as well, but some different names, which is quite cool.
Yeah, you're right. Team names and liveries, and now they've completed 1 out lap from pit lane. It all does get a bit bustly, doesn't it? Because they know what they've got to do today. They will only be out for 2 days of the 4. So they're out today. They will have free practice, the session. We've now got over half an hour, and they will qualify at the end of this afternoon. Again, over half an hour. It's getting a bit tight down there.
Well, somebody had a big slide. I think there is a bit of damage to one car that got a bit caught up with the Lisboa barriers, and we'll see shortly whether it continues on its way. This is the first proper flying lap, as number 14, Lo Pak Yu, goes through. So the Group A champion, one to watch.
Qualified 6th last year in the Establishment Cup Road Sports and finished the race in 4th place, did Lo Pak Yu.
Okay. On his tail is Chan Kar Ping, who was 2nd in the 1st and 3rd races of the season. Chan Kar Ping.
And we should just reiterate how important it is not to damage the car during this session, because they qualify in just a few hours' time. They qualify at the end of this afternoon, so at 4:45 local time. Local time here at the moment is just coming up to 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So they will qualify this afternoon. They don't feature on track tomorrow, but they'll race on Saturday morning, 9 laps around the gear circuit. So this is really an incredibly important day for free practice and for qualifying as well.
Yeah, it's a funny timetable for them, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
A busy day, a day off, a race, and then go home. But it all works out, and you're right, keep the car off the wall, absolutely vital to all of this.
Threading their way around the Macau hairpin, and they will do so, hopefully without catching that barrier on the exit, because the exit in a saloon car and a GT car as well is pretty inviting if you get the power down just a little bit too early, exiting the Macau hairpin. Not what you want to do.
No, totally. Right, so we're about to see proper flying laps, aren't we? And here comes then Chan Kar Ping. This is the Mogan Team Track Day King Subaru that is about to emerge. You still think of Subaru mainly as a rally brand, but that's a good 2-seater sports car, that, and there is one that has ground to a halt on the mountain circuit. So the yellow flags are being waved, but I've got a horrible feeling that this is going to have a red flag soon to get that off the racetrack.
It's a yellow flag at the moment at turn 11, and this is ultimately going to be the first of the flying laps we've had during this session. Keep a keen eye on the timing screen to see if the session gets interrupted.
Whether or not that's the car that clipped the wall at Lisboa and has ground to a halt, or is a separate incident, time will tell. There is number 14, which is Lo Pak Yu, and you can tell he's just stood on the brakes, because as we became used to seeing a couple of years back, when you absolutely stand on the brakes in these effectively road-going cars, it triggers the hazard light mechanism.
I've forgotten that, yeah.
And so it's the sort of warning that sudden braking is taking place. So quite regularly you get the cars with the hazard lights on.
Proof you have a road sports car.
Absolutely, absolutely right.
Yeah. Adrian Chung, meanwhile, on the first flying lap has gone quickest at 2 minutes 49.037, car number 11, looking at the 44 car, and that's the car of Chan Kao Ping in the Mogan Team Track Day King Subaru. 10th place in the Establishment Cup Road Sports race last year. Adrian Chung, at top of the times, was 4th in the Establishment Cup last year, but won one of the races for the 70th anniversary Road Sports race the previous year, which was a double weekend, wasn't it? So we had two races that weekend.
So it's getting busy on track as...
Red flag.
Oh dear, Lo Pak Yu has the cars behind him. That red, I think, was inevitable, and that's going to be for that car that just can't get going again.
I was about to say, I think we've escaped having a red flag, but no, unfortunately we have had a red flag come out there. And it's for the recovery, so onwards and inwards into pit lane for now. Nice livery that, isn't it? Black and gold livery for Adrian Chung's car.
Yeah, it's understated, but it works in the context of this. So 21 minutes still to go. We'd had effectively the first third of the session, and so far all of this doesn't really matter to the timetable. Free practice sessions, the clock can carry on ticking. It matters a bit more when it's qualifying or race day, because the roads have to be opened, come what may, at 6 p.m. Not as soon as racing finishes, although if they can open them sooner it will be, but at 6 o'clock, absolutely, the roads are open. So everything has to be rattled through. There, coming to the pit lane, is Adrian Chung in the LW World Racing Team entry, and he's the fastest so far.
And sunsets really quickly as well. It gets dark really quickly, doesn't it? So by about 6 o'clock in the evening here at Macau, the place lights up. The lights, the coloured lights, it's just a unique part of the world for the daytime activities here around the Macau circuit, because this is unique. 4 days of the year you can do this.
Well, there you've got a perfect example of normal life and racing, because the taxi, parallel to the circuit, you've got cars coming down the pit lane and other people going about their daily lives, getting a cab somewhere.
Great example.
Two worlds meet. Yeah.
The taxi won.
It did. Well, that's not under red flag conditions. So you've got the cars down the pit lane. Because of the road opening at 6 o'clock, it means, unless there was ever to be special dispensation for a year, maybe in another anniversary year they could do it, but it means you can't have a night race, and that will be something amazing here, because Macau in the day has a great appeal. Macau at night looks like a different place, with all the casinos and the hotels lit up and the neon lights. It is just an amazing feeling, and to have a race under that would be quite something.
So even if you come back here year after year, it still takes your breath away when you go out for your first evening walk.
Yeah, it's true.
And I still get my phone out and I take identical photographs to the ones that I took last year and the year before and the year before that, just because it's so unique.
Yeah.
And the photograph that I took a couple of nights ago will be exactly the same photograph that I have taken for umpteen years here, but it's still just, it's just unique, and it takes your breath away, and it's lovely. Fair bit of sweeping going on down there, isn't there?
Yeah, and that would suggest another incident, wouldn't it, rather than just stopping, because it's also an old place to stop.
Yeah.
So I think the car in question has top of the wall. Now it might be number 13, because Campbell Boone's car has not yet come back into the pit lane.
As far as I can see of the colouring of the car through the through the fencing, that would be, yeah, that would be in keeping with the colours I saw yesterday.
So when you go round the support race paddock, which is in a car park, an underground car park, you go with your crayons, do you? And you colour in a little square next to the car?
Comes later.
Oh, I see.
So you've gone too early here. You have to photograph everyone first. So a photograph hopefully showing the bonnet and the side of the car as well.
Right.
And then back home or back to the hotel. Then the colouring pens come out, and then I produce this, which I like to think is a work of art.
Oh, I see. On which, next to the car number, there's a little square with the colours of the car.
Yes.
Gosh. Fill the space and time. There's number 42, that being Kenneth Wong's car, being pushed back to the team. And we will await news as to the resumption of the session. There, the redoubtable Geronimo Barraco. He has been a staple of this event for as long as most people can remember.
It's a design of little chili peppers all over the front of the car, that.
Okay.
Which I mistakenly thought were strawberries as I approached the car.
Don't get them confused in real life, because otherwise it's going to be very fiery.
It would all go horribly wrong, wouldn't it?
I thought it was a lobster when I walked past it yesterday.
No, you'd be forgiven for thinking lobster.
Okay.
Yeah.
Again, never get lobster confused with anything else. There in the pit lane is Lung Si-Hwa, whose car is 8th fastest at the moment. Lung Si-Hwa drives one of the Toyota GR86s. Ao Chi Wang's Subaru down the pit road. 93 there is Chung Poi Lam, another of the Subaru BRZ drivers. And 61 ready to go back out, Sang Pak Yin. So again, you see, not quite sure that was quite what he meant to do to the camera, but you can see the enjoyment that the drivers have. As soon as the camera goes near, they're all smiles and
it's great, isn't it?
Fist bumping and everything else. That's Chung Poi Lam's car, 93.
One of the real features when we see the drivers inside the car, you see how pumped up they are.
Absolutely. And even last year, when it was stoppage after stoppage, they were still so enthusiastic.
They were.
Right, the session will resume on short notice, so as soon as possible they'll get the cars out without having to go through a restart process. You can just say, right, let's go. Chankar Ping third in the times at the moment, number 44, with the Mogan Team Track Day King Subaru BRZ. And even though it's not the sunniest of days, it's still warm and they're still hot in the car, so the blowers they get some cool air. Yeah, the
really
humidity
humid.
is the thing.
Always very humid this time of year. And I think I saw this morning when we were walking in, said, "Oh, the humidity's not too bad today." It was 73% humidity. So that's still quite a quite a humid day, even though that's quite low for what we can achieve here. It's really quite a humid. Surrounded by water, aren't we? We've got the reservoir, we've got the water, got the ferry terminal. We are surrounded by water here at Macau. So we are going to get this session back underway very soon. It is for the Macau Road Sport Challenge, one of the great features every year of the Macau Grand Prix week. It's a unique week this as well, because not only is it the week of the Macau Grand Prix, but it's also the National Games here.
That's right,
and
yes.
They are very proud and privileged to be hosting elements of the National Games in Macau. So it's quite a busy time, sporting-wise and tourism-wise. Couldn't be any busier, could it?
No,
really?
And it is noticeably busier.
It is, yeah.
Coming through airports or in the hotels, and you can tell that people are here for different events just off what they're wearing.
Yes, yeah. Usually it's the Macau Grand Prix that takes over everything, and that is continuing this year for the 72nd Macau Grand Prix, but also hosting the National Games as well, which is a huge thing in the Greater Bay Area.
Right, the green flag is imminent, I think. Everybody queued up at the end of the pit lane, ready to go, and so we're not far off getting things back underway for now just over 13.5 minutes. So as soon as the green flag will be shown, we can get things back underway. As we say, these cars will also qualify at the end of the day. We've got GT cars to come in GT4, and then later a second GT3 session. We've got another touring car session and also another single-seater session for the Macau Grand Prix itself later on in the day. So the teams now telling drivers, get ready. 1 or 2 already in the fast lane, but the majority waiting a signal. Green flag, so we're in business. The session is live once again.
And already we're into the second half of the session, so we've only done 2 flying laps, and with the resumption of the session, well, 2 flying laps is the sum total of the first half of the session, which is pretty difficult to deal with, and it's slightly tempting to push a little bit too hard on this outlap from pit lane, and the tyres have cooled down, and then it could all go rather wrong. But you need to look after these cars because they're qualifying at 4:45 this afternoon, and that's going to be an important part. And yeah, take it calm, eh?
Yeah, 4 abreast, take it calm. Can I hit my eyes yet? Through
yes.
Lisboa they all turn.
It's all okay.
Is it? Good.
It's all okay.
And there is one of the great iconic shots, that corner, with all the colour in the background, the crane parked by the side of the circuit, the rope hovering over the track, and lots of cars going underneath it.
The amount that goes into the building of this event, the infrastructure and the build is just incredible, isn't it? You think about it, it's not the work of a moment to get a crane into position to be on these various corners around the circuit, and when they're called into operation, they make light work of a collection of a car. That's the least of the worries, if you like.
True, and the guy that's in charge of the crane at Lisboa, it's the first time he's got the contract. It's a new business.
Wow.
Yeah, might be new, but business is picking up.
"11 minutes and 12 seconds of the session remain." I think that was a respectful time.
You got much tumbleweed you could accrue in 10 seconds of silence. So following this, we'll have free practice for the Greater Bay Area GT Cup. That's the only time they'll be out today, and that's the GT4 cars. They get the chance to experience the gear circuit, and then we go back through the cars that we've already had out today. We'll have the FIA TCR World Tour cars for the Macau gear race, the GT3 cars for the GT World Cup, and the FR World Cup cars. And then at the end of this afternoon, the cars that we now see on circuit, they'll be qualifying over half an hour for the Macau Road Sport Challenge. And this, the outlap. So at the end of this lap, when we complete this lap, we'll have 10 minutes remaining, and that's a bit of just a clip that I think we got away with.
Yeah, that was coming past us just out of the last corner. So the big slide from 28 it was, getting all crossed up. Geronimo Badaracco. So lots of shouts at Geronimo, I think, because he threw it sideways, but he saved it. Badaracco has been around here, as I said a few minutes ago, for season after season. 21, Damon Chan.
He was second last year.
He was, wasn't he?
Badaracco.
Yeah.
In a great race. Qualified first as well, and has one of the best names ever for a racing driver.
Badaracco.
That's the one.
That's the one, yeah. So down at Lisboa, more shuffling. Now, 20th in the times, Jankin Sang has just done the absolute best first sector. So drivers are going to shuffle the order on it before the very end.
It's number 96, Jankin Sang, for the SS Racing team in the Subaru. 20th at the moment, but purple in Sector 1. Damon Chan has gone purple in Sector 2. Some of them still on the outlap from pit lane after that interruption to the session. But it's Adrian Chung in car number 11 who is top of the times at the moment, 2:49.037. Only 2 flying laps so far completed, and with 8.5 minutes of the session remaining. Yet to see this session really take shape.
Pirelli tyres on which they all run, and 8 minutes on the clock. As up towards Moorish Hill
now comes the hard charging number 21, Damon Chan, Toyota. So Damon Chan at the moment, 4th in the times. I still think Chan Kim-sang's going to get himself up near the top because he's doing absolute best sectors, but so is Adrian Chung as well as number 44 of Chan Ka-ping. So there is going to be a bit of a shuffle to the order. Very wide around the hairpin, but safely so. There goes David Chan. Makes a run down the hill. Damon Chan, the Hong Kong driver. Some in the entry from Hong Kong, others from Macau. You have Wang Shangyuan from Chinese Taipei. There's Zhu Xirei from China. And Huang Ying also from mainland China. So up to the timing line in a moment will come David Chan, 4th start on the lap. And although he's not done any purples, it's been green, 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 green across the sectors. And Damon Chan goes through, goes fastest, and does a 246.7. So he's top at the moment, but I'm not convinced he's going to stay there.
Everyone shuffling around now, because I think one that we need to look at is the 44 car of Chan Ka-ping, who's gone purple overall best in sectors 2 and 3. Personal best sectors in sectors 1 and 4. Is about to complete a lap. We're looking at Damon Chan, and we've got a yellow flag at Marshall's Post 15.
And that's why, because someone's gone straight on and head-butted the tyres.
And that's quite a bash into the barrier, isn't it?
Yeah.
Waiting for Chan Ka-ping to complete this lap and go second. So car 44, Chan Ka-ping with a time of 2:46.407. Good enough to go second. And unfortunately that car is red flag,
and we're not going to go racing.
Will not be resumed. There's 6 minutes. We don't have much wiggle room today in the timetable, do we?
No.
For a free practice day, and that's why very quickly they're deciding, okay, that's a recovery. The clock is going to count down. Be able to do it. We're not going to be able to do it and get the session resumed in time. So immediate decision. Let's call it time.
But part of the frustration these days for everybody, and the officials as much as anybody, is that the governing body's sporting code has changed for safety reasons. So to prevent things happening like, you know, Jules Bianchi's accident or Liam Lawson's near miss in Mexico, you can't have marshals on the track when the track is live.
Yeah.
Well, that's understandable, but of course here it used to be a feature that a marshal could quickly jump over the barrier, attach a rope, move a car, job done. Can't do that anymore, and that means that running an event at Macau is much more difficult than it was 3 or 4 years ago, say. The car that was in the wall for the first stoppage, by the way, was number 16, Rui Valent, because the car has just been brought back. 79 has also bounced off the barrier, as you see, which was Li Kwok-sun. But for Rui Valent to be in the wall is quite a surprise, because that's another name that we've become familiar with over the seasons.
Absolutely right, yeah. And
normally quick. Yeah.
We're looking down at the 93 car of Chung Pyo Lam in the Subaru. 23 car, that's the car of Zhu Xirei. Everybody else heading onwards and inwards into pit lane, which is going to leave Adrian Chung with the best lap, although interesting to see that Damon Chan and Chan Ka-ping, Lopak Yu were all putting in some pretty quick times. They only really got 2 flying laps in total, didn't they?
Yeah. And 27, Zhu Xirei was not, I don't think, in the top 20, but has been sent to scrutineering. Everybody else about to be dispatched back to the underground car park that is the paddock. So, yeah, session stopped, not to be resumed, and that was the road sports activity of this part of the day. But they will be back out for half an hour of qualifying, all being well, 16:45 local time. They are due to be back on track a little bit later, as that's Adrian Chung, then the fastest driver in the free practice session. So Adrian Chung fastest from Chan Ka-ping, Damon Chan third from Lopak Yu and Chen Kin-sang, Sixth fastest was number 19 of Wang Chuk Pan, ahead of Wang Shangyuan and Yu Yi Hao. Geronimo Balarajo, 28, was 9th, and to round out the top 10, it was Lung Tse-Hwa from Chung Chun Yuan, then Bayern Yip, race winner in the championship. Vincent Yip next, ahead of Huang Ying and then Ivan Sito. Carson Tang from Lung Keng Hei and Lam To to round out the top 18. Kenneth Wong was 19th, and Sang Pak Yin completing the top 20. Further back, Campbell Fung only 23rd, Thomas Chat was 26th. Ao Chi Wang, 28th, possibly somebody that you would have anticipated more from, and Rui Valent not getting a lap time in, given that he hit the wall very early on and did a lot of damage to the car. So fingers crossed that's going to be back out for later on as the Macau Road Sport Challenge.
Então, concluída a sessão de treinos livres do Macau Road Sports Challenge, entrando em descida pela segunda vez da bandeira vermelha, proprietada por um incidente com Ao Chi Wang. A organização da prova a determinar o fim extemporâneo da prova da sessão, aliás, de treinos livres, próprio em show dominava as
So the assembly area here at Macau is once more full of GT cars, this time GT4 cars, and slightly infuriatingly they're going to have to sit there for a little bit longer because the session has been delayed and is going to finish on time. In other words, therefore it's been shortened as well as delayed because there's been some spillage in the earlier road sport session which needs treating, and it's a very, very tight timetable today, so the drivers are sort of wrapping through as best they can the sessions, but if there are stoppages then it does affect the day, especially given that the roads have to open at 6 o'clock. Now, this is the Greater Bay Area GT Cup for GT4 cars. It's also the last round, and it's the first time it's been a championship round, of the new for this year SRO GT Cup, which is a China-based GT4 series. They have 2 races supporting the Chinese Grand Prix at the start of the year. They went to the Pingtan Lake International Circuit, they went to the streets of Beijing, and they've all been double headers. This is a single race. The championships have already been decided. The winner of the Silver Cup is Hanli Chow, and the winner of the AM Cup is Moritz Berenberg. However, that is not to suggest for a moment that we're not going to have an interesting race, because it's been a good season, and we have a good entry as well going into this with the cars all parked ready to go. David Addison and Alan Hyde are trackside. We got very excited early on in the day about GT3 cars. Well, these are GT4. There are more of them, and there's great variety as well, Alan.
Including Mercedes, which don't feature in the GT Cup, the FIA GT World Cup this year, but we do have Mercedes in the lineup. We're just looking at Lei Kit Meng, who is one of those drivers ever present at the Macau Grand Prix in one or other of the forms of racing, and last year he was competing in the Road Sport Challenge. He was winner in the Road Sport Challenge, so moves across now to GT4 for this weekend. It's the number 89 car that we're looking at of Cao Tu Lung in the Level Motorsports Toyota, and just having those final preparations. So a thumbs up from inside the cockpit, but we've got 5 minutes less of this session than we had originally planned, as David was saying. So 25 minutes, they've got to make it count, haven't they? This is Ti Chang Ta, who is just getting himself ready, balaclava on, and preparing to get into the 58 Mercedes AMG.
A Level Motorsports car, and there is Yang Meng Chow with one of the Aston Martins, another brand that we only see in GT4 here this weekend. So Ginetta, Lotus, BMW, Mercedes, Toyota, McLaren, KTM, Audi, Aston Martin. It's a great variety of brands.
I was thinking, you've gone down the road now, you have to make sure you get every one of them, and there are plenty of them, aren't there?
Yeah.
Very impressive, this, a great lineup. Once again on A4, 2 sides of A4 for the entry to this. It's going to be impressive this weekend. It means so much, doesn't it, to all of these drivers being able to compete on the gear circuit here at Macau, which is only in operation for 4 days every year, apart from every 10th year when we have 2 weekends of racing. That's a real overload treat of racing over 2 weekends to celebrate the decades of the Macau Grand Prix. That's one of the Lotus.
Yeah, that's right. That's Daniel Liu's car, and Daniel Liu won the first race in, sorry, he was runner-up, I should say, in the first race in Shanghai, but he did win in Beijing in race 1 there. Daniel Liu, who was the 2021 Carrera Cup Asia champion, raced in Formula 4 and then moved to GT cars. There you've got Kwok Wei Ming with his Mercedes AMG GT4. And 67 is Kan Che Wei's Ginetta, the Ginetta G55 that he drives. Been a regular in the GT4 race over the years. That car run by the 778 Autosport team.
away from the camera, and a thumbs up as well, and so too from the promotional team that are here throughout the weekend and parade up and down throughout the paddock over the course of this weekend, advertising the various sponsors and partners of the event over the course of every Macau Grand Prix weekend, and that all adds to the colour and the glitz and the sense of occasion that we have in the paddock.
When we were at Suzuka a couple of months ago, a similar thing was there in the paddock, and I'm reliably informed that they're not known as promotional girls or rig girls, they are trophy queens.
Okay.
And that is how they are to be.
Is it?
It is, you know, a thing, and it's appears in timetables. The trophy queens will do this. So that apparently is the terminology.
I'm going to write that on my enduring plan of the circuit, which comes back year after year.
As does this man, Miguel Lay, with the Audi, who works at the Grand Lisboa Palace. So he's about as local as you can get.
It doesn't get any more local, does it?
No. Quick driver, but lives and works in Macau. And the place he works sponsored the car, and it's very much keeping it in the family. Now, behind Darrell Young's car is some sort of bird. I vaguely remember this from last year, and I at this point head to my consultant on these matters. What was the character? Was it a puffin or something?
Yes, I think you're right. I was getting confused. I thought it might have been the chicken, which is called Sam.
Oh, okay.
Who features over at the Sky Electric podium on the walk-in in the morning.
Right.
But no, that wasn't a chicken, was it?
No.
Silly me.
Yeah. Easy mistake. Lau Kim Hao's Janetta, the next one that we come to. But it's a good entry, and it's been a very, very good maiden season for this latest SRO championship. Number 29 there is Ivan Ho with the McLaren 570S. And the enthusiasm absolutely bounces out the car. Absolutely hyping these guys, ready to go.
Effervescent, absolutely effervescent inside the cars. That's number 2, which is Brian Lai, who is one of the regulars here at Macau, getting himself ready, opting for dark glasses inside the car. Clear visor, dark glasses.
Calvin Leung in the BMW M4, winner here in 2013 and 2015 in the Macau Touring Car and Road Sport Challenge titles he's won.
6th last year in this Greater Bay Area GT Cup race, and 5th in 2023. So that's one of the cars to watch out for. You can't miss it, can you? It's one of the liveries that they choose many years here at Macau. It really does stand out. That purple and day-glow yellow is really very synonymous with the support races here at Macau for the Song Ven racing team. For as long as I've been coming, they've been competing in those team colours.
So the paddock gate will open to let the cars onto the circuit. They don't go down the pit lane, they start from the assembly area, which is also the paddock. So as they are queued up and others are trying to get in, it does get very busy, because if you look one side in that paddock, you've got the back of the permanent garages. So as you look now on the right, that's the back of the garages where the Formula Regional single-seaters are, and on the left are the temporary garages in which the GT3 cars are. So the paddock's a pretty busy place at the best of times. Then you sort of clog up the middle with a grid of cars. Right, I think we are almost good to go. Clock's heading towards 13:40.
In a very busy assembly area, isn't it?
Yeah.
And those air horns that you hear in the background are really absolutely vital to get the right of way cleared, because there are so many people down here, team personnel and all those you know, trophy queens down in the assembly area, and we need to get clear passage so the cars can make their way out onto the circuit, albeit 5 minutes later for the start of this session, that they've got 25 minutes of free practice today, and they won't be qualifying. So we just saw the Macau Road Sports. They are qualifying and free practice as well today, but the GT4 cars, just this one session, 25 minutes. They have to make it count. They qualify tomorrow morning at 10 minutes past 11 local time. But with a windy Macau, the clock is on and GT4 cars are released onto the circuit.
So out they pour, and the final championship round of the SRO GT Cup is the Greater Bay Area GT Cup for GT4 cars. 21 down the pit road, or the assembly road, is Wang Hao's Toyota GR Supra. Been racing in the Toyota Gazoo Racing GR86 Cup in China this season. Oh, KTM, did I mention KTM?
Yes, you did.
Lu Ti Ren's
because that
car.
was the one I thought you'd miss. I was waiting for it.
Pretty quirky car, the KTM. If we see it in the pit lane, but the way the bodywork operates, it goes up and forward rather than having a straightforward door, and then the driver has to thread themselves out through the cage, and it's not the work at the moment.
Last minute livery for that car, because yesterday it was pure white, and today it's now orange and a sort of a creamy colour wrap on that car, but always it's a car that as you walk past it you do a double take. It's an extraordinary car, the Crossbow GT4 Evo car, and great to have it on the grid for our Greater Bay Area GT Cup for GT4 cars this year.
The BMW still looks very touring car-like, but has been a very, very good GT4 car.
For a long time.
Yeah, precisely so. Very competitive. Aston Martin goes by, and it'll take a few minutes before we get onto a flying lap, but key to the session really is keeping out of trouble, keeping it off the wall and keeping the session alive, so you can get a proper rhythm of laps, because 25 minutes, half an hour, which was the original plan, you think, well, you can get a lot of time in there, but it's a long lap at 6 kilometres.
It's
so
an hour lap,
yeah, you lose 4 or 5 minutes with an hour lap, then you've got to get a flying lap done, and people start bouncing off the barriers and causing stoppages, then it all becomes a bit of a mess. And there's our first drama. Janessa number 55 is in strife. That is Kenny Chung's car. He's been another regular in this over the years.
Yeah, 19th last year in this race, qualified in 24th place, so made good places up in the race. Quite a few Janessas feature on this grid. I don't think there's any particular dominant car, but you make a really good point about the BMW M4 GT4 car. It has been at the forefront of GT4 racing around the world for, goodness me, probably a decade.
Yeah, it's probably close on that.
It's probably close to a decade.
Yeah, and successful, whether it's been in the Pan-European GT4 series or domestic championships. Right, it's getting a bit slow on the way down to the Melco hairpin, but I think this is because drivers now want the traffic ahead to disappear, so they are prepared to stack up the cars behind. Busy down at the R bend. Moritz Berenberg's Cayman goes through, the McLaren almost being terrorised out of the way there of Wang Cheng-to.
I thought it was going to take the escape road into the pit lane on that occasion. There was nowhere for it. Finished 17th in the race last year, that car. Wang Cheng-to in the LW World Racing Team McLaren. 15 car, that is Chen Chung Hua in the Level Motorsports Mercedes AMG.
And there is
the
Janessa that is still stranded. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
That's a worry, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, because it's on the move, but slowly. I think they've given him time to try and get the car fired up. It looks like it has just about got away. The Mercedes there finding a really dusty part of the circuit. So through turns Chen Chun-hua in the Mercedes AMG, another experienced driver who's had the occasional foray in Europe, did the Spa 25-hour Fun Cup race a few years back. So we'll see lap time start to be posted at the end of the lap that the Mercedes AMG is on.
just had a purple sector for the 33 car, and that's Henry Chow in the Toyota. Yes.
That's coming out of Lisboa.
It is.
Another Ginetta, I fear, that has ground to a halt.
It's not in a good place, that, is it?
No, but an odd place if it's bounced off the barrier.
It is, yeah.
Anyway, hopefully, again, that can fire up and get moving. Sorry, you were saying.
I don't remember.
It was good. Chen Chunhua, he says, salvaging it all. Comes then, the Chinese Taipei driver, out of Malco hairpin, back onto the power down the hill, and eager to get a lap in, just in case anything's lurking in the system. I think I've seen everything now.
Go on.
Well, I know this doesn't make for great telling you what you can't see, but just bear with me. Opposite us is the rostrum on which the marshal with the checkered flag stands.
Yes.
He's also got 2 policemen with speed guns stood with him. And I'm convinced they are trying to monitor the speed of cars as they come over the line. It might be for academic interest, but...
Or is it into pit lane?
Well, no, because they're not on the... They can't monitor the pit lane because they're not in it.
No.
Well, they're police rather than marshals. So, I think for academic interest, you've got people monitoring the speed of cars as they come over the line. Anyway.
I think you're right.
It's something extra, something different.
It is.
Well, all that's been going on.
Not seen that before.
No, Chen Chunhua has gone fastest, 2 minutes 39. Darryl O'Young is a man to watch in this, as ever. Very experienced driver is Darryl. Bouncing over the bump for Lotus there. That's
red flag.
Oh dear, yeah, that'll be for the Ginetta, won't it? That's the car of Daniel Liu, the Lotus bouncing up and down. But the session is stopped, and what have we got? 18.5 minutes.
Yeah, in a already shortened session, and the clock will continue to count down during this recovery for that Ginetta over on the right-hand side on the barriers on the run towards San Francisco.
Have we worked out which Ginetta it is yet? It's not Brian Lay's car, is it? No. Multicoloured one at least, but yeah, frustration as the session has to be stopped.
I wonder if it's Lei Kit Meng's car.
Oh, okay, might be.
It may be.
I'd like another look at it to see whether it's got much damage from bouncing off the wall, or whether it may purely be that it's a mechanical drama.
We didn't get all of the liveries yesterday for the GT4 cars, only because not all of the cars were there yet, and not all of the cars were liveried and wrapped ready for the weekend. But I know certainly Lei Kit Meng's car has got a bit of pink and a bit of purple on it, that's for sure. And I think that Ginetta that's stricken has got a bit of pink and a bit of purple on it, so it may well be that that's the car we have that requires recovery.
The RPM Racing Team car. He is the team. He owns the team, Lei Kit Meng, who we saw years ago racing in British Formula 3. He did the Macau Grand Prix for at least 7 seasons. Got 10th one year in the Formula 3 Grand Prix back in 2001. So, experienced driver, but with a problem.
That was one of the Ginettas that had a problem, wasn't it? The 55 car, Kenny Chung.
It was, yeah.
That car back in pit lane, which is good news, and back to the team as well, so they can have a good look over that car, make sure everything is okay with the car, checking the wing mirror on the right-hand side of the car. Everybody else onwards towards pit lane, and this is really important time that they're going to be losing down the pit lane. I was rather hoping once it was shortened to 25 minutes that they were going to be able to go without any interruptions, but sadly that's not the case. I was going to say, I remember what I was going to say, it was about Darryl O'Young, who is out on circuit in the with the GT4s this weekend. Currently with only 1 flying lap completed in 15th place, 17th place, but he had gone purple in the middle sector, that's sector 3, one of the vital sectors of the gear circuit here at Macau. Session will be resumed at 13:53, which is around about 3 or 4 minutes away local time, just coming up to 10 minutes to 2 in the afternoon. Number 95 is Darryl O'Young, who we were just talking about, who's gone purple in sector 2.
Interesting just watching those last cars coming to the pit lane, weaving around to try and get the warmth into the tyre. the more warmth there, the longer it might remain in. So even though they're having to come into the pit lane, they're still trying to get temperature into the tyres so that while they're in the pit lane, and hopefully they won't be stationary for that long, there's a little bit of extra temperature that is in there. They'll be better placed for the resumption. Everybody else that's in the pit lane, tyres are getting cooler and cooler and cooler, but the extra weaving on the way in, just trying to force a bit more warmth into the tyre.
So 15 minutes of the session remaining, just under now. It's just ticked over as GT4 cars make their way down into pit lane. Briefly saw the car of Yang Chow in the Aston Martin. So many different cars. Need to add up how many different makes of car we've got in the Greater Bay Area GT Cup this year, but it's always very impressive. The 83 Porsche.
Moritz Berenberg's car. He's the AM champion, by the way.
And a look at the 27 car, which is Zhao Shiquan in the Toyota GR Supra GT4 car. Opportunity once again to see the drivers in their place of work for the weekend. That's Wang Hao, Toyota once again. Toyota Gazoo Racing China, the team running that car this weekend. And 23 is Wong Cheng To in the McLaren 570S GT4 car. Car pushed back. That's Wang Hao in the Toyota. Closed in, door closed. It's not going to be too long before we get this session back underway with 13.5 minutes remaining. And a look at the number 12 Mercedes as well of Fok Wai Meng in his AMG GT4 car, Team TRC entry. 20, that's Lu Wenlong, Daniel Lu in the Team Pegasus Lotus Emira. When I saw Lotus on the entry, I was minded about the first week of competition that we had in our 2 weeks here, and exceptional entry from 2 Lotus Emiras we had that year, and a very, very near miss moment down at Lisboa.
That's right, Adam Christodoulou was one of the drivers, wasn't he?
It was,
and it's a shame because that was a race that was stopped and not restarted quite early on, but it was
within a centimetre, I think. Yeah. So we get this session underway, cram them all down in pit lane, get them lined up, ready to go. And I think we almost are ready to go. Get the board down in pit lane. And green light. So pit lane open, things get back underway. Just under 12 minutes of this session remain, and the colourful grid of GT4 cars, now with cooler tyres once again, head back out onto the gear circuit here at Macau.
For just under 12 minutes, or if you prefer, just over 11.5 minutes. So
it's not long, is it?
No, 3 proper flying laps.
3.
Maybe.
And
yeah, not much time.
It is free practice, of course. So qualifying for them tomorrow morning, 10 past 11 tomorrow, over half an hour around the gear circuit to qualify tomorrow. But for now, we get this session back underway with number 15, top of the times, Chen Chong-Hua in the Mercedes AMG GT4 car, 8th last year, qualified in 13th place for the Greater Bay Area GT Cup race. That's the number 20, very impressive looking Lotus Emira of Daniel Lu. And we didn't get opportunity to finally identify that Ginetta that required recovery, did we? With a question mark over whether it was number 7, Lei Kit Meng.
Yeah, who didn't get to another sector, did he?
No,
so
I think it may have been.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
Hanley Chow is the other man to keep an eye on as this year's champion, and he was second fastest before the stoppage in number 33 Toyota. So we're already down to 10 minutes to go as day one of the 72nd Macau Grand Prix weekend ticks on by. Touring cars, GT3 cars to come before qualifying for single-seaters and road sports to round out the day. So, oh no, another Ginetta in strife, and at this rate we're not going to get the session done at all, because it's Kenny Chung's car again, 55, that's clearly got a problem, the K2C Motorsport car, but Kenny Chung has stopped. That looks like it's within the first part of the lap before Lisboa.
Which we thought last time it had just stopped. It hadn't hit anything, it had just come to a stop, but got going again. They've had time to look at the car down in pit lane and check it over, but it's stopped again.
Why do I feel that it did something similar last year? I've got it in the back of my mind that there was a car that did similar things, kept expiring and going again, stopping.
I can't remember that. No, I'm sorry.
Anyway, we'll see whether
I'd love to help.
Yeah, thanks. We'll see whether there is the car, and it ain't moving. This is going to be another stoppage, isn't it?
Yeah.
It doesn't look, maybe it's a little bit crinkled, but it's stationary on the racetrack, and it's a very, very fast part of the racetrack, that. So the race director keeping an eye to hope that the car fires up, but I'm really not convinced. And with 8.5 minutes on the clock, it's going to be a question mark as to whether, if it were stopped. Oh, no, that's the KTM getting going. Question mark as to whether, if it is stopped, it will ever restart again. Anyway, Hanley Chow has gone quicker than anybody within the first sector. Now, that's quite bold to do that, because if there's a car stranded and there's a yellow flag and you do an absolute best, that might not go down a storm with the officials.
Might not go down awfully well, might it? No, I think you might be right. And they're not really, if they have another stoppage, they're not really going to have had free practice, really, have they? No. 2 flying laps at most during this session.
KTM back down the pit lane of Lu Ren, the Level Motorsports car. So Kenny Chung's car hopefully is on its way.
Hanley Chow has gone purple in Sector 1, purple in Sector 2 as well, and is on Sector 3 at the moment. That's the 33 car. Really pushing on.
Yeah, going nicely. A little bit wide maybe at Norwich Hill, but he makes the climb now up towards Donna Maria. It's another absolute best. That said, there's not much to base it against, and he's sort of first in the queue. Lake Hit Meng's Ginetta has just been revealed to us in the paddock, so it was that car that ground to a halt, causing red flag number 1, and no further news about the Kenny Chung car, so I'm hoping it has got moving again. Hanley Chow is going to go fastest, I think, given the way that this lap is being pieced together very impressively indeed.
We might see 5 purple sectors for Hanley Chow, which is going to be very impressive coming up towards the conclusion of the lap. It's been a lap in isolation, hasn't it? Really good news, but no, big red flag. So, oh dear, oh dear. Oh, and a really rather heavy frontal impact for the 67 car. That's the reason why. That's Can Cha Wei.
And he's not alone, because he's got the Mercedes of Chen Chunhua involved as well. Have those two got together? So big incident for, yeah, that's the end of the session. Number 15, number 67, Chen Chunhua's Mercedes and Can Cha Wei. Well, that was the session that never was.
We really got 2 flying laps and no more. So, yeah, and the unfortunate thing about this is we now have 2 rather damaged cars as well. That looked like quite a heavy frontal impact, doesn't it? So cars into pit lane for the Greater Bay Area GT Cup here at Macau for the 72nd running of the Macau Grand Prix. And that is perhaps, of all the sessions we've had today for the Macau Grand Prix, maybe the most frustrating session of the day so far.
Definitely, and it starts to make one wonder what can be done, because the less track time people have, the more incidents are likely. You can't keep extending the day. Let's have a look at how it all happened here. So we're looking down. The Ginetta just goes straight on, just locked up, and that's got a lot of damage at the front. So that was how we lost the car of Can Che Wei. And then the other incident for Chen Chunhua may well have been independent completely. So not the two getting involved, but two separate incidents.
I think you're right, yeah, and all part of pushing on really early after the resumption of the session.
That's very broken.
A really damaged car. That's sad to see, isn't it?
I wonder whether that was a failure rather than outbraking himself. Like, you know, the brakes didn't slow the car. Chen Chunhua has certainly hit something, as you can see on the front right. That is up near maternity, I think. So, two crumpled cars, but that Ginetta, I'm starting to wonder whether we might see that again or not, because that looked very broken to me.
Yep, it did. Yep, heavy impact. So that session is not going to be restarted. The Greater Bay Area GT Cup, very disappointing. Unpleasant scenes to look at there with two cars damaged. That one, the 67 car, really quite badly damaged for the car of Can Che Wei. And once everyone is back into pit lane, that's when the recovery can begin to be effected down there for the 67 car, but at the moment they're still threading their way around back to pit lane.
They are indeed. So the car that's fastest is one of those that's caused the stoppage. Chen Chunhua with damage. Han Li Chao, don't think he ever got to quite finish the lap, did he? Second quickest, and then Daniel Liu third ahead of Moritz Berenberg, and fifth fastest is Yang Meng Chao. Sixth quickest was Cao Tzu Lung, and a little bit further down, Darrell Young only 18th. So I know it's not a representative order, but further back than you would anticipate to see Darrell Young. And how many of the 25 cars we actually get for qualifying tomorrow is a bit of a moot point, given the damage and mechanical dramas that one or two have had at the frustrating early end of the Greater Bay Area GT Cup free practice session.
paddock, Macau gear race, TCR cars, 15 minutes to start a practice. Macau gear race, TCR cars, 15 minutes to start a practice.
So the session not going to be resumed, and we'll next see the drivers in the Great Bay Area GT Cup in action tomorrow morning at 11:10 for their qualifying session, 30-minute qualifying session at 11:10. On Saturday off, on Sunday morning, they will have the 9-lap race to determine this year's Macau winner. So we're 8 o'clock on Sunday morning. So in less than 15 minutes time, we'll have our next session on track 3. So 4 sessions to go now, and next up it's going to be the second pre-practice session for the Macau gear race, the TCR World Tour cars. They've got a second 30-minute session coming up at 2:25 the scheduled start time. Then 3:05 is the FIA GT World Cup cars for pre-practice 2. At 3:50 it is the FIA FR World Cup qualifying session, the first two-part qualifying session, and then the final session today at 4:45 will be another qualifying session for the Macau World Championship.
GT4 的比赛呢，就是练习赛，现在已经结束了。那么接下来要进行的就是第二次练习。我们之前已经看到过第一次练习的澳门冬奥会大赛空奥国际系列 TCR 世界巡回赛澳门站的第二次练习。之前跟大家介绍了，在目前的积分战斗当中，有机会能够争取今年全年总冠军的，就是同队的2位车手，都是效力于03车队的2位车手，一个是168号安纳卓 Dan Lambert， 另外一位呢是瑞典车手111号约克。同样的，他们在比赛过程当中还面对一个困难跟挑战，就是根据他们战绩所承受的加重。不过还好的是，别克跟尼恩拉克2个人都加了40公斤，所以应该说是面对同样的一个境况。但在澳门这条赛道当中，如果增加了30公斤，2个人都增加了30公斤的话呢，在比赛里面，相对于其他竞争对手，可能就会陷入一场比赛。第一次练习结束之后的一个表现还是不错的。那么接下来看看第二次练习能不能有更好的发挥。同样的，第一次练习当中，我们看到比杰里斯，也就是匈牙利车手的表现也非常好，速度很快。那么今天比赛里面第二次练习，到底谁能够有一个更好的状态呢？其实练习归根到底还是需要尽量的把赛车准备好，毕竟不是排位赛。那到了排位赛的时候，才是见真章的时候。稍后我们将会为您带来的就是TCR 世界巡回赛澳门站第二次自由练习。
I hope you're well. We are very good, very happy because we are here in the legendary Circuit de Gear. We're here in Macau and we are ready to get into free practice 2 after a rather good free practice 1, particularly for this gentleman here, Mikel Ascona, who topped the charts. Before we have a quick word to him, let's not forget that this is the ultimate showdown. This is the weekend. The battle is on between Ted Bjork and Jan Erlacher. Jan leads 34 points for this final weekend, so he's got a comfortable cushion, but it's Macau. Anyway, right, let's have a chat to Mikel, who came out on top in free practice 1. When we chatted a little bit earlier, you said, right, this is my weekend to win Macau. It's not been done before, so why are you feeling so confident, and why was that such a good FP?
Yeah, it's been a very good start to the weekend with the P1 on FP1. It's true I had new tires, but I have to say the car was really on the window for being the first laps on the Macau track, which is very challenging. Last 2 years we were fighting also for pole and victories, and we managed to get Norby on the title. So now we are out of the game, so I think it's the year that we can try to go for a pole and victory, and it's what I really want, but we will see.
What sort of preparation did you do then, in particular, leading up to this weekend?
Sorry?
What preparation did you do?
Preparation, I mean, just being focused, work hard with the team properly, try not to do mistakes, put the car on the window, and do everything as best as possible, and yeah, just be there.
Good. Vamos, Mikel. Right, so we can officially say that I would say that's probably about 13 of our 17 drivers who are planning on winning this weekend's race. Obviously, the Lincoln Co boys will be very much looking after either Ted or Jan. Macau really comes down to qualifying, so that's what's really important, and probably during this FP2 they're really going to be working out how to maximise everything to make sure that they absolutely nail qualifying tomorrow. Just before we finish, let's have a quick word to this gentleman here who has won here before. Quietly confident, sir?
You're never confident. If you're confident in Macau, you're going too slow.
Yeah, very true. So you were absolutely brooking it in free practice then, were you?
No, what everybody's doing is just trying to go out and push their limit so high that, you know, that we're preparing for qualifying. So never confident, just pushing more and more.
Good, love it. Have a good one, Ted. I love it. You're never confident if you're in Macau and you're confident, you're not going fast enough. Right, so far, I think pretty much all of the sessions today have been red flagged. Touch wood. Ours wasn't red flagged earlier, and we won't be red flagged again. Fingers crossed. But as always, anything can happen here in Macau, the legendary street circuit. It's going to be a good one. Make sure you're watching free practice 2. Let's go.
1 minute to start.
Free practice 2 ready to go then, and the earlier session did have a red flag courtesy of one of the local drivers getting in strife down at the hairpin, but fingers crossed this one can go without drama, and there are 30 minutes on the clock, and it's the last opportunity for the drivers, for the teams, to make sure that they have a car that is absolutely as they want it, as they need it for qualifying tomorrow, which will have 30 minutes for everybody, and then the top 12 get a further 15-minute shootout, and it's from that really that the two grids are going to be based, because race 1 is the natural order, race 2 has the top 10 in reverse. There's your championship leader, Jan Erlacher, ready to venture out onto the circuit. They are on the Prix grid, as you can see, and it is going to be Ted Bjork who is going to lead them out first of all, second in the championship. David Addison and Alan Hyde are trackside. There's a green flag being shown. That means the session is now live, as away goes 186 Esteban Guerrieri, 107 behind is Aurelien Comte, 155 you can see there is Mark Tring-Ha, and on track Jan Erlacher, who's not had a Macau victory before. Slippery conditions the drivers are being warned about after the last session of GT4 activity was much interrupted, and a rather broken Ginetta didn't just damage itself, but also put liquid down on the road and do some barrier damage as well. Half an hour ticks away, cars on track.
Mikel Ashkona, quickest in free practice 1 this morning. Jan Lachey, the championship leader, was second quickest and led for most of the session. And Norbert Mikelitz, double champion, crowned here at Macau, third quickest. That was free practice 1 this morning. They don't have a competitive element to today. It is 2 free practice sessions, so they can dial the cars in. They can do an awful lot of good today. They can also do an awful lot of bad, because if you have it off, if you cause damage to the car and then set yourself up for qualifying tomorrow with a repaired car, then that's going to put you on the back foot for the weekend. So I think the key to this, the key to free practice 2, is to keep it neat, keep it tidy, try to find the limits, but without pushing things too hard. Would you say that's an accurate description of how to attack an all free practice day?
Yeah, I think so. And they'll also have a different plan in terms of whether they want to focus on setup or scrubbing tyres or bedding brakes or whatever. So you're never really comparing like with like in a free practice session. Certainly towards the end of this, you'd anticipate people to start thinking about qualifying, but they've got half an hour in which to do that. However, half an hour could disappear very quickly, especially if we get interruptions, because you lose minutes with an in-lap, you lose time with a stoppage, you lose time with an out-lap. So we should be okay, because the majority of this grid are regulars in the World Championship, this WTCR replacement, the World Tour. They are professional drivers being paid by manufacturers. So in theory, we ought to be able to get through this without too much drama.
Yes, please. That's what we're hoping for during this session, because it is always, on the first day of the Macau Grand Prix weekend, it is always a little bit challenging. What was the phrase that you used to me many years ago? Safety car breeds safety car.
Yeah, true.
And in the case of Macau, it's red flag, and very often that happens. You have one, the cars leave the pit lane, the tyres have gone down to below optimum temperature, and then you get another car which goes off, so another red flag, and that was very much the story of last year when we had challenging conditions. The good news is that this year we don't have challenging conditions. This is just about perfect, isn't it?
Yeah, it's dry, it's a little bit blustery, but a dry circuit is vital. So now onto a flying lap they go, and we're looking for something around the 2:28 mark, because that's what Mikel Ashkona got down to in FP1 this morning. This is Jan Lachey's view. He's heading down to Lisboa. Green flags flutter, and Lachey lines the car up, turns right, and the bright blue Lincoln Co. then, which is the car of the championship leader, Jan Lachey, in his championship battle with Ted Bjork, and he now powers up San Francisco Hill. 4 wins to Lachey, 3 wins to Bjork, points between them, 75 points on offer, and come qualifying, you've taken 15 out of the equation, so it might be a slightly different situation points-wise after that tomorrow.
Pink flashes on the side and the wing mirrors of Jan Lachey's car, the championship leader, on board with the Frenchman in the Lincoln Co. Cyan Racing, number 168 car, and threading his way around. Every year it sort of surprises me when you are on board and you're in a touring car and you're threading your way around the tight, twisty section of the circuit. They can overtake, they can get side by side on that section, which is when you're on board and you're looking from inside the car. It's almost incredible that you get at least one car down through there, but over the years I've seen quite a few fairly audacious overtaking manoeuvres taking place on that tight and twisty section. Not least, I think I remember Tom Chilton having a successful overtake there. That's some years ago. But it's incredible what you can do in a touring car that you can't seem to do in any other kind of car around the gear circuit at Macau.
Yeah, Rob Huff was always another great overtaker on that mountain section if a sniff presented itself.
If you come back with wing mirrors, you're not trying.
Exactly, exactly. And there, right up against the concrete, Jan Lachey, he gets a little bit out of line coming off Fisherman's Bend. So now down towards the R bend, the last corner on the lap, comes the Lincoln Co. Swings through the corner and now up towards the timing line. So that lap for Jan Lachey is a 2:30.296. So not as good as he was doing towards the end of FP1, but in the ballpark.
Ashkona has gone purple in sectors 2, 3 and 4. Top of the times in FP1. Looks as if he's about to go top of the times with the first flying lap in FP2, and does so. So a 2:29.104. 2:29.104 is the first benchmark time for Michael Ashkona,
who was fastest in the earlier session on a better time as Ignacio Montenegro goes by and slots 8th quickest. Going a little bit better than this morning is Marcin Hua, up to 3rd fastest, early doors in the Lincoln Co. But Ignacio Montenegro carries on. Nestor Girolami to the pit lane, number 129 Hyundai. It's a really tough start to the year for the Hyundai drivers, but the double Super TC2000 driver from Argentina, double champion in that category, Nestor Girolami into the pit lane. Interesting that he's bailed, because he did the absolute best first sector, but decided to abort the lap. This is Max Hart, very much, Alan, a late caller.
Yes, certainly was. Just a couple of days ago got the call, and he was, I think, slightly disappointed. Thinks maybe there's a bit of unfinished business here at Macau, and wasn't down on the entry list to be competing in any either the local races or the TCR World Tour that we're seeing out on circuit now. And then a couple of days ago got a call. It was all very, very last minute, very rushed. Can you pack a bag? Yes, we can. Can you get a flight? When can you get the flight? He was checking flights while his girlfriend was packing the bag, got on the flight, and here he is.
Having gone well in the Chinese Championship races here in recent years, been a victor. So Norbert Mikulic, you're riding on board with. He's down at the Melco hairpin, down to 1st gear, sprints out the other side, track map on the dash. Then if he gets a call about dramas at a given corner, he can quickly refer to it and know exactly where the incident may well be. Mikulic then comes down through Black Sands, and the reigning champion then turns the Hyundai onto the run towards our bend and then towards the timing line. Jan Erlache goes through, but goes slightly slower, in fact, on that lap. Contrast there of the circuit and everyday life going on virtually next door on the parallel lane. Very, very wide coming off our Ben Martin Hua, but he's gone through and is 3rd. Better time, but doesn't improve his position in the order. And Mikulic for the pit lane.
Quite the regular, isn't he, Marcin Hua, here at Macau, and in the TCR World Tour event of Macau. The Macau gear race, of course, on Sunday here, the very historic, very famous touring car race here at Macau, and it features the final round of the Kumo FIA TCR World Tour. 21 minutes of this session just over remain. It's Michael Ashkona who is top of the times in car number 196. The time, a 2:29.104, the best lap of this session so far.
That's Nestor Girolami, who pitted at the end of that first flying lap, so we haven't really got a proper time against his name as yet. Norbert Mikulic in as well, and in fact, sorry, that is Mikulic. Nestor Girolami has just left the pit lane. Also back out has gone 228. That's the car of Chen Chang. And Andy Liang, who suffered some damage this morning, also circulating. So having brushed the wall on the run to the Melco hairpin, the car is back out and circulating, which is good. Max Hart's just pitted, and this free practice period ticks on down. There is the charging Michael Ashkona making the climb now on towards Donna Maria.
3rd in TCR World Tour last year was Michael in the Hyundai Elantra NTCR. Threads his way around Melco hairpin. Just inch perfect. They can position these cars on the exit of the corner, and getting a neat Melco hairpin sets them up for a good run down through Black Sands, down towards Fisherman's and Arbenne, the final 2 right-handed corners on the gear circuit, and could set you up for a good lap start to one lap, end to the other. And this is Mikhail Kona, car 196 into pit lane. So currently top of the times, a 1:29.104. And Mikhail with not a push lap that time into pit lane. LHA already in pit lane. And that's the 186 car that we're looking at of Esteban Guerrieri. Honda Civic Type R, Goat Racing entered car. And Esteban sits inside the car while the team tend to it. We've got 18 minutes and 50 seconds of the session remaining. Free practice both sessions today for the FIA TCR World Tour cars. Tomorrow, all about qualifying from just after midday local time.
Real rush of cars for the pit lane. Largely the Lincoln Co's on block have come in, but also down the pit road is just coming Ignacio Montenegro. So with 10 minutes done, time for a tweak or two, maybe another set of boots. 8th and 11th for two TCR Australia drivers, Josh Buchan and Ryan McMillan. In the HMO Customer Racing Hyundais, TCR Australia's had a rather difficult season, to say the least, with rounds being cancelled and entry levels being fairly modest, to say the least. But Josh Buchan took on the TCR World Tour regulars in Korea, came out on top, won the first race at India, so he did a good job. That is Ignacio Montenegro's Goat Racing Honda. The team manager of Goat Racing, Pepe Oriola, brought back into competition this weekend, so he's got a third car and is 10th in the times. Quite a lot of Asian drivers did enter the event, but haven't got through, if you like, to the sort of final selection process. So 17 cars is a smaller entry for Macau than we've had for a few years, but maybe it gives a bit more chance to breathe without quite the same potential mayhem. Big slide there for Josh Buchan. So you've got the two HMO cars running in tandem. And they're on the run towards the Melco hairpin.
So quite a few of our pit stoppers are now on the outlap from pit lane, including Esteban Guerrieri, Max Hart, Norbert Mikulits, Ted Bjork, and Jan Erlaché, all on outlaps from the pit lane. And we are fast approaching half distance in this FP2 session. A look at the 107 car of Aurélien Conti in the Cupra Leon.
So more cars being dispatched from the pit lane. Those that are in need a bit of cool air into the engine bay, try and reduce the temperatures. The HMO Hyundai's been circulating together on track. They're circulating down the pit lane together as well.
Ash Kona, it is top of the times, car number 196, on an outlap from pit lane.
And this is on board with Esteban Guerrieri, who currently is only 16th out of the 17 that have done a time. So Guerrieri pressing on, and no doubt will improve towards the end of the session. This is an outlap anyway, so it's not going to be sparkling, but as he comes now up through Donna Maria, it's the next lap that's going to be interesting. This gives you an idea of just how narrow that whole section is down to the Melco hairpin.
I was going to say, any onboard shot around the gear circuit at Macau is impressive and eye-opening in the same sentence, because it does make you realise just how close you are, how inch perfect they place the cars lap after lap, in a touring car especially, in a GT car especially, in a single-seater especially, anything around the gear circuit at Macau. And that doesn't even get onto motorcycles, goodness me.
Yeah, you've got to get up early to watch them, but it's worth doing. Esteban Guerrieri then up towards the timing line to really start a proper flying lap as we get to the midway point in the session. Norbert Mikulic, absolute best sector one. Guerrieri goes by, and now onto a proper flying lap in the Goat Racing Honda, the type of car in the hands of Dawson Borkovic that won last year here. Another driver, sadly, who was on the original entry, but not the final one. See how bumpy that section of the circuit is. The Honda hopping and skipping around as Guerrieri bounces his way, speed building out of Mandarin down towards Lisboa. He'll move across the road now to take the line. hard on the brakes. Big grandstand towering over the circuit on the outside. The Lisboa Hotel on the outside of the circuit. And then now you run, if you like, away from town up towards the mountain circuit, up San Francisco Hill, past the hospital on the left-hand side, and on the right, the walls to be avoided. On the left, the barriers, drop down the hill, and then stand on the brakes as you get towards Maternity Bend. Sharp corner, back onto the power, and this is Norbert Mikulich, who has now done 2 absolute bests, make that 3 absolute bests.
I was going to say, I think we might be crossing over to Norby in a couple of minutes because, yeah, he was purple in Sector 1, personal best in Sector 2, overall best in Sector 3 and 4, and this the final sector. So expect this car to go top of the times in a couple of moments. The 105 Hyundai comes around the final turn up towards the timing beam, currently 8th. And now goes top, so a 2:28.386 with 3 overall best sectors and 2 personal best sectors on that lap. 2:28.386,
which is about a 10th slower than Mikuláš Kona did in the earlier session today. So it's a good time, but it's not quite the best of the day. This is Mikuláš's view, and by the look of it, he's still on the attack on his next lap as well. Let's see what the first sector is. It's slightly down, and it's down by a second, so it's not going to be a flash lap, this.
Jan Erleche, meanwhile, has put in a personal best in Sector 3, an overall best in Sector 2. So this is going to be a lap worth having a look at. Max Hart has just gone personal best in all of the sectors, so up to 12th place for 108, Max Hart, in that late call-up entry for this weekend. Jan Erleche has now backed that overall best and personal best in sectors 2 and 3 respectively, with a personal best in Sector 4 as well. So this might be on for a good lap for Jan Erleche.
Yeah, it should be decent, shouldn't it? So, as you say, 2 personals and an absolute. Here he comes then, last sector. A 2:28.3 to beat, the championship leader. Also trying to stay ahead of Ted Bjork, and he goes second, in fact, so he misses out by half a second on the Mikuláš lap. Now, where's Ted Bjork? 5th, and a 2:29.7 versus a 2:28.9. It's still quite a margin, isn't it, between Erleche and Bjork?
So a few improvements going on. Montenegro is putting in some personal bests. Max Hart is putting in some personal bests. Chang is also doing the same further down the order. And Marcin Hua has just put in all green, so all personal best sectors. But still drops down the order slightly on that last lap for 155. So down in 5th place now. So it's Norby Mikulich that tops the times, a 2:28.386, and we're 11.5 minutes just under of this second free practice session. Once we complete today, that's it for free practice for touring cars. They're going to be qualifying tomorrow in 2 sessions, and then racing on Saturday and Sunday as well.
Right, so Pepe Oriola here goes through after couple of years out of the cockpit, running the team manager for Goat Racing, but Pepe Oriola is always has always been a very quick driver, that's for sure. 14th is the Honda, the rust being filed off, but he's getting there. Mikuláš, Erleche, Ashkona, Girolami, Ma and Björk, the top 6. Lose Ho also going quite nicely to be 9th. He's probably the best of the interlopers of the weekend in terms of experience, and that's Oriola getting it wrong at Lisboa. Goes straight on, did the right thing, knew he wasn't going to make the corner, so rather than try to and risk a spin or risk understeering into the barrier, goes up the escape road and now has to do a 3-point turn. Should be able to get the car back underway soon. And this is what Oriola did. Brakes late, the car quivers under braking, and it's just never going to make the corner. And Oriola, experienced enough to know not to fight it, because if you do, you're going to end up in the wall. So he lets the car run at the escape road, keeps the revs up, keeps the engine alive, and then sorts himself out.
It's what it's there for.
Yeah, exactly.
And doing exactly the job, and getting the car turned around pretty quickly as well, which was good news, because we've got indication the car has rejoined, and there's the proof. It has rejoined and on its way. No harm done, and very, very good driving, I would say.
same is true of Jan Erlacher in terms of good driving, because he's done 2 personal best sectors then on this lap as he tries to narrow that deficit to Norbert Mikulich, and a 2:28.9 was the lap, so it was slightly down, oddly, but only by hundreds, so the plan didn't quite work. This is Erlacher with the final third of the session now underway, and his teammate and championship rival Ted Björk has come down the pit lane for a tweak or two, and maybe a discussion with his engineer Paul Ridgway, the very experienced British engineer. This is Erlacher then coming down through Lisboa. Paul Ridgway there just turning around with his back to you now on the grey hair headset. That's Ted Björk's engineer. Engineers also for drivers in the British Touring Car Championship, does Paul, whose engineering career I think started looking after Ben Hur. It was certainly a few years ago.
Rob Collard in touring cars, as far as I remember.
Slightly more recent than Ben Hur. Yeah.
many years ago, when Rob Collard was driving a little Renault Clio. He was Paul Ridgway was Rob's engineer. That's the first time I remember chatting to him all those years ago. Goodness me.
Well, right now, with 8 minutes on the clock, Ted Björk is 7th in the time, so Paul Ridgway needs to sprinkle his magic powders over that car. This is the car of Lo Se-ho that I was mentioning a little while ago, and he's gone well to be 10th. Think back to, was it 22? He had that huge accident coming with a bit of help out of Mandarin. But Lo Se-ho has always been very fast around here and has regularly been there or thereabouts in TCR Asia, TCR China, and has had that sort of wild card entry into the TCR World Tour in the past as well.
Norbert Mikulich out from pit lane, so too Nestor Giolami, so too Max Hart, and so too the number 69 car of Andy Liang makes his way out of pit lane. 7.5 minutes of the session remaining. Oh, that was close, wasn't it, coming through Lisboa? Goodness me. I don't think you could be any closer and get away with it, could you?
Has he got away with it? Has that just done a slight bit of damage?
Yes.
Maybe. We'll see if we can get a replay of that, because I think, as you say, it was so close, it must surely have touched the wall. Anyway, Oriola is still charging on. Lisboa is his bogey corner, isn't it? That's a couple of dramas he's had there. Let's have another look at it as the cars drop down the hill. So this is Oriola hard on the brakes for Lisboa. He's been up the escape road once, and this time he's wide, and
I think he's got away with that.
Well, I think he may have just rubbed it, but yeah, in terms of damage, you're right, he has got away with it, but you don't get many get out of jail free cards like that.
And you're right, 2 consecutive laps and both times down at Lisboa.
Oriola's not raced here since 2018, so it's been a long gap. I'm trying to remember exactly how far you can push and where and when. This, in the meantime, is Nestor Girolami back out after an early pit stop, and Girolami has chipped his way up to 4th in the order. So at the moment, we've got Hyundai, Lincoln Co. From Hyundai, Hyundai, Lincoln Co., Lincoln Co., Lincoln Co., Honda, Honda. And to round out the top 10, currently, is Lo Se-ho with the privately run Hyundai. Comes out of the Evolve Racing stable rather than being a manufacturer entry.
And we're looking at the championship leader, Jan Erlacher, comes into this weekend, and although on paper, if you look at the numbers, with a handsome advantage, in reality over the course of this weekend, it could very easily change. So there is quite a bit at stake over the course of this weekend. A points advantage heading into this weekend is really good news, but he needs to be finishing well ahead of Ted Björk, and so far today, Ted Björk has not featured where we would expect him to be. He's currently down in 7th place, car 111. We've not seen too much of him on screen either, have we?
No.
For Ted Björk,
who's had 3 race wins this season and is in the fight for the championship, but something needs to be unlocked right now.
You're right. Yeah, it's...
We've got a yellow flag at turn 7, and that, I fear... Oh, it's a Hyundai. That's number 5, isn't it? Ron McMillan, who's off up near maternity and hopefully can get going, but I think he's in the wall. So the car trying to reverse out. And he has got the car on the move. And you can see the tyre marks where he's understeered off into the barrier. So the car is on the move again. Bravo. That means the session stays live, but there's going to be a bit of damage on that front left corner of the Ryan McMillan Hyundai.
That's a relief. With 4.5 minutes of the session remaining, we couldn't have really dealt with a car that was stricken out on circuit, could we? Because the session would undoubtedly have been stopped to recover the car and then not restarted. So we're into that little zone, aren't we, where if there is a problem, then it might... Right, OK, what did I say?
We've got another one.
No, that's OK.
Esteban Guerrieri, who's been up that escape road in the earlier session, I seem to recall.
Yep.
And he turns the car around. There's definitely something magnetic down at Lisboa for Hondas. It's drawn Guerrieri and Oriola off.
It has, hasn't it? Yeah, it's been problematic, that's for sure. So confirmation on the screen that car 186 has rejoined. That's Esteban Guerrieri, who we just saw down the escape road. That's good news. And with 3.5 minutes of the session remaining, and Norbert Mikulits top of the times with the purple in Sector 1. Nothing significant about sectors 2 or 3 on this lap for Norbert Mikulits and Jan Elaché on an outlap from pit lane. But like we've said before, you're not going to be on free practice day, are you, in these two sessions? But you could upset the entry into qualifying day tomorrow.
Definitely, most definitely. So the last 3 minutes underway. Mikael Ashkana still pressing on. Third in the times right now. It's Mikulic from Elaché from Ashkana. Behind him on track is Lo Se-ho, who you should not rule out, the quick Hong Kong driver. You've got a mix, of course, of the Hyundai Elantras as well as the i30N, which is what Lo Se-ho's got, the earlier car. Max Hart's Cooper has just gone across the line, and he's 13th, just behind his teammate Aurélien Comte. Mikael Ashkana has now done an absolute best in the second sector. So there are still a couple of things to shake out of this session.
There are, with just over, so slightly shy of 2 minutes left in this session. Personal best for Ashkana in Sector 1. Overall best in Sector 2, and a yellow flag down at Turn 3 again.
And it's Oriola again.
Again.
And it's a Honda again. And 5 has stopped again. So that was trying to limp back anyway, wasn't it, Ryan McMillan's car?
It was, yeah.
I'm more worried about the Hyundai than the Honda.
A car 186 Pepe or no, 186 Esteban Guerrieri has rejoined, but now we've got a red flag.
And that's the Hyundai, and that's the end of your session with 1 minute and 43 on the clock. So session done, won't be resumed, and we can add that to our list of red flags, which is now on page 2. So a minute and a half, and we'll have a look and see exactly what happened in those 2 incidents. So there is the damaged Hyundai, and you can see it has been in the wall. The suspension's broken, and by this stage, I mean, fair play to getting it around the Malco hairpin, but that clearly has not done it any good. And as the suspension deteriorates, it ends up having to stop on the circuit. And the car then parks, and we are down. Ryan McMillan ending up 16 fastest, so the session won't be resumed. And the cars make their way down the ramp into the underground car park that acts as their paddock. Big frustration for Ryan McMillan, eager to score this weekend and prove what he can do. He's moved from single-seaters to touring cars this year. He was the champion last year in the Australia Formula Open Series, which was in a Formula 3 Dallara Mercedes. And Ryan McMillan then effectively causes the session to be stopped. Josh Buchan, who's in the other car, just to make the point, is the double TCR Australia champion, 23-24. So, a little bit of frustration for the teams. We're almost at the end of the session, so they've probably only lost a lap, in fairness, haven't they? Not too much of the session being lost under that red flag. But I'll come back to the pit lane, and the cars then off to the paddock again. And as Alan said, that's the end of their activity for today. They hit the track tomorrow for qualifying at 12:10. and then they race Saturday, and they have another race on Sunday, which is the gear race, the fabled gear race, the touring car race at Macau. So Ted Bjork's car being pushed up the pit lane, Norbert Mikulic driving into the pits. And the car for either technical checks or the paddock, depending on what the race officials require. And there was Jan Erlaché, whose day has been a good one. He may not be the outright fastest, but more crucial this weekend is perhaps to be ahead of Ted Bjork. And he has done that in 2 sessions thus far. So, Norbert Mikulic, the fastest from Jan Erlaché and Mikkel Ashkana. It's Nestor Girolami, 4th from Santiago Urrutia, and then Marcin Ha, 6th. Ted Bjork's ahead of Esteban Guerrieri, then Ignacio Montenegro and Lo Seho taking 10th. Josh Buchan, 11th from the Cupras of Aurelien Comte and Max Hart. Pepe Oriola's Honda, 14th from the Chen Chang and Ra McMillan duo, and then it is the car of Andy Liang, the repaired Hyundai, that rounds out the order. So red flag to end the session with the car of Ra McMillan up against the wall with that broken suspension. And Norbert Mikulic it is then who rounds out FP2 as the fastest by just a smidge over half a second. So not a massive gap at all, but a good way to round out the day for the Hyundai squad in their battle, as ever, with Lincoln Co. Norbert Mikulic, then the fastest. If you thought I was joking about the paddock being an underground car park, there's evidence that we certainly weren't joking. The ramp takes them down to the car park. That's where the teams are based. Different championships on different floors as well. So you've got the touring cars, you've got F4, the road sports, and the GT4 teams all down there. So Jan Erlaché, championship leader, makes his way into the queue, ready to drop down into the paddock. And as I say, staying ahead in the championship battle with Ted Bjork, and he's been ahead of him in both sessions today as well. Qualifying tomorrow is going to be fascinating in the Kumho FIA TCR World Tour, and that's it for the touring cars for today.
TCR next in action then tomorrow afternoon. We've got a two-part qualifying session that starts at 12:10. The first half an hour, everybody takes to the track and sets a lap time for the fastest 12 drivers. Then go through the second part qualifying for 15-minute break and the shootout to pole position. And whoever gets the fastest time in that second part of qualifying will hold the race one for race two. And the Macau race Sunday. 10 times that qualifying session usually reverse. 3 more sessions to go today then. Next up, about 10 minutes time, is going to have GT Cup.
Attention in the paddock, Macau GT Cup, FIA GT
么接下来呢要进行的就是GT世界杯的比赛，也是澳门 GT 杯FIA GT 世界杯第2次自由练习的一个较量。在第一次自由练习当中，中国车手83号叶一飞是排在第2位，他成绩大概是2分17秒多。列第一的是992号驾驶保时捷992赛车的保时捷赛车的这个丹佐尔呢，虽然说在比赛当中是第一次练习速度最快，但是在最后阶段他是发生了比较严重的撞车，在东方湾出弯的时候后轮失去了控制，在赛道上连续的打转，最终车尾都是被撞过的。所以我不知道他能不能及时的把车辆修好。那及时修好之后呢，如果能够上场，恐怕也要第一时间来做基础调教，看看修好之后会不会有其他什么问题。所以我觉得范佐尔在第2次练习能不能出赛要打上大大的问号。那叶一飞呢，在今年可以说是他职业生涯当中的一个新高，曾经经历过几次勒芒24小时最后一刻黯然车辆故障而退赛的遗憾之后呢，终于在今年如愿以偿拿到了勒芒24小时大赛 Hyper 组，也就是顶级组的冠军。那他的搭档呢，就包括有大家非常熟悉的波兰车手。那这一场胜仗同样的为整个法拉利战队 AI Boss 在 WEC 今年的比赛里面打下了一个完美的基础。整个前4站比赛里面，法拉利 AI Boss WEC 车组3辆车是拿到了4次的冠军，最终也让他们如愿以偿成今年的车队总冠军、车服总冠军、勒芒24小时冠军。更加厉害的是，他们在最后积分排名当中，前3名都是 AI Boss 的车主所获得。所以今年可以说对于他们来说，在 WEC 是一个非常完美的赛季。那今天呢，在澳门站的比赛，我们也看到了2位顶级的车手，除了叶一飞之外，就是疯狂。Antonio Paco 呢，驾驶50号赛车，在今天的比赛里面第一次练习第6位，他同样也非常期待会有一个好的表现和发挥。那么 GT 世界杯也遵守着非常严格的标准规则。今年呢，其实对于整个动力输出的控制跟管理将会更加严格，因为装了5具感应器，可以随时监控在动力输出方面的情况是否 BOP 可以完全的起到作用。因为任何的一个只要有 BOP 的比赛啊，基本上对于 BOP 的调整都是可以随时的。所以在跑完之后，如果经过研判分析，认为有大的差距或不足的地方，那么赛事上可以进行调整。希望我们会在继续比赛有一个完美的、激烈的竞争。好，那么稍后的时间将会开启的就是30分钟的 FIA GT 世界杯第2次自由练习。
Attention in the paddock, Macau GT Cup, FIA GT World Cup cars, 5 minutes to start a practice. 5 minutes to start a practice.
The FIA GT World Cup here for the Macau GT Cup at the Macau gear circuit is ready to go for free practice 2. The cars are in the assembly area. Whether they are all there, we will find out very shortly. The one significant absentee, I fear, being the car that was fastest in the earlier session, because having gone quickest, Laurens Vanthoor had a huge off coming out of the right-hander of Mandarin and did a lot of damage to the car. And the fact that we've not seen him at the front of the queue rather suggests that there is a gap in the pre-grid, because they are lined up in the order of the earlier session. You've just seen the Le Mans winning Ye Yifei. This is Raffaele Marciello. They were second and third respectively. Fourth will be Adley Fong in the Audi, but I fear no Raffaele Marciello. There is the cinema roll liveried Adley Fong driven Audi. And to be fourth this morning was very good going, bearing in mind the Audi is not exactly the most recent car in the entry. David Anderson, Alan Hyde, trackside, green flag within 5 minutes as you look at the Sheldon van der Linde BMW.
You can't miss it, can you? A very striking livery for this weekend, and away for the camera as well. But really impressive, the purple and bright pink livery on that BMW really does make it stand out. And Ferraris, well, last year they had a very brief moment of glory here at Macau on the gear circuit. Is this going to be the weekend that Antonio Fuoco has a moment of glory around the gear circuit? Certainly the Ferrari looked pretty good this morning, didn't it?
Did indeed, as you look there at the surviving tempo by Absolute Racing Porsche. Alessio Picariello, GT World Challenge Europe Endurance Cup winner with Patrick Niederhauser and Sven Müller this year. That's the one that survived, but the Laurens Vanthoor Porsche is still being put back together, as you have there the Christopher Hauser Audi. Good to have Christopher here, because his programme has been somewhat limited this year. He's done the International GT Open Series. Vanthoor's Porsche very, very badly whacked about earlier on in the day, front and rear damage, and should make qualifying tomorrow, we're told, but definitely not this afternoon. Laurin Heinrich in the Schumacher CLRT Porsche, 9th in the times this morning, and Dorian Boccolacci, 10th fastest in another of the Porsches, this one out of the Phantom Global Racing stable. Dorian Boccolacci, who's raced here in Formula 3 10 years ago, but never in a GT car. 11th this morning was number 37. There it is, the Ferrari of Andy Deng Yi. And he was doing some decent lap times, certainly towards the start of the session. So a driver to keep an eye on, Andy Deng. Then you've got Joel Eriksson, who we didn't really see very much of this morning, as he was another driver adapting to a GT car around here. He was second in the Macau Grand Prix in 2018, but more recently a Formula E racer, and also has done GT World Challenge Asia. Mr. Macau, Eduardo Mortara, 10 times a race winner here, 13th this morning, but a long way down, so there's more to come certainly from the Lamborghini. 14th, Einschenguven's Porsche, the DTM champion, and Einschenguven, new to the circuit, didn't really sparkle this morning. The Turkish driver is very, very good indeed, but maybe he still is learning about the track before he finally pulls the pin. 15th this morning, Luca Engschler, winner of the Crown Strike 24 Hours of Spa, back after his big accident here last season, and the 16-strong entry rounded out by the Gulf liveried McLaren in the hands of Benji Goethe. So some big names and good manufacturer representation as we get set to go.
30 minutes of this session, free practice session 2 for the Macau GT Cup, FIA GT World Cup as well. It's a hugely prestigious trophy to achieve over the course of the Macau Grand Prix weekend. Engines firing up make a glorious noise even in the assembly area, don't they? You wait until they get the revs up and echo off the barriers around the 6-kilometre circuit here at Macau. It's something to enjoy, something we look forward to every year.
So with no Laurens Vanthoor, let's see how the advantage swings this time. It was Porsche, Ferrari, BMW, Audi, BMW, Ferrari, Porsche, Audi, Porsche, Porsche for your top 10 earlier on in the day. Green flag waved, it's 30 minutes on the clock, and the cars accelerate their way out of the holding area onto the circuit. The pre-grid based at random for FP1, and then it's the order of FP1 into FP2, FP2 into qualifying. Qualifying tomorrow is going to be fabulous, because we've got the second part now, sort of two-lap Super Pole shootout for the 10 fastest drivers. And you know those 10 fastest are going to be good just because the entry is so good this year.
I was just noticing a little bit of, I think it can only be described as litter, which was being kicked up and into the front of one of the cars there. You know what? It's an incredibly clean place around the gear circuit at Macau. There are a huge amount of people here in grandstands, even though it is just day 1 of 4 for the Macau Grand Prix for 2025. And the reason there is litter being blown onto the circuit is not necessarily that there's a lot of litter which has been dropped on the floor. I think it's probably been picked up out of bins. It's really quite gusty out there now. The wind has been a feature of this weekend heading into these 4 days. So don't worry, it's not become a messy place. Far from it. It's an incredibly clean place to be. But I think the weather has rather taken its toll on some of the litter bins, blowing that up.
There's also quite a lot of construction work still at different places, not too far away from the circuit, so perhaps it's inevitable that little things might get scattered towards the circuit. However, as the cars turn the outlap, climb the hill, got Adley Fong's Audi almost dwarfed by the BMW's 4.5, isn't it? The much lower Audi, hidden behind Raffaele Marciello's BMW. But it was a good first session for Adley Fong in that car, because, like I say, there's limited support these days from Audi Sport. It's an older car, but Adley Fong able to deliver this morning.
Really impressive, that, wasn't it? And he has a huge amount of support, not least because of the liveries that have appeared on the cars for now 3 years, with the characters, the very, very popular cartoon characters which appear on Adley's car. The fans were queuing up from early this morning to I understand there's an ordering system now. You have to put in a piece of paper with an order number to get the cars, the models, and the T-shirts and all of that. It's a huge part of this weekend.
Yeah, and it's the most remarkable thing, because these are characters that don't even appear on television. They're not cartoon characters as such, are they? They're just characters.
They are characters.
Kudrick, if he can do it. Raffaele Marciello pits at the end of his outlap, as also does Sheldon van der Linde. This is Adley Fong then. So Cinema Roll is the character being promoted this year.
A little white dog with a tail that curls up like a cinnamon roll. I've made it quite a bit shorter now.
I'm liking that.
Is that better?
Yeah. And Adley Fong himself is improving all the while, so we'll see what the Audi can do. But whether it survives up near the pointy end, I'm slightly hesitant about, given just how competitive some of the other people are. But what he does have on his side, Alan, is lots of knowledge of Macau. He's not without dramas here. 2 years ago he had his big accident, but he certainly knows the place.
And that was a big accident as well. We've seen some pretty mighty accidents here at Macau over the years, and that was well up with them, wasn't it? It was a very, very, very sad scene when the camera picked up the debris strewn all over the circuit. Well, he equipped himself very nicely this morning in FP1. Let's hope he can do the same in FP2 as well. It's a great looking car, great sounding car as well.
And Audi's had so much success, not only in this region, but across the world with the R8. It's been a tremendously successful GT3 car. Go back to the early days of GT3 when Audi first came into it. It was a very almost standard looking car. It's evolved over the years with the aero appendages that have grown, but still, with the right team and in the right hands, it can be a very competitive car.
And for many years it was Eduardo Mortara in an Audi here at Macau, and also it was Lawrence Van Thur in an Audi as well when he took his win here in 2016. This is Adley Fong heading up to the completion of a lap, and currently second position, and he's gone personal best in all of these sectors up sector 5, and the conclusion of the first flying lap in this session for Adley Fong.
Which he will do in the pits.
Which he will do in the pits.
Yeah. So Adley Fong bails. Antonio Fuoco carries on though, the Ferrari, and Alessio Picariello's Porsche behind him. and Picariello goes top, 2:21.061. The best time this morning was a 2:16, courtesy of Lawrence Vanthor. But Vanthor not in the session. Picariello up holding Porsche on at the minute. Christopher Haase goes by and is 5th in the times. So Christopher Haase here on the run down towards Lisboa. There's not much he's not won. Hasn't had a Macau victory, but he's been a German GT champion. He's been a GT4 champion, GT3 European. He was Blancpain Endurance winner, twice the Nürburgring 24-hour winner. Christopher Haase, he's won the Spa 24 hours. He's won the International GT Open title. There aren't many people whose careers you can trace back to the Dacia Logan Cup, but Christopher Haase is about the only one I can think of.
That's impressive. Very impressive indeed. Yeah, he's got a very rich pedigree, hasn't he? And good to have him here this year. It's a great lineup. I mean, year after year, we get really the cream of GT drivers from around the world coming here to Macau, and it's a challenge for them all. It's a driver's circuit. We say it every year, but it's a circuit that really does reward bravery and inch perfection, I think is the best way to describe it.
I mean, you made the point this morning that Lawrence Vanthor has been a winner here. Okay, he was upside down as a winner, but a winner. Well, that's another long story. And yet he's the one that crashed this morning. So however good you are, however experienced you are, the place can still bite the best.
It does, yeah. And it doesn't take prisoners either. It's a circuit that when you have a moment in a GT3 car, it's liable to be a bit of a damaging moment for the car. And that's what Lawrence found out this morning. And disappointing that that car couldn't be out this afternoon. But let's hope that the team are able to patch that back together again and make it look showroom condition by tomorrow, which I am sure they will. We've seen some incredible repair jobs over the course of a weekend, haven't we? I think we did a few years ago for Daryl Young's car, didn't we?
That's right.
And the work that the team could do overnight, getting parts shipped in overnight as well, and then we see the cars coming out almost showroom condition on the following day. Well, tomorrow is the day that counts really for the FIA GT World Cup, Macau GT Cup. And they've got a lot of time to do it as well, because they are last out on circuit. They are qualifying tomorrow at the bookend of the days, starting at 20 to 4 tomorrow afternoon. That's when Q1 gets underway.
So Alessio Picariello is the fastest, as there Raffaele Marciello's BMW goes through shot. And that's what's happening over the timing line. The Lamborghinis have got themselves together. Eduardo Mortara just ahead there of Luca Engschler. This is Marciello's view. So Lello is currently out of sequence because he made that early stop. So he hasn't really done a proper lap time as yet, as he now comes on towards the Donna Maria left-hander. Loops the car around. The other BMW of Sheldon van der Linde in the meantime is barking its way down towards the R-bend. Adderley Fong's just gone through and is having a much tougher session right now. This is van der Linde. And the BMW booms past the pits and goes fastest, 2:17.770. So Sheldon van der Linde goes quickest of all.
Got a couple of DTM champions, haven't we? Former DTM champions on the grid. Sheldon, one of them, champion in DTM in the GT3 era of DTM racing. Champion back in 2022. And Raffaele Marciello goes to the top of the times. A few times we said that here at Macau. 2:17.694. He was incredibly impressive for the Macau Grand Prix in single-seaters, in Formula 3 machinery, and from the moment he stepped into a GT car is equally impressive. 2:17.694. Raffaele Marciello goes top.
He does indeed, but is he going to stay there? No, because Alessio Picariello goes faster by 7/10 of a second. Alessio Picariello picks up the pace in the Porsche, and a 2:16.9 then puts the Belgian driver top. This, in the meantime, is Mortara coming out of the Melco hairpin. Down the hill he drops then towards Black Sands. And you can see the rear view mirror, in quotes, which is really a television screen there, showing out of the camera what's behind him. And he doesn't have to worry about what's behind him. Here it's all eyes forward, isn't it? Comes out of out of Fisherman's Bend, rather, down towards our bend, up to the end of the lap. This should be decent for Mortara. It's all been about personal bests. Nothing as an absolute, but he should be able to improve up the order a little. And he's about to break the beam and go through. Mortara stays 10th, even though the lap time was an improvement.
A few purple sectors coming in, and they include Raffaele Marciello, who has gone purple in the first sector. Green, so personal best in the second sector, but sector 3, a little bit more distance for Raffaele Marciello. Currently in second place. Sheldon van der Linden was purple for a little while in sector 2. That was taken away on this lap by the quickest car out there, Alessio Picariello, who is at the moment top of the times. And Alessio continues to improve, so goes purple in sector 1, purple in sector 2. And Alessio Picariello, top of the times, 2:16.967 on the previous lap. Looks like this is going to be a quick lap as well.
Sheldon van der Linden improving his time last time over the beam, but not to get the quickest time. So he's gone from 7 tenths back to 2 tenths back. The BMW, which I think you remember Sheldon had a drama with this part of the circuit last year, goes by. Marciello top again, 2:16.915, 52 thousandths quicker than Picariello. So the Porsches coming through together. Ayanchen Guven in number 11, still not really delivering. Teammate Laurin Heinrich has just gone 3rd in the other Schumacher CLRT entry, the Comaliga Racing Team cars, and Picariello then accelerates behind Guven up towards the line. Let's see what Guven can do first of all, and then can Picariello take on Marciello? The answer is he can't, but Picariello improves the time. He's 11 thousandths of a second down on Marciello, and this is the view from Marciello's BMW. Quite a bit of trailing throttle going on this lap. You can tell off the engine note where he's just slightly hesitant where he commits. Let's have another listen as he heads up towards Donna Maria and then to the hairpin. Down to first gear, and then the other side of the hairpin back onto the power. Out of Fisherman's on towards our bend, and Marciello, master at work. That lap is possibly going to be an improvement as well, because it did have an absolute best and a personal best in it. That's Laurin Heinrich's Porsche just going out of shot. Yes, Marciello did go quicker again, a 2:16.820.
I find it mesmerising sitting and listening to inside Raffaele Marciello's car, because one thing that you hear so beautifully because of the engine note is the smooth application of power when you're in the car. Everything feels so smooth and silky. It's just gorgeous to sit on inside the car and listen to the engine note. Beautiful.
And Marciello is a GT master. He's yet another on the manufacturer ranks that races hypercars as well, or within the WEC and the hypercar LMDH category, but he's able to switch from one to the other with seemingly no issues whatsoever. He doesn't get pigeonholed as either a sports car or a GT driver. Sheldon van der Linden, meanwhile, is down to 4th at the times, but he's done the absolute best first sector on this lap.
And then in sectors 2 and 3, hasn't done anything particular as far as the time is concerned. So not personal best in sectors 2 or 3, but his fourth at the moment is Sheldon. He has already topped the times in this session in the BMW. Christopher Haase has got himself into 5th place, not sure we mentioned that. And Joel Eriksson, I think we've seen in his highest position so far today. He's up there in 7th, isn't he?
Yeah, going pretty nicely, racing a GT car here for the first time. So what have we got on the clock? Just about half the session still to go. Up to the line comes Sheldon van der Linde. Lap started well, didn't it? Absolute best sector 1, but hasn't been able to do any personal best sectors after that.
We're into the second half of this half-an-hour session, by the way, in FP2, and this is impressive stuff by Raffaele Marciello, as indeed you would expect it to be. A 2:16.820 in the BMW from the Porsche of Alessio Piccirillo. Roman Heinrich in the 22 Porsche is third. Sheldon van der Linde in the 31 BMW Team WRT entered car is in 4th place. Christopher Haase completes the top 5, and you're right to say that Adley Fong is not having as impressive a session this time. A little bit more demanding, but 9th place, that's not bad.
No, it's all right. The real disappointment, I've got to say at the minute, are the Lamborghinis, because Mortara and Engschler are 13th and 14th and not doing very much at all. Out of the first session, the only naughtiness, if you like, was Laurin Heinrich, who was caught speeding in the pit lane by 1 kilometre an hour. He did 51, not 50 kph, so he was fined €50 for his pains. But as Benjamin Goethe's McLaren 12th quickest comes towards our bend, I can imagine one or two conversations happening with the technical team about the BOP of the Lamborghinis overnight, because they are really struggling.
Andy Deng with a overall best sector on that last lap. I think that's the first time we've seen that so far today. Deng Yi.
That was brave by Ye Yifei. Admittedly, Dorian Boccolacci got out of his way, but even so, barely with for 2 cars. But Yifei is on a mission, and he needs to be, because Ye is only 15th.
Have to be brave in traffic for the Le Mans 24-hour race, don't you?
Yeah. There is that. So the Chinese driver has caught up to the BMW ahead. So we've not really seen a proper flying lap out of Ye Yifei. The notional lap time is 7.5 minutes, which clearly includes a pit stop. So here he is. He's got past van der Linde, comes out of Fisherman's. The apartment blocks towering over the circuit. You've got the water on the left-hand side, so you turn right, you go through our bend up towards the timing line, and as he breaks the beam, Ye Yifei is going to improve, surely. Yes, he does, and he gets up to 9th fastest.
Yep, good lap that, and we saw the final end of that lap for Ye Yifei, improving on every single sector on that last lap. Good enough to go 9th. 11 minutes and 20 seconds of this session remain. Raffaele Marciello in pit lane, car number 53, top of the times at the moment. Former winner in the GT World Cup here at Macau in 2023. And always impressive is Raffaele Marciello.
That's Luca Engschler, who is 15th, which effectively is last, because there's no 16th car of Laurent Vanthor in the session. So Luca Engschler really not going anywhere near as well as anticipated, nor is Eduardo Mortara. But Engschler, I can't believe it's a reticence about the circuit. Yes, he had his big crash here last year, but he's been so good in international GT racing this season. I'm really surprised that Engschler is not doing better, so I can only assume it's something car BOP related, because you've got both of the Lamborghinis mired, slowest and penultimate.
Big question mark over those 2 cars. And Ye Yifei continues on his way, doesn't he? Because he's gone personal best in Sector 1, personal best in Sector 3, and overall best purple sector in Sector 2 as well. So this is going to be another interesting lap to watch for the 83 car. The Harmony Racing entered Ferrari 2.96.
Luca Engstler goes quicker, but stays slowest, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Get the car off the bottom at all. This is Yeye. You said he was pressing on, and he is. And with 3 PBs and an AB, 3 personal bests and 1 absolute best, is this going to put Yeye up towards the notional front row? I know it's not qualifying, but could we get him into the top 2? Anything at the moment in the 2.16s brings him into the mix. Marciello from Laurin Heinrich, who's gone second. I don't think we mentioned that. And Yeye comes to the pit lane. So after all that,
what a shame.
Well, that's curious as to doing that.
Yeah.
That screams BOP to me. The team saying, don't show your hand because you've done so many good sectors, but let's not see what the lap time is. We now know the car's good in every sector. Now pit.
A purple sector is one to be watched, and that was a purple sector in sector 2.
But to call the car in on such a lap has got to be with intent.
Right, yeah.
Don't show the true pace.
Don't show your hand.
No.
Yeah.
Hey ho. Shame, because it would have been fascinating to see what the lap was. Here is Andy Dang. I think he's been one of the stars of the 2 sessions because he comes here with a very modest CV against the factory hitters, and yet he's 7th fastest, and he's keeping out of trouble, and he's going very, very nicely indeed. And this car has been competitive all day long. This last lap that he's done has had a personal best sector in it. It wasn't an improved lap time, but he didn't miss out by much.
Going really well. 7th place currently. 1 personal best sector on the previous lap for Andy Deng, car number 37. 7th place, Raffaele Marciello has left pit lane now, so he's on his way back out onto the circuit. And it's still Laurin Heinrich who is second in car number 22, the gold of the 2 Schumacher CLRT Porsche 911s. Currently 2nd quickest, and Alessio Picariello in car 911, 3rd quickest, and has just put in a personal best in sector 1. Under 8 minutes of this session remaining, 7 minutes and 38 to be exact. And one to watch, I think, on this lap is going to be Picariello in the 911 car.
Yeah, the surviving tempo car, and Picariello a personal and an absolute best in sectors 1 and 2. You're looking at the Lamborghini here of Luca Engstler that is improving steadily, but still is the slowest car. Picariello's in sector 3 at the moment and ought to be on for a good improvement come the end of the lap. Here is Picariello then. The Porsche looks enormous, doesn't it? You think about how a 911 looked in the 1960s. The shape has always, of course, remained faithful for 911s. They've got bigger as road cars, and boy, they got bigger as race cars with the flared arches, that massive rear wing with the swan's neck fitting to help the aero, and up towards Donna Maria comes Alessio Picariello with another absolute best sector. It's 2 out of 3 absolutes and 1 extra personal best.
2 more sectors to go for Picariello, and threads the car around. You see just how difficult it is to get the car around the Melco hairpin, and how perfect you have to be. And it was perfect. Goes purple again. So overall best in sectors 2, 3 and 4. And it would take a brave person to bet against this being a new overall best lap time around the gear circuit here at Macau. Up towards the line comes Alessio Picariello. 3 overall best, 1 personal best and 1 sector to go, which gets completed anytime now. Across the line he goes, and goes top with 3 purple sectors, 2.16, 1.96.
And he's quicker by 0.6 of a second. That's a big margin. So Picariello from Marciello. Alessio Picariello still, to a degree, a little bit underrated. He's done the bulk of his racing over in Asia, and in the last couple of seasons has gone back into racing in Europe. He's become very much part of the Porsche roster, as I say, endurance champion in GT World Challenge Europe this year, and that's a good lap to be 0.6 quicker than Raffaele Marciello at a circuit that Lello has done so well at in the past. That is quite something. Dorian Boccolacci's Porsche just going out of shot as we wait for the next car to dive into view. And there is Dorian Boccolacci. Came into the GT arena through Carrera Cup France, of which he was a champion. Picariello has not given up yet. He's done another personal best, followed by an absolute, sectors 1 and 2. Engstler for the pits. This is Boccolacci, and this is a modest lap by Dorian because the sectors aren't improved at all.
currently down there in 10th place, but interesting that Picariello is still going and still improving, so has gone overall best in Sector 2 with a personal best in Sector 1, and I think the overall best in Sector 2 and 3 were both his own anyway. So in Sector 2 goes purple, in Sector 3 goes purple. He's already got the best lap of this session, 2:16.196 on Sector 4 now.
So Marciello responding with an absolute best in Sector 1. This is Ian Shinguven, who has got himself up to 8th and has done 2 personal bests on this lap. As Alan touched on, the Schumacher CLRT team has a gold and a silver Porsche. It's a novel way of team orders, isn't it? If you're given the silver one, you know where you stand against the gold one. Anyway, Ian Shinguven comes up towards the line, and let's see whether it's going to be an improvement for the Turkish driver. It is. He goes 6th, quickest. Then Ian Shinguven. I think the first session was all about mileage, wasn't it, and learning, and now he's got a bit of confidence. The Macau debutant going much, much better. Alessio Picariello, however, has not improved in Sector 4, so he's dropped a little bit of time. He's up against the wall. He's about to break the beam, and Picariello goes through quicker still in the 15s, 2:15.966. Alessio Picariello is on a mission.
Absolutely superb.
Now, Marciello needs to find just over 8/10 of a second. That's not easy, but he also is on a mission. Absolute best, personal best, personal best. 3 sectors done, 2 to go. Marciello second in the times.
He certainly is, and Raffaele Marciello currently second in the 53 car. It's the BMW, and heading up towards the end of Sector 4. You know, you're talking about the silver car and the gold car. Not sure it's silver, I think it might be platinum.
Ah, okay.
There you go. I only just realised that.
We need a third car to find out. If that's bronze, then we know.
Yes, yes, we do.
Marciello, in the meantime, has done another personal best. If it's not quickest, it's going to be close, this. So Raffaele Marciello, who raced for BMW last year, having moved from Mercedes AMG. Remember, his last Mercedes outing was with a win here 2 years back. He's about to break the beam. Marciello goes through, stays second, but he's got the gap down to just over a 10th.
Not yet into the 2:15s. 2:15.966 for Alessio Picariello, and we've got 2.5 minutes just under of this session remaining. And looking by the car, looking the way that it's skipping and bouncing, I think Raffaele Marciello is still absolutely on it. He has been in the first sector purple so many times today, and this time is not. So let's have a look and see what Raffaele Marciello does on Sector 2. Up San Francisco Hill he goes.
Pursued by Adley Fong. And the Cinema Roll Audi in this session is 12th.
Sheldon van der Linde, another one to watch, actually.
Yeah, who went 3rd last time. Ian Shinguven is up to 4th. This is Joel Eriksson. So 10th for the Audi. And 1.5 minutes to go. Could this be our first session without a stoppage? It could be the first one of the day. Could be.
Fingers crossed, touching wood and doing all of those superstitious things that we'd like to do, because it would be great to get all the way through the session without adding to our tally of 12 red flags in day 1 of the Macau Grand Prix for the 72nd running of the Macau Grand Prix. Sheldon van der Linde has gone personal best in Sector 2, overall best with a 23 dead in Sector 1. Historically, you know, the BMWs have always been really, really good in Sector 1.
Yeah, which is where I think they can use the grunt and go. A bit like the Mercedes always used to be. They're good on the power part of the circuit, whereas others perhaps are slightly better suited to the mountain section, the mountain course, with the nimbleness, the handling. What the BOP tries to do is balance that across the lap for everybody. Over the line then goes the Audi of Joel Eriksson, up to 8th, ahead of his teammate Christopher Haase now. So the 2 Audis there do a switch. The other one of Adley Fong is down in 12th in the times.
Picariello has not given up, by the way. He's just put in purple in Sector 2.
And Sheldon van der Linde has not given up. Because he has done an absolute best in Sector 1. Again, going back to Alan's point about the BMW and where it works. And then 2 personal bests. So this is van der Linde up towards the timing line. Sector 4 wasn't an improvement, so he's dropped a little bit of time there. But Sheldon van der Linde, the South African driver, comes across the line now to take the checkered flag. and is slightly slower, so actually unravelled a bit towards the end. So the one we need to get across the line is Picariello, and he's in sector 4, but he's dropped time in sector 3. So here is the charging Laurin Heinrich. He's taken the flag and he is 5th. That's Picariello at Melco Hairpin in the blue Porsche, the two-tone blue 911, who now threads his way down through black sand.
Van der Linde once again goes purple in sector 1. It's a lap after lap after lap that the BMW goes quicker in sector 1.
I think he must have just got through by the skin of his teeth for another lap. Yeah,
just.
So very marginal, but he just did it. So this is Picariello who goes for the pit lane.
Oh, by the way, you can say a whole session without a red flag.
Okay.
Checker flag's gone out. There we go. Well done.
The first 0 writ on our tally of red flags. Good job the Macau Grand Prix Media Centre gives you a notebook, because we'll need another one if it carries on like this for tomorrow. But the GT teams have done us proud and got through without drama.
Which we had for the race last year, didn't we?
Yeah. I seem to remember it was a safety car start because of the wet conditions.
It was,
but when they got going, boy, what a race. And,
stunning.
Raffaele Marciello, you're riding with him, was one of the drivers involved last year, and he's not on a quick lap. He's already committed to coming into the pit lane, so he's just bringing the car back. But quite often you'll find drivers do come back at a fair pace, because as soon as they're in the pit lane, they've brought back relevant tyre data with temperature in. So it's sometimes worth a quick in-lap rather than a slow one.
What a mouth-watering prospect for qualifying tomorrow, because not only did we have a fascinating story evolving at the front of the field with Picariello, Marciello, Van der Linde, all exchanging sort of overall best sectors, but also we didn't have Lawrence Van Thor, who was quickest this morning. Didn't have him in that session, so much to look forward to for qualifying.
And Q2, where it's the 2 laps, effectively 1 car at a time. Can I ring in sick tomorrow and go and stand and watch it after the circuit? I think it's going to be epic. Down the pit lane they come then. Alessio Picariello, the fastest, from Raffaele Marciello, Sheldon van der Linde, and then 4th quickest, Ian Schenguven. So that means it's Porsche, BMW, Porsche, Ferrari. If did get to 6th in the end. Audi 7th, Christopher Haase. Ferrari 8th, Antonio Fuoco. Not seen the best of him yet. 9th Audi, Joel Eriksson. 10th Porsche, Dorian Boccolacci. So the order at the end of the session: Alessio Picariello by 0.173 of a second is fastest, Raffaele Marciello 2nd, Sheldon van der Linde 3rd, then Ian Schenguven from teammate Laurin Heinrich, Yeife 6th, ahead of Christopher Haase, Antonio Fuoco, Joel Eriksson, and to round out the top 10, Dorian Boccolacci. Andy Deng 11th, Adeli Fong 12th, ahead of Benjamin Goethe, and then Luca Engschler with Edo Mortara slowest. How many times have we been able to say Edo Mortara slowest at Macau? Mr. Macau, he's got his own waxwork in the museum, but slowest, really struggling today. And Lawrence Van Thor with a battered car, not out on track. But his teammate, Alessio Picariello, is the pick of the bunch.
two ultimate qualifying sessions, one today and one tomorrow afternoon, and they're both counted, so whichever time you get the quickest time in the order to qualify one or qualify two, which is absolute best time, is the one that counts for the grid for the qualification race on Saturday. So if you like the first part of qualifying coming up, that starts at 10:02 in just about 6 minutes time. And following that, we'll have the final activity of the day, the Macau Road Sport Challenge at 2:45 for 30 minutes of qualifying. 很快的，我们将会跟您跟上的就是 FIA 区域方程式世界杯第一场排位赛。那么整个的区域方程式呢，在比赛的过程当中执行是这样的：今天呢是有一场自由练习，然后进行第一场排位赛；明天将会进行第二次的自由练习，同样的有第二场比赛，两场排位赛的综合成绩。每一场排位赛当中，你的单圈速度最快将会被确认为车手的最后排位成绩，然后按照这个成绩来进行正式比赛。正赛当中的一个发车顺位的排序，所以每一场排位赛都非常重要。那今天比赛里面到底谁能够夺得杆位呢？能够取得一个好的成绩呢？不单单。
Attention in pit lane, Formula Regional World Cup cars, 5 minutes to start qualifying. 5 minutes to start qualifying.
而且呢，还能够给对手。
It has been a long day in Macau, day one of the 72nd running of the Macau Grand Prix weekend, and it's not done yet, but everything now goes up a notch because our first qualifying session is ready to go, and it is for the FIA FR World Cup, which also doubles up as the Macau Grand Prix. So the teams are all good to go, and the cars will be released shortly onto the circuit. The FR in the title for FIA FR World Cup, Formula Regional, so Formula 3 style cars introduced to the Macau streets last year, and some people say, oh, it's not Formula 3. Well, does it matter? They look the same, and what it does give us, Alan Hyde, is that international flavour once again of people from the European, the Oceania, the Japanese championships all coming together for a shootout, like they used to do in Formula 3 days before it became just one championship to support Grand Prix.
It's what I remember as the end of term thing to look forward to for championships around the world. When I first started coming out here to Macau some 14 years ago, that's what happened. It was this guy is from the Formula 3 Championship in Germany, from Formula 3 Championship in Spain, champion in Great Britain, and now with Formula Regional, and they were very impressive last year, gave us a great Grand Prix, and exactly what we've always known the gear race and the gear circuit and the Macau Grand Prix to be every year, year after year, for championships to all come together for this final sort of shootout, if you like, and to compete for a world trophy is just absolutely brilliant. And Formula Regional tick that box very well. In fairness, for a good few years, Formula 4 ticked the box. So we've got a treat this year because we've got them both on the same weekend of racing, not one weekend and then the following weekend when we had F4 a couple of years ago celebrating the 70th anniversary. And what you can see on the screens is the fact that Thursday at the Macau Grand Prix is a lot of schools all coming together for a bit of a, I think it's fair to say, a bit of a treat today, David.
Yes, joys of being a school child in Macau. You get to go to some great events. Beats going to the zoo, probably, doesn't it?
It probably does. Wonder if they get a chance to go to the Grand Prix Museum as well here at Macau, because that's something special.
That's impressive as well.
Yeah, it is.
Got a lot of interactive elements, and also the waxworks of the drivers with great pedigree here. But to the pit lane, attention turns as the drivers get themselves ready to go, including their number 2, the recently signed McLaren Driver Development Programme member Matteo De Paolo, who's been a race winner 4 times in the Formula Regional European Championships. Second he was. Moving on to Formula 3 for next year. 17 there is Yuki Sano in the Tom's Formula entry. Macau debut, having raced in the Formula Super Lights category during the course of the season. And there, the entry to turn 1, which is Reservoir Bend, and they won't be doing it from the pit lane because they join in the other side of the first corner. But there, Enzo Dellini's car number 5 at the far end, ready to go. That is one that ended up down the escape road earlier on in the day. Enzo Dellini, the French-Chinese driver, born in China but to French parents. His father Arnaud raced in the China Polo Cup a few years back, and he was a 4-time winner to be 3rd in the European Formula Regional Championship this season gone. So get the cars in formation, they're all on the apron, the countdown continues, and then there'll be this mad scramble to get down the pit lane and try to get out on track as soon as possible. And then there'll be, towards the end of the lap, the reverse as people slow down to let cars ahead go and try and buy some clear track space so they don't get impeded. First qualifying session of the day, and this could turn out to be all important. If tomorrow's is a much interrupted session, for example, or if the weather conditions, track conditions were different, then it's all going to be a rather different story as we get set for Q1 for the FIA FR World Cup, the Macau Grand Prix. Green flag, qualifying underway for the Macau Grand Prix. The first session is live then, 40 minutes on the clock, and the teams then release the cars down the pit lane. It is not only the Macau Grand Prix, it is the FIA Formula Regional World Cup, and a 40-minute qualifying session is underway. The earlier free practice period was interrupted with a red flag after an incident. Let's see what happens in qualifying. It's going to be fascinating, that is for sure. David Anderson, Alan Hyde, trackside. We've been waiting all day for qualifying, and this promises to be a really electrifying session, I reckon.
We've been waiting all day for competitive action on the circuit. This is the first that we've had for 2025 because everything so far has been free practice, so you don't really know what everybody is capable of doing. But now you do, because Q1 can be all important. We've seen it in previous years, you know, when you can't afford to leave it to Q2 because you don't know what the conditions are going to be. They could be very different tomorrow. The weather forecast is good. Last year that was not the case. You need to put the lap in on Q1, and this is Q1, and it's going to be fascinating to see how each of the drivers, how each of the teams is going to play this. But I think they're going to be treating this as a very important part of qualifying.
You want some track position if you can find it, a bit of clear space, although at the other extreme, if you're on the run down from the start line to Lisboa, a toe might work in your favour. Right now, though, you get the feeling that track space is what people are after. So here, Matteo De Palo's onboard shown on the inset. This outlap is of academic interest unless somebody puts it in the wall. The next lap really is the first one that's going to have any representative lap time from it. So we're building up all the time. 40 minutes sounds like quite a long session, but it's a 6-kilometre long lap here, and you know, assuming that people don't have dramas, don't make mistakes, you can get a decent number of laps in, but you've got to be mindful. They get 4 sets of tyres for the weekend as well, so there's an element of tyre management, and I'm pretty sure they'll have tried to keep a fresh set for this. And they may well want to do the same for the Grand Prix itself come Sunday. So the tyre allocation, the tyre usage, it's, again, risk or reward. Do we save a set for Sunday? Do we throw everything at a good qualifying time and then try and get up the order and preserve that on a slightly used set? This is where Macau experience from the teams comes into play, even if the drivers haven't been here before.
So, outlap is an important time to get everything up to temperature, and then on the final sector move things up to pace. If you've got the tyres up to temperature, it's a 6-kilometre circuit, the gear circuit here at Macau, so there is opportunity on that final run down towards the start-finish line to really put in a quick opening to the lap, closing to the outlap, and then start of the next lap. So Enzo Dellini is the first car to have done that. That's the number 5 car, the RS GP. car, French driver Enzo Dellini, and is the first car to set the benchmark time in Sector 1, goes purple, only briefly because Theo Nal then does a purple in Sector 1. 25.248 the benchmark time for Theo Nal in car number 6. And then Enzo Dellini puts in a purple in Sector 2, it being the first of the cars to set a time in Sector 2, 26.9697, exactly the same as Nakamura. So Nakamura puts in an identical Sector 2, 26.697. David, that doesn't happen often, does it?
No, absolutely, especially on a testing circuit like this. A 2:16.4 was the best time this morning by Taita Kato, who surprised everybody, Macau debutant, and having not been a front runner necessarily in Formula Regional over the course of the year, but he did a very, very good job earlier on in the day. Second pass was with Freddie Slater, who we thought had been the absolute hero to be the quickest, and then others pushed him back down the order, so he kind of went a bit too hard too soon maybe, but he didn't miss out by much. The margin at the end was only 44 thousandths of a second. And so Dellini then is going to be the first one to offer up a target time from De Paulo, from Nakamura, Theo Nile, and then the rest will file through. And so Dellini then coming up towards Fisherman's, another driver that will move on into FIA Formula 3. So this is really the only chance of doing Macau Grand Prix on their way up to Formula 3. There are drivers that want to occasionally step back, if you like, from F2, like Richard Bashur, from F2 back down to a Formula 3 style car in order to come and race at Macau because the lure is such. But normally career progression is what they're after. Enzo Dellini then does 2:19 as the first offering. Matteo De Paulo goes through. Jin Nakamura goes second fastest, but in the 2:20. So we know there's more to come over the next 34 minutes.
It is. It's a 40-minute session. They had 40 minutes in FP1 this morning. It's now Q1, so first of the qualifying, they get 40 minutes for this. So too do the F4 cars this weekend. 40 minutes in free practice and qualifying as well. And with one flying lap completed, Enzo Dellini top of the times in car number 5. 2:19.990, the time to aim for, and Theo Nile has once again put in a purple overall best in Sector 1. 2 consecutive laps he's done that now, so impressive is Theo in the first sector of the race, riding on board with Matteo De Paulo, third after the first of the flying laps. Purple for Nakamura in Sector 2, and Oscar Wirtz for the first day has gone purple in one sector as well, briefly in Sector 1. They really are hoping to make this count early on in the session, aren't they?
Yeah, De Paulo is pushing hard, but again, I think the team's possibly saying, you know, look, we need to get a banker lap in because they'll all have seen what happened last year, which was so interrupted. It wasn't always because of the weather, it was because people were a bit overly optimistic, even in the dry running. So getting a decent banker lap in, but perversely that puts the pressure on, doesn't it? Because it means they're all trying to deliver early doors just in case. De Paulo coming up to the Melco hairpin. That part of the circuit's really changed over the years with all the building work. It used to be a corner out in the wilderness, but as Macau's number of buildings has grown, the landscape completely different. Under the bridge he goes then, De Paulo down through Black Sands, heading towards Fisherman's. Brakes and sets the car up ready for the right-hander. And Dellini is going to come through and do a faster lap. There he is, flicks the car into the right-hander then, so the Tatius chassis breaks the beam, and as it does so, a 2:17 is the lap time. This is De Paulo.
Up towards the conclusion of a lap for De Paulo, goes second, so a 2:19.054, briefly was second, but then Nakamura puts in best to go second, and then Theo Nile goes second as well. This is going to be a rather frantic opening to this session, I've got a feeling. Freddie Slater was briefly overall best in sector number 2, but he's down there in 7th place now, about to complete a lap and see what he can do.
It looked to me as though he backed out of that and then went again, so almost rode off the first lap, but let's see what the time was. He goes through, and Freddie Slater's lap was a 2:19, yes, 6th. I still think that the way the car looked, it was almost as though he thought, right, forget that lap, deep breath, go again. But let's see what this next lap offers up. He certainly wasn't going to go quickest on that lap.
Reasonably frantic, isn't it, for the start of a session? And you're absolutely right. The teams have said you need to put a banker in, you need to do it early on, and they are all doing exactly what is asked of them. 2:17.900 is the quickest time on circuit at the moment. It's for car number 5, it's for Enzo Dellini, and he is going to improve again, I think, because has gone overall best in sector 2, overall best in sector 3, although Matteo De Paolo has just gone slightly quicker in sector 3, so De Paolo goes purple in sector 3. Freddie Slater, as he did on the previous lap, has gone overall best in sector 2.
And Mattia Colnaghi has gone third overall in terms of a lap time, the Euro Cup 3 champion, recently joined the Red Bull Junior team, and Colnaghi driving for the PHM racing team up to third in the time. So it's Dellini, Niall, Colnaghi, Boyer, Nakamura, De Paolo, and Freddie Slater 7th, but set to improve. This is Dellini, who's not been sparkling in terms of an absolute best, but he's been improving in every sector. He's got the road to himself, so he's not being hurt by anybody, but equally he's not getting a tow from anybody. He's got to be doing this on his own, and gets the car sideways, misses the apex. Does he survive? He does, but Dellini has wasted that last sector. He was lucky to hang on to that. That could have been quite a moment. He comes across the line, but that last sector cost him a second, so he does a 2:18 and he doesn't improve. De Paolo goes second.
I'm going to be watching for Freddie Slater as well. He's dropped down to 8th place, but has gone. He was briefly overall best in sector 2. Sector 3, he is overall best. Sector 4, he is overall best. And Freddie Slater is coming up to complete a lap. So much to look forward to over the course of this weekend for the Macau Grand Prix, and this is one of the drivers we are very keen to see how things will play out. Freddie Slater coming up towards the line. He's currently down there in 9th place. He's gone overall best in 2 sectors and goes top. 2:16.887 for Freddie Slater.
And he's due some good luck here, really, isn't he? Because last year he crashed out when he made a move on the last lap. He said, I had to try. 2 years ago in F4, he had a mechanical problem and the car fell down the order. He couldn't carry on in that battle against Arvin Lindblad. It wasn't anything to do with him. It was some weird, I think it was an electrical drama that hobbled his pace. So he's kind of overdue a bit of good luck. But again, he comes here as the Formula Regional Europe champion with a really bright spotlight on him.
Yeah, and I always wonder about how much pressure that puts on a driver. He is one of those drivers that has impressed in everything he has been in. As you say, multiple champion. As soon as he came into car racing, champion in Ginetta Juniors, but not just a champion and not just able to clinch a championship, able to do so with rounds to spare, so it doesn't have to complete the rest of the year and win right the way through the season. He's just very impressive from the day he stepped into a car.
And there's another one on the way. His younger brother Alfie is now racing in Ginetta Juniors as well. There, going through is Teo Nail, coming out of Donna Maria, and there's a yellow flag at turn 3. That's Lisboa, so either there's a car up the escape road or there's a car in the wall. It's up the escape road.
It is 28.
So Kiyoshi Umagaki it is, who's gone straight on up the escape road.
Who is the Formula Regional Japan champion.
That's right.
This year.
With 7 wins, so he's been a quick driver. With a yellow flag out, in theory, people should not be improving now within that second sector. Coming up over the timing line. This wave of driver ahead of that yellow flag, so they're all okay, but it's the next lap they need to be mindful of. So Freddie Slater the quickest, but he's yet to get to the end of the lap. And Teo Neal is up to 2nd, De Paolo 3rd, Charlie Wirtz goes 4th, and this morning star Taito Kato is up into the top 5. This is Slater looking to go quicker again than a 2:16.887, and he does so with a 2:16.321.
It was an up and down lap that as well, wasn't it? Because he'd already gone through on sector 2. He'd already put in that purple overall best in sector 2. Sector 3 then was a little slower, and sector 4 was a personal best, but with a purple in sector 5, good enough to improve on the overall time. Car number 28, confirmation that car off on the circuit, which we identified as the Formula Regional Japan champion. But a 2:16.321 now is the time that everybody can aim for, and it's Freddie Slater, car number 11, top of the times.
By half a second from Niall to Boyer to Paolo, and now out of nowhere Noah Stromsted is up to 5th. First time we mentioned his name all day, hasn't been on page 1 of the timing screen all day, but Stromsted now with an absolute best 3rd sector on that lap puts himself up into the mix. He was an FIA Formula 3 championship racer with 1 race win, 6th in the championship this year gone, so he steps, if you like, down from F3 to Formula Regional, slightly less powerful car, and Noah Stromsted then goes 5th fastest ahead of Wurz, Kato, Delini, Kornagi, and another one we've not mentioned all day, now into the top 10, number 21.
But we've seen for quite a few years, haven't we, when drivers continue on their ladder and they haven't been victorious at Macau, they step back, almost taking a backward step back into single-seaters that they were competing in 1 or 2 or 3 years before, because they want to win here at Macau. There have been quite a few drivers that did it. Alexander Sims did it for many, many years, and a number of other drivers as well. They just want to have that on their... Antonio Felix da Costa, he was one that came back and won it again, even when he was competing in DTM, which is much, much quicker machinery and much more powerful machinery as well. But it rather proved it, and 2 times a winner here at Macau.
Now that's Murray Boyer up to 2nd, and 3 tenths back, or nearly 4 tenths back in fairness from Freddie Slater, but up to 2nd in the times, Murray Boyer. So the order is starting to look rather different. To stand up on him from Pubersak's just got up into 12th. So Freddie Slater the quickest, Murray Boyer 2nd, and here up towards the line Noah Stromsted. So he's done 2 personal best, an absolute best. He gains 1 place on the provisional grid. Up to 4th goes Noah Stromsted. Bearing in mind that he doesn't know the car that well, been out of Formula Regional for a season, so he's having to dial himself back in. And he won't have raced 1 here, and he's never raced at Macau either, Macau debut. This is Matteo De Paolo, who really does look as though he's got this thing by the scruff of the neck, but De Paolo is only 6th at the moment.
We mentioned Jose Garfias so far today, car number 21, Mexican driver, competing in Euro Formula Open, was 4th this year with 3 wins. He just put in an overall best in Sector 4. And we've got a yellow flag down at turn 3 being indicated. So once again, that's when Sector 2 goes yellow. It's the number 20 car of Enzo Ye.
Chinese karting champion, but he's gone up the escape road. The good news is no damage, so the PHM racing car ready to rejoin Macau debutant Enzo Ye, the driver from Chinese Taipei. This is Matteo De Paolo then coming up to the end of the lap. Personal best, personal best, personal best, personal best across the 4 sectors thus far. He's about to go right through Fisherman's and then up towards Arbend and the timing line. Behind him on the racetrack there you've got Teo Niall. And De Paolo's got 1 more corner to go. It's looked quick, it's looked spectacular, but that's partly because it's a bit of a car to hang on to all the way around here. Enzo Delini goes quickest, and he's done a 2:16.297. De Paolo goes 3rd as Freddie Slater comes into the pit lane. Teo Niall now goes to the top of the times, 2:16.253, 44 thousandths up on Delini, and the gap in FP1 was 44 thousandths between the top 2 come the end.
Freddie Slater was into pit lane, so he started just a couple of minutes ago. Top of the times is now down in 3rd place with Niall and Delini both going a little bit quicker on that last lap. So Teo Niall with a 2:16.253. Top of the times. Freddie Slater in pit lane. Who else? Charlie Wurz in pit lane as well. And we are 22 minutes of the session remaining, almost into the second half of the session.
Which so far has been a good one in terms of the drama of the times, and the shuffling of the order.
Yeah, okay.
I'm not thinking about the other thing.
No, okay.
That is the elephant.
But it has been
in the
good
room.
though, hasn't
it?
Yeah.
Yes. Right, who else do we need to keep an eye on? Kanato Lee improved into the top dozen last time. Evan Gilter also getting himself onto page one. And another driver, he just pitted, but has had a stronger second session. Timet Kwarchuk, also here for the first time, the Euro Formula Open champion, but a race winner in GB3 in the UK, or the GB3 UK-based championship over the last couple of seasons as well. Timet Kwarchuk getting himself into 8th in Euro in the Van Amersfoort car. 6 wins he had in Euro Formula Open this year. Canate Lee's time you can see on the clock. So Teofil Nayal is the fastest, 2 minutes 16.253. 44,000's up on Enzo Deligny. Deligny was under investigation, you might recall, in FP1 for outside assistance. He was trying to get the car off the escape road. A marshal helped him, but it was decided that as he'd not been here before and it was a marshal, then we'll take no further action. But just don't do it again. Don't let a marshal help you. It's as much the marshal's fault, you could argue, as the driver's, but there was no judicial action taken. Right, the pit lane's getting very busy as a new set of tyres goes on for another run. So qualifying is by no means over. You could tell those tyres were starting to lose their edge because there were fewer improved sectors coming. So now there's a flurry of cars. If you're really unlucky, you might get waved to the scrutineering area, and that's what's happened to Matteo De Paolo here as he comes in. The technical officials say turn off the engine, so they will now roll the car onto the scales, make sure that it's of the correct weight. So that's going to lose you, around about half a minute before the car can be released down to the team. So we are pretty much now at the halfway point. 20 minutes of the 40 still to go.
Yeah, so pretty much everyone down in pit lane at the moment, seeing this qualifying session over 40 minutes in 2 distinct halves, isn't it? Because normally we don't get to this opportunity, because normally we have a break in the session, a car that needs to be recovered or something like this. But this is how they would have planned to do qualifying if there wasn't an interruption. This is the ideal way to attack Q1. 19.5 minutes of the session remaining, and Matteo De Paolo now, having finished the technical check for coming into pit lane, is able to take up his place down in pit lane, and the team can tend to it and change the tyres. But opportunity for the drivers just to reflect and think about what lies ahead over the remaining 19 minutes of this session. Take a bit of water on board as well. Working really hard around the quite warm today gear circuit, set to get warmer as the days continue this week, with a very sunny day forecast for race day, Grand Prix day here at Macau this year. Up to 27, 26, 27 degrees on Sunday, which is something to look forward to, certainly for the spectators.
Yeah, that's true. And spectators, there are many this weekend, not only for cars, but for the China Games as well. So there are other sports taking place here. There is more to Macau than just the Grand Prix. Keen to emphasise that, the first time they've ever held the China Games. And one is tempted to come back in a few weeks because the International Macau Beer Festival is not that far away as well. So I know it's a long way to come, but it does appeal.
You have been doing your research, haven't you?
Well, it's
My
beer,
goodness.
Alan, it's beer.
What were you doing last night? Rehearsals?
So we're into part 2 of the session, 18 minutes on the clock. Teo Nayal, the fastest. He's still in the pit lane as the drivers that have been ushered out continue on their way.
So just under 18 minutes of this session remain. It's Q1 for the 2025 72nd running of the Macau Grand Prix and the FR World Cup, Formula Regional World Cup. The number 10 car of Yamakoshi, 9th in Formula Regional Europe this year, a couple of second places, and the number 10 car in the second half of this session, looking to get up into the top 10 positions. And now I think quite a few of them are being turned around from pit lane. It's a quieter pit lane now, with tyres having been bolted onto the cars. We have just had a session here at Macau without interruption. It was for the FIA GT World Cup, the Macau GT Cup, and I have to say this is going very well for the Formula Regional cars as well.
So this is the calm before the storm, isn't it? New set of tyres, people being sent out, a lap to get back into a rhythm. And then what was impressive, I think, about the first half was how many laps they could squeeze out of a set of tyres. So it's not that, like in some categories and some tyre supply and the construction of the tyre, it means you've really got one lap before they lose the edge. Here we were doing, what, 5 laps? 5 good laps on a set of tyres.
Over a circuit where just about every possible condition is requested of the tyre.
Yeah.
It's tight, it's slippery, and it's a huge amount of speed, and it really does put a lot of stresses into the tyre in every single direction, and they need to get them first of all up to temperature, and that's what they're doing now, because we've got a timing screen that indicates that pretty much everyone is on their outlap from pit lane. So this very much a qualifying session in 2 sections through design rather than circumstance.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And you can see that they're on a new set of tyres because the weaving now takes place, so they can get the warmth into them and get the pressures up as well. And that's on the run down towards Mandarin, out of which now comes the car of Charlie Wirtz, number 8. Brakes hard for Lisboa, turns into the gap between the barriers, hangs the back out, but thankfully doesn't brush the wall. So Wirtz just a little bit keen with his right foot. Charlie Wirtz back at Macau, having raced here 2 years ago, but he didn't finish the Grand Prix itself. Crashed or retired from the race, but he was 11th in the qualifying race that year. Good racing family, of course, the Wirtzes. 2 brothers race now. Dad Alex got to Formula 1, and grandfather Franz Wirtz was a European rallycross champion going back to the 1970s. He was one of the first people to campaign an Audi Quattro in rallycross that really unlocked the four-wheel drive revolution. But Charlie Wirtz, a Formula Regional Oceania champion, and a Formula 4 UAE champion as well. You can tell it's been a busy day with all the tyre marks at the bottom of the hill there.
Yes.
It's Paul Moorish. Lots of people have been locking up and going off there.
It's 4:15 local time, and in an hour and 3/4, what you see as the gear circuit of Macau opens up, and it's normal streets of Macau for the evening. It's very much 2 faces of Macau for the 4 days of the Macau Grand Prix, and it's quite incredible that within really a few minutes or maybe half an hour after the Grand Prix completes at the end of Sunday, that all of the furniture that goes into to build the Macau Grand Prix, all of a sudden there are work vans in operation and lorries collecting up various bits of furniture around the circuit, and it's put away to bed. Must be a fairly large container that carries all the infrastructure that goes into the Macau Grand Prix, because the infrastructure is huge.
Yeah, and it all works so well.
It's superb.
It has to be rebuilt the year after. Right, I think we're heading towards the relevant part of this second half, if you like, because now sector times, although they're not improving, they're getting close to the improvement part. So unofficially, Q1B starts now.
With just under 13 minutes left on the clock for Q1 for the 72nd running of the Macau Grand Prix here on the beautiful gear circuit, and such a treat to come here year after year and to enjoy this young talent really in the opening years of their motor racing careers. When you look back, and we'll do that as we get closer to the Grand Prix on Sunday, and just remind ourselves of some of the names that have been victorious here at Macau. It's quite a list. Teo Nile is the number 6 car at the top of the times. The time to aim for is a 2:16.253. That's the best lap of this session so far, and it is only 0.04 of a second quicker than Enzo Dellini in car number 5 and Freddie Slater in car number 11. The margins are extremely tight in this qualifying session, which bodes very well indeed for an exciting 4 days for the 72nd Macau Grand Prix. Looking at the number 5 car of Enzo Dellini, he's gone personal best in sector 1, sectors 2 and 3 on this first flying lap after the change of tyres halfway through the session. There are a couple of personal bests coming in, namely for Charlie Wirtz in the number 8 car. He's gone personal best in the first 3 sectors and is about to complete the lap. Number 8 car of Charlie Wirtz threads his way carefully around the top part of the circuit, on board with Freddie Slater. Right, Freddie has just gone overall best in sector 4. One more sector to complete and is only a whisker away from the quickest time in this session. Freddie Slater coming up towards the line.
But his sectors 1 and 3 were quite a bit slower, but he still goes fastest. He still does it at 2:16.132. Those last 2 sectors, Alan, were absolutely amazing because he lost the best part of half a second in sectors 1 and 3 combined. Red flag, big Lisboa, and in the wall,
Yamakoshi.
Here, Yamakoshi, absolutely right. And a red flag with 10 minutes to go. That might well be almost the end. It's going to eat into quite a lot of the 10 minutes because people have to come into the pit lane before we can get marshals on the track. And Yamakoshi gets out of the car. He understeers in, too quick, can't make the corner, and bang, in he goes. So the car needs to be pulled from underneath the barriers, then craned out of the way. And, well, no, apologies. The clock, of course, does stop because it's qualifying session, so we are going to be able to run to the end, forgive me. So everybody comes down the pit lane. And time is on our side. There is 45 minutes in the timetable between the end of the session after this and the roads opening. So the race director red flags the session, and we will hopefully be able to get back up and running. And Freddie Slater timed that lap to perfection, didn't he? Not
really
only
did.
was it the best, but just before the red flag. And what this may do is slightly waste this second set of tyres.
You're right, they've got to get the tyres back up to temperature as well. The number 5 car, Enzo Dellini, went down the escape road when he came down to Lisboa.
And that's under a red flag, and with marshals trackside, that will go down like a broken lift, I would have thought.
Yes.
So this is the quick bit, getting the car out of the way. So actually, shouldn't take us too long to be able to resume, but you know, in years gone by, maybe you could have done that under a yellow flag. Not anymore. And Dellini going up the escape road sort of proves why the regulations don't let you have people trackside now.
And it's always slightly disappointing when somebody does sort of nose into the barrier down there at Lisboa, because there is an option. So a decision has been made to try the corner and not go down the escape road, which could be the a huge difference, and certainly was for Yamakoshi on that lap. 9th in Formula Regional Europe this year, and the car now high in the air, being recovered by the crane down there on the exit of Lisboa. Red flag. We got to nearly half an hour of this session.
Yep, we did. We did. So the cars, I'm just worried about these tyres because they're effectively going to have another heat cycle put through them, and that might not be perfect. Matteo De Palo out of the car makes me wonder whether that's his session done. De Palo is 5th in the times. But everybody else staying in the car, ready to go back out. So I wonder why De Palo has jumped ship. Now, your next quiz question.
Yes.
Excluding anybody that may have done a Friday free practice drive in a Formula 1 car, who was the last Macau Grand Prix winner to race in a Formula 1 Grand Prix? There's 1 point for who, and there's another point for when, without looking in your programme. That's cheating.
I'll put that back.
You've put that back.
Okay.
Yes.
Leave it with me.
Okay. You've got 10 minutes. So, by the checkered flag,
okay.
10 minutes plus stoppage time.
Yeah.
By the checkered flag, we demand an answer. Freddie Slater is the fastest. We talked about his brother being the next one in the line, already winning in Ginetta Juniors. But Dad was no slouch in Porsches going back 2 decades or so, and a winner of the Silverstone 24 Hours, as well as winning UK Porsche races and championships. Adrian Slater, BLDC superstar Freddie Slater. You see the badge on the side of the car. Murray Boyer, the Spanish driver, to the pit lane as well in the KCMG and the Pinnacle Motorsport entry. Murray Boyer 4th in the times at the moment. The session will resume in under a minute. So that's good news. That did not take long at all. Get the car out of the way, crane it off the track, put it behind the barrier, we're good.
Which is really good news. So great work down at Lisboa. The marshals and the course workers, they are so experienced at Macau, and they get these things turned around so quickly. They know how important it is as well. When you see debris on the circuit, I find it fascinating. Marshals come, maybe a dozen of them, all from different directions, and they're sweeping away, getting things back into race conditions. Let's have a look back at Freddie Slater's lap.
So you're riding with Freddie Slater. Just to let you know, the green flag has been waved, so cars are making their way back out on track after the stoppage. This is Lisboa. Slater with just a hint of understeer, I thought, though, as he turned in, but rode to himself. This is the climb up San Francisco Hill, speed building. Drops through the gears, goes left, goes right, goes left, goes right, threads his way then on towards the Teddy Yip corner. As I say, cars out on track, but they're only on an outlap, so we're not missing anything. Staying on board with Freddie Slater for the lap on which he set the current pole position time. If you're the cause of a stoppage, by the way, you lose your best lap time. So Hiro Yamakoshi is under the cosh, so to speak, for that. As down the hill towards Moorish goes Freddie Slater on that pole position lap set only a few minutes ago. Turn right. Blast on the throttle, road starts to climb, you go down through the gears, turn right at Moorish, up to Donna Maria. Down a gear, down another, turn the car in, slightly banked corner, running up against the guardrail on the outside, and then focus on going down, 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 down through the gears, down to first gear, into the hairpin. Inch perfect away from the barrier, drops down through Black Sands. 2 quick right-handers still to come. The right of Fisherman's, followed by R Bend, and then up towards the timing line. Freddie Slater then in the SJM Theodore Racing colours, the Prema Racing Run entry. 1 corner to go, road opens up at this point, nice and wide. Snatches top gear, drops down 2, turns right, up towards the timing line, and that lap gave Freddie Slater provisional pole position.
These onboard laps are quite the treat, aren't they? Just seeing what goes into it. And that's, again, the word that comes to mind is smooth.
Yeah.
So smooth. Going through the Solitude S's, that's the right and the left and the right and the left as you climb up. The circuit is so tight, but if you keep it smooth, it gives you a great entry to Pile and then far away hill into Police, into the braking area for Police. It is such a vital part of the circuit, that. Fascinating, absolutely fascinating. We are back underway, by the way, as you mentioned. 7.5 minutes just over of this session remaining, and it's Freddie Slater, that lap we just saw, which is quickest so far in this session, at 2:16.132. But as you said, they've got to put heat into the tyres. That's the out lap from pit lane, and now we'll see what happens.
And Hiro Yamakoshi has indeed lost his best lap time for causing the red flag. And you might think, well, that's a bit like kicking a man when he's down, but the regulation is there to try to stop people crashing, because if you put a big deterrent in like that, then they hopefully will stay the right side of drama. So Yamakoshi loses his best lap. He will tumble down the order accordingly, and that puts the pressure on him to try to improve in tomorrow's session. So we've got 7 minutes still to go. And in fairness, people are pushing, because we are getting initial improvements in sectors as the cars then have 6.5 minutes to go. And you're looking at Enzo Deligny, currently third in the times.
We did have a little bit of sunshine here at Macau today, but not very much. It was around lunchtime, and now it's just beginning to get a little bit darker here at Macau. Gets dark pretty much around 6 o'clock, and it's almost like a switch over 10 minutes or thereabouts, and it goes from daylight to night time, and the lights of Macau and everything about the night sky of Macau is unique and absolutely fascinating, and just a magical place to be, particularly in Grand Prix week, and made all the more special this week because Macau playing host to the national games here. So a huge sporting occasion over the course of this week with the Macau Grand Prix and the national games as well. Freddie Slater is pressing on. He's gone purple in sector 2. He's now personal best in sector 3, and then in sector 4 we've now got a yellow flag and a red flag.
Yeah, there's a yellow at turn 12. Enzo Deligny had just got himself up to the top of the time, so Enzo Deligny has gone quicker, but Freddie Slater's not going to be able to complete the lap because we've gone red. So Slater, who'd done an absolute best and a personal best, can't finish the lap. So Deligny, by being first out, was able to get the lap in before the red flag. It's at turn 12, Slater pits, 5 minutes. There's going to be time just for one flying lap.
It's going to be one lap only, isn't it?
Yeah.
And you've got to really make sure that you make the outlap. They did so well, didn't they? Half an hour they got through or thereabouts without a stoppage. And now in the last 10 minutes we get 2 stoppages. Car number 27, Reza Sirurutin in the Trident Motorsport car, competed in GB3 this year. Did Reza, and 5th was the at the end of the championship in GB3. A win and a few third places, 3 third places, and a third as well. So, unfortunately, that car coming to a bit of a stop and causing the second of our interruptions, second of our red flags.
Yeah, Reza Seaworthen has never raced a Formula Regional car. They're a similar concept to a GB3 chassis, in which he has been racing this year. The British driver, as you saw, ran wide, bounced off the barrier, broken front suspension. So first time he's raced one of these, first time he's been to Macau, and it's been a tough day, not helped by that drama.
So 5 minutes and 22 remain on the clock, with cars heading back to pit lane. And once we complete this qualifying session, Q1 for Formula Regional, we will have one more qualifying session at Macau today. It's for one of the local races for the Macau Road Sport Challenge. So however important this is to the young drivers on the start of their single-seater career, it's going to be equally as important for everyone competing in the qualifying session that comes after the conclusion of this. Half an hour of qualifying for the local drivers for the Road Sport Challenge. But for now, it's all about these young drivers on the start of their motorsport career, wherever it may take them, be it single-seaters or GTs or touring cars. They will forever remember the experience they had around the gear circuit at Macau.
And Reza Seaworthen will lose his best lap time as he has called a stoppage. So Freddie Slater, with the crash helmet that he said he designed himself in a colouring book age 6. He sits in the car, ready to go back out. or two adjustments and checks being made just to make sure that everything is okay after rattling around the gear circuit. That was James Egotz's car, the Santalot Racing entry of the American.
It's a shame we weren't able to see the conclusion of Freddie Slater's lap, because he was on it, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Straight away. One lap to warm up the tyres and then bang, straight back on it. And we had just watched and enjoyed the previous quick lap that he had done. So, chance to have a look at Al Dahiri's car down in pit lane, competing in Formula Regional Europe, coming in 8th place this year.
And that is Owen Tangavello, a French-Vietnamese driver. He has a Flemish-Polish mother, a Vietnamese father, and grew up in Paris, so very cosmopolitan. And there is Charles Leung, who's been a winner of the Grand Prix in Formula 4 during the COVID era, and he's been racing in Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia this year, but has come back to the Grand Prix, back to single-seaters. It's a real contrast from a Lamborghini one-make to Formula Regional chassis, but
he's
got the confidence to do it.
When you've got a driver competing at their level, it doesn't take long to remember where it all goes. I do remember Antonio Felix da Costa stepping back from a BMW DTM car, and I think at that stage also a Formula E car to get back into one of the Formula 3 cars to compete here at Macau and win as well. And that was something that I questioned whether that will be an easy thing to do. And he said it all comes back to you very, very quickly. Doesn't really take very long. And great character and a great winner here at Macau. So seeing them lining up and being tended to by the teams down in pit lane. 5 minutes and 22 seconds when we get this session back underway. I look down at some of the cars down in pit lane.
I'm being told as well that number 8 stopped at turn 19, Charlie Wirtz.
Which we didn't see, did we?
No. That's the hairpin, turn 19. He wasn't the cause of the red flag, admittedly, but where Reza Seaworthen has come to rest is not an easy place to remove the car, not as easy as Lisboa, for example. They need a recovery track. Everyone finding themselves on the big screen down at Lisboa and giving a wave. So 1 or 2 gaps now in the order of the cars going up the pit lane as you have a look at 23, Taito Kato, who is still in the mix, 6th. 24 there, you can see also, is Kanato Lee. Came from Ginetta Juniors in the UK and a race winner in the Middle East Championship at the start of this season. ART Grand Prix, another experienced squad in Macau Grand Prix terms. Number 20 is Enzo Ye. We talked about him earlier on when we saw him at the escape road. The driver from Chinese Taipei making a Macau debut, and that's Kanato Lee entry, another of the ART Grand Prix stable.
It's a difficult time for them down in pit lane. They were within sight of the checkered flag, if you like.
Yeah.
They were 10 minutes away from the end of this session, and they had to come down to pit lane, remain focused, stay in the zone for the final 10 minutes, and now they're having to do the same again for just 5 minutes of the session, and it could be critical. This final lap, they'll get 1 lap when they get out of pit lane, do the out lap, get the heat into the tyres once again, and they will get 1 opportunity, and it could be a very important lap that they have for the end of this qualifying. They qualify again tomorrow, 2:30 in the afternoon, 2:30 until 3:10 local time, and they'll also have a free practice session in the morning as well.
That first red flag, just going back a stage, caused by Hiro Yamakoshi going into the wall at Lisboa. It was Yamakoshi that caused the red flag earlier on in the day in FP1 when he lost a wheel. So Yamakoshi's had a pretty torrid day, really, and emphasis put on him in the second session tomorrow to try to get back up the order. So Enzo Deliani, Freddie Slater, Teo Niall, Mari Boyer, Matteo De Palo and Taiki Kato is the order. We're intrigued to see whether Matteo De Palo goes back out again, because he was out of the car.
He was, but may have wanted to stretch his legs, or could be a few reasons, to not be sat in the cockpit, the cramped cockpit of the car for an hour or maybe more. So we're getting confirmation that the session will resume at 16:40, which is just about a minute away. So if he's not back in the car, needs to be if he wants to get out, because they're not going to get too much leeway here as the recovery vehicle brings the car back to a place of safety, and we can get this session back underway for Q1 for the Macau Grand Prix for the FIA FR World Cup. Here we go then, engines firing up. We have 5 minutes and 22 seconds of this session remaining, and this Q1 for the 72nd Macau Grand Prix.
So within 20 seconds the session will be back underway, and it's got 5 minutes and 23 seconds as you see on the clock. So time for an outlap, certainly one flyer, and if you're at the front of the queue you might squeeze a second flying lap out of it. So this is where
but only just
everybody will be on their toes. Yeah, only just. Green flag show, we're back in business.
Here we go. Let's get the session back underway then for Q1 for the 72nd Macau Grand Prix, the FIA Formula Regional World Cup, and cars thread their way down pit lane, about to get back onto the gear circuit, and this outlap from pit lane is going to be absolutely critical. You need to get a fair bit of pace on this lap. You need to get the heat into the tyres, but you can't afford to put a wheel wrong, because that, I think, would be critical to this session, wouldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. It would indeed. So everybody back out. And so now you've got to tread that fine line. You want to be quick to try to get another lap out of it, but you don't want to overstep the mark on cold tyres. Exactly right.
No, you don't.
Freddie Slater getting through the traffic. And you also want to get in a lap in this session, because you just don't know what tomorrow is going to bring. By the time they get to their second qualifying session, which will be at 2:30 tomorrow, it would have been a busy day. Might be some liquid down. Might even have a sprinkling of rain. Something may have happened in the temperature to make it a slower track, so you've got to get lap times in here. Marshall trackside there over from Maternity Bend, watching the cars accelerate away. Again, Enzo Deliani, one of the drivers first out, R-Ace GP. Like last year, we did go with Chuku, putting themselves at the pit exit end, and that's paying dividends right now.
He was superb last year, wasn't he? Absolutely superb.
He was fortunate in as much as they were in the right place in the pit lane. The order of who goes where in the pits, I've never quite got to the bottom of, I'm afraid, but certainly being at the pit exit end doesn't half help. Real bottleneck going up towards Moorish, isn't it? Everyone
it is a bit,
slows right down.
This is not a quick outlap from pit lane, because everybody was eager to leave the pit lane and get out on the circuit, and the net result of that is that no one's able to pull away. So now the problem, once they finish this outlap, they haven't got too much heat into the tyres, not as much as they would like, but also they are not able to do a particularly quick outlap from pit lane. So there are a number of things at play here.
Yeah, Deliani was the first one out. He's at pit exit for R-Ace GP. He's top of the times, so he's not going to go to encourage people to do a quick lap, but he has now pulled the pin, I think, to trying to get one lap in for himself. But what he'd like is to get a second in and nobody else. So he's stacked them all up. Now he flies. So what's he got as he crosses the line? 2 minutes and 20 seconds. And a flying lap is what, 2:16?
2:16.016 is the professional pole time, yeah.
He's going to get another lap, and whoever is behind him on the road is going to get another lap. And that's probably about it. That will cover you 4 seconds.
Yeah, you're right. And also, the question comes, how much heat were they able to get into the tyres running at a slow pace behind?
Oh, exactly. Not that much is your answer. So Delaney here has been very shrewd, and his engineer possibly has had a big part to play in this. As up San Francisco Hill now goes Enzo Delaney. Freddie Slater, you can see with the onboard in the timing graphic on the left-hand side, pressing on as well. He's got a clear racetrack ahead of him, so we'll start to see if any improvements are coming, and they're not coming, in fact, because Sector 1, not an improvement for Delaney. Sector 2, not an improvement for Delaney, nor does Slater go quicker in Sector 1.
I'm not sure they will, because they've put now... how many heat cycles have they put into these tyres? This is the third. Yeah. So I'm not
Slater,
sure they will.
Yeah, Slater, though, has just done an absolute best in the second sector. So if anybody can do it, he thinks he can, and he's proving the point. Delaney might be able to go better on his next lap, but Slater doesn't have a next lap in the system. I think Delaney will escape, but Slater will get the checkered flag, I would suggest. So he needs to hang everything on this one lap. Down he comes then, heading towards Moorish Hill. Down through the gears into Moorish itself. Go right. And Slater really is on the attack. Personal best Sector 3, whereas Delaney is decent, but he's not improving in any of the sectors. Slater on the money coming out of Donna Maria now.
It's tight, isn't it, Donna Maria? It's a long left-hander, then the run down towards the Melco hairpin, through the Melco hairpin, threading the eye of a needle, and then the circuit opens up down through Black Sands towards Fisherman's, the right-hander, the penultimate turn on the gear circuit here at Macau, and then on to our bend and the conclusion of the lap. So overall best in Sector 2, personal best in Sector 3, and we'll see what happens in Sector 5. Checker flag goes out.
And here is Slater then to take it, so only the top two managed to get through for another lap. Slater goes fastest, he's done it right at the very end. Another yellow flag has come out, but Freddie Slater has gone fastest at the very end on a 2:15.708, 3/10 quicker than anybody else. And there is the reason for the yellow. Off the track has gone number 28, by the look of it, which is Kiyoshi Umagaki. Not for the first time we've seen him in trouble in the session. And he's, as you can see, broken the front of the car. So suspension damage, nose cone damage, checkered flag is out. So by the time people get to him, they should be at a slower speed anyway. So the session is allowed to run to the end. But Freddie Slater, right at the very end, then goes quickest. And you can see where the accident has started, because there's bodywork on the road as well. So Umagaki's car broken. That does kind of go against Enzo Delaney, doesn't it? Because he was on for another lap. Admittedly, it didn't start that well, but Delaney won't get a chance with the yellow flags out around the circuit.
Just goes to show you can try and be as clever as you like, but circumstances can always change.
Is Freddie Slater a circumstance? Because he certainly changed the order for Delaney,
he most certainly did, yeah.
Well, we know he's good. The Formula Regional European champion, and Freddie Slater with a lap. One absolute best, one personal best, 3 slower sectors, but added all together, fastest. Very impressive. Net
result, a 2:15.708, and Freddie Slater, top of the times after Q1 for the 72nd Macau Grand Prix and FIA FR World Cup. There's so much to look forward to over the next 3 days, and that was a mouth-watering qualifying. We could have got all the way without a stoppage as well.
Oh, don't look at me. Don't look at me.
Within 10 minutes of that.
I know. The other nice thing about this whole day for the FIA FR World Cup drivers, there's not been one dominant driver. You know, at different parts of the session, somebody else has topped the times.
True.
And it was coming out of Donna Maria where Umagaki got it wrong. You see the tyre marks, and then the nose cone has bounced up the road. So an unusual place to lose it, that. But Umagaki has had a good go at damaging the barriers at Donna Maria. So Freddie Slater from Enzo Deligny, the margin 3/10. Mari Boya third from Teo Niall, Matteo De Paolo, and then Matteo Colnaghi. Still don't think De Paolo went back out, did he? Because he was shown as pit in all the way through that. So I think De Paolo's got a problem. And then sixth, Matteo Colnaghi. But yeah, really, really interesting couple of sessions today for the Macau Grand Prix, for the FIA FR World Cup. Now the drivers making their way down the pit lane.
Confirmation after Q1. Freddie Slater is quickest at 2:15.708. Enzo Deligny in car number 5 in second place. Mari Boya in third. Teo Niall in fourth place. Matteo De Paolo and Matteo Colnaghi in sixth place. And as we look forward to the Formula Regional cars tomorrow, we'll have them first on circuit tomorrow. Free practice 2 is at 10:15 local time. That's 40 minutes that they'll get out on circuit for free practice 2. And their qualifying session quite a lot earlier in the afternoon than today. So at 2:30 tomorrow afternoon, qualifying 2 for the Macau Grand Prix for the FIA FR World Cup. That's all coming up tomorrow, and that's going to be over 40 minutes as well. But carrying over into tomorrow's qualifying, quickest is Freddie Slater.
Local sessions come then, and that is qualifying for the Macau Road Sport Challenge. Nine schedules with those local players in that session. Just to note as well, right at the end of the session there, there's another offer back to the track for Koji. So all you so more from the FIA FR World Cup tomorrow. Coming up next then is final session of the day, half an hour of qualifying for the Macau Road Sport Challenge. 那么接下来要进行的就是澳门路车挑战赛的排位赛，在
For the final activity of the day, the drivers for the Macau Road Sport Challenge are getting set ready for their qualifying session, which is going to start about 10 minutes late. We've had a few dramas earlier on in the Formula Regional World Cup qualifying for the Macau Grand Prix, but we're not far away from getting this last session of the day out on track. And all being well, it's going to run for half an hour, but they kind of let the side down a bit, Alan Hyde, earlier on with a couple of red flags.
Did they? I don't remember.
Do you not?
No.
No. Alan, I have to point out, is the self-appointed spokesperson for this championship, because he loves it, and quite right, because it's a great category and it's full of really enthusiastic local drivers.
And they've got the lights on as well, because we have diminishing lights here at Macau now as we get to local time, just approaching 5 minutes to 5, and we have half an hour of qualifying for the Road Sport Challenge. And yes, I do. I absolutely love the local championships. They're very much the heartbeat of this event. There are so many international, big, important international races over the course of this weekend, which raises the bar for all of the local support races that we have, of which the Macau Road Sport Challenge is one of them. And look at what they do. They raise their game. They present their cars in beautiful, bright colours and thoughtful liveries for this weekend. It is the chance that very, very good drivers, you have to be a good driver to be allowed to race here in one of the races supporting the Macau Grand Prix, and they really do raise the bar for this this highlight of their racing year.
And there is drama already on an outlap. We've got a very mangled car already that heads up the escape road. That is Vincent Yip, and he's going to try to get the car back to the pit lane. First of all, he's got to do a U-turn up the escape road, but I mean, on an outlap, to be doing things like that is just not good, is it, to say the very least. Poor old Vincent Yip then with damage. Everybody else tries to get round to start a flying lap, and let's hope there's no debris or liquid down on the road.
I think there might be a bit of debris, having looked at the bits of flapping car on the run down towards the stoppage for the car, and that is very disappointing for Vincent Yip, Hong Kong driver in a Toyota. What we have in road sports now are two makes of car and two types of car, Toyotas and Subarus, and GR86s or BRZs for the Subarus. So we have a full grid as well. It's always a very interesting entry. If you have a look at road sports over the years, it always garners a huge entry for this as one of the ever-present support races for the Macau Grand Prix. And we've got drivers that compete year after year after year and are quick around the gear circuit year after year after year as well. And they obviously attract local sponsors and those sponsors that all of a sudden find themselves on a world stage, live streaming on YouTube and various television channels around the world. Takes so much of the broadcast sports for the weekend here at Macau, and it's a great opportunity for a sponsor to really be emblazoned on a road sports car here for an entire 4 days if you want.
So Adrian Chung is the first one to go on to a flying lap, and I don't think that Vincent Yip has got going again actually from the escape road, so he's already put himself in jeopardy of being on the back row of the grid, unless he can get the car fired up and join in a bit later.
It's that unfortunate thing, isn't it? You wait and you wait for the start of the session, and then eventually when you get going, you have to remember the tyres are cold. They need to go through the heat cycle and warm up, and unfortunately things not going quite right for Vincent Yip on that opening lap. Right, you're looking at the 15 car. That's the red and white car, and it unfortunately has come to grief already. A hit on the left-hand side of the car, and so early on in this session, grief has come to not one but 2 cars already.
Right, who was that we lost?
Number 15.
So that's Wang Shangyuan.
It is. And that's Subaru, a damaged Subaru already. Damon Chan, meanwhile, was the one putting in the overall best sectors. So overall best in Sector 1, overall best in Sector 2 as well for Damon Chan. Car number 21.
Now, the end of the free practice session was a bit unsatisfactory, wasn't it, with 2 stoppages in quick succession,
yeah,
but it was Adrian Chung, number 11, who was the fastest from Chan Kar Ping and Damon Chan, 2:46 being the gun time.
And Damon Chan is straight away from the outset putting in personal best, overall best sectors. So purple in Sector 1, purple in Sector 2, purple in Sector 3 for the number 21 car of Damon Chan.
Right, this is the replay of what happened. Almost a Vantor, but clanging off the barrier on the side. That spits the car across the road. But the good news is it didn't spin. It might have had a big impact, but at least it didn't let it spin across the road, because I think it would have been a much, much bigger accident. So that was Wang Shangyuan at least getting away with that. One car we need to keep an eye on and see if we can find it is number 16 of Rui Valent, because that was a car that had a lot of damage on its first flying lap of the earlier session.
Yep, Rui Valent in 2024 came 7th, qualified 7th, and raced to 7th as well in the Road Sport Challenge. There was there were two races for Road Sports last year, Road Sport Challenge and the Road Sport Establishment Cup as well. And Damon Chan is going to go top, and does. So overall best in 4 out of the 5 sectors, 2:45.371. So that's the benchmark time for everybody else. Now, despite the fact we've had 2 cars off and damaged, we've been able to keep going, which is really, really good news.
Oh dear, he's at it again. Tempting fate. So yeah, Damon Chan the fastest, and it is Adrian Chung now second. Looks as though number 15 has got going again. That's going up the escape road. No argument. Straight on goes Damon Chan. So he kind of got suckered into that, didn't he, by needing to be the last of the late breakers. And he's now somewhere. There he is. Returns up the escape road, back on track, somewhat red-faced. He just done the absolute best within the first sector. No surprise, really, because he hasn't got anywhere near the brake pedal.
Yeah, and it's an unusual sight. We've got the blinding headlights as they come towards the camera, because the light level doesn't normally get this low quite so early, does it? It's 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and it is early evening sort of light in the sky at the moment. That's why we've got the headlights ablazing. And Adrian Chung has not only topped the times this morning in free practice, but has now gone purple, so overall best in sectors 1 and 2. And Damon Chan is not going to improve this lap, is he? With that moment down the escape road, it's cost him 11 seconds or thereabouts on sector 2. So Adrian Chung has got a lap in which he can really show what he can do, which was what he did in free practice this morning. So purple in sector 1, purple in sector 2, and personal best in sector 3 for Adrian Chung. Car number 11, looking at the number 14 car, and that's the car of Lopak Yu in his Toyota.
And Adrian Chung trying to rebuild his laps because now he's doing absolute best. He may have been knocked off the top spot by the effervescent Damon Chan, but he's going to be good at the end of this. So there is the understated livery adorning Adrian Chung's car. He comes up now towards the timing line. His is one of the Toyota GR86s, as against the other faction, the Subaru BRZs. And as he comes up to almost the end of the first third of qualifying, Adrian Chung should put himself now at the top of the times. Number 11 comes past the pits, breaks the beam, and Adrian Chung goes fastest on a 2:44.479, so nicely done.
I think it looks gorgeous, that car. It is, as you say, it's understated and very, very smart indeed. A lot of thought goes into how these cars are going to be presented for this very important week in motorsport in this region of the world. And 10 out of 10 for that livery. Particularly when you've got so many cars that are all the same. You've got Toyotas or Subarus. What are we going to do with this? If you've got a blank canvas, to come up with an interesting and unusual design is a fairly unique experience for this event, and they do it. They do it so superbly every single year.
And if you're wondering why people keep putting the hazard lights on, they don't. It's just that these are in road spec. So as soon as you stand on the brakes for a corner, it puts the car into the sort of anti-panic mode that they have on the road. And so the hazard lights come on as a warning to those around that there's heavy braking going on.
I don't think my car's ever done that.
No.
No.
No. Not deliberately, anyway. So, yeah, you're right about the light fading. The light's getting ever brighter in the cars in the background. And here, charging on towards us, number 24, that is Chun Yuan. On the run out of Mandarin down now towards Lisboa. A third of the session done.
Adrian Chung is not done here, is he?
No.
So not only goes top of the times, but also, well, for a little while was overall best in sectors 1 and 2, but Damon Chan has done better this time on sector 2. So they are trading overall best sectors, Adrian Chung and Damon Chan. Adrian Chung has gone overall best in sector 1, Damon Chan overall best in sector 2.
And we've just had a very good lap put in by Lu Long Yin, number 6, to go fourth fastest. He is. It's going out of shot. So Lu Long Yin, nicely done. Up to fourth, up to fifth earlier. Chung Yun, and he's not done yet. And Carlson Tang also has gone up to 7th. So he's another of the improvers as we nudge towards halfway now.
Carlson Tang, 13th in the Road Sport Establishment Cup last year. And one of the regulars competing in the support races for the Macau Grand Prix. Looking at Lu Long Yin in the Monkey Racing Toyota. Not qualified in the Establishment Cup last year, but qualified in 3rd place last year. Just under 19 minutes of the session remain. And although Adrian Chung came out of the blocks and was going really quickly, has not improved in sector 3, not even a personal best, or in sector 4. So with 1 sector left for Adrian Chung and 1 sector left for Damon Chan, let's see if there's going to be an improvement in either of their times. I fancy maybe not on this occasion. Pit in for Adrian Chung, so that's the answer. So, although went overall best in sector 1, now heads into pit lane, does Adrian. And Damon Chan, let's see what he does. Keeps going, but not an improvement on that last lap. Improvement for Lu Long Yin on that last lap, and also for the 96 car, and that's the car of Chan Kin Sang in the SS Racing Team Subaru. 2nd in the Establishment Cup Road Sport race last year, and gets himself up the order in number 96 to 3rd in the order.
More drama, more tyre smoke, and is that a mechanical drama or has somebody bounced off the barrier? Either way, it's very smoky. I think the car has hit the wall and has ground to a halt heading down the hill away from Maternity. So let's see. That's going to be a stoppage, I fear, if that car can't be removed from the circuit. The smoke is settling, and there is a lot of smoke. Now, you know, it's something to wonder whether it was mechanical after all. Let's have a look. This is coming into San Francisco. And there, yeah, no, that's mechanical, isn't it? That's not damage. That's somebody up at Maternity who's got a big, big problem.
And the car has come to a stop now.
Yeah.
And it's in a tricky place.
It is. It's down the hill. And, of course, it's away from a crane. Red flag.
Yeah, not surprised. So just under 17 minutes left on this session, and the cars will head into pit lane.
And that is our 15th red flag of day one from memory. So we'll try and work out who it is that's caused the stoppage in a moment.
Exceptional memory you have.
I thought you might say that. And we'll try and also double check whether they're going to get the full distance, because we are getting a bit close now to 6 o'clock. I know there's only 16 minutes to go, but we also have to factor in the time it takes to remove the car.
Also factoring in the light factor as well. And I'm not sure we have necessarily particularly tinted windows looking out, but it certainly does look as if it's as dark as I remember to be racing around the gear circuit. So it's in no small part down to the fact that for most part of this afternoon we've had a bit of cloud cover, haven't we?
Yeah.
We saw sunshine around about midday, and there was a brief period, maybe an hour or thereabouts, when we did have nice sunshine. But for the rest of the morning and the afternoon today, for day one of the 72nd Macau Grand Prix, we've had it's been a little overcast, pretty much a cloud cover in an area that is normally pretty humid, because the temperatures are up for this time of the year. They are sort of around 20, early 20s, mid 20s would be probably an average temperature, but the humidity is normally sort of hovering around 75, 80, 85 % humidity, which is can be a bit sticky, can't it?
Yeah, very true. It doesn't affect our local drivers who've done their championship season all at the Guangdong circuit, and the Road Sport Challenge actually finished in May. They only got 2 races in April, 2 races in May, and then they're free to go do other types of racing if they so desire. But then they all, the top 34 point scorers, allowed to come and do the invitation race here.
Plenty of time to prepare their liveries for the Grand Prix.
Yes, that's absolutely the case. Which is why it's such a shame if you then end up with a damaged car. So
it is massively.
Down the pit road they start to come.
And some are still coming into pit lane, aren't they? So it is a long lap, 6-kilometre circuit here at Macau, and takes a little while to get everybody into pit lane.
And this is where you start to lose the time. You know, the actual recovery can be a minute or so sometimes, but it's all of this, getting people in and then releasing the cars onto an outlet where you start to really struggle. However, it is a nature of a street circuit, and as you rightly say, a long street circuit. Macau, as Emanuele Pirro said last year, it's not meant to be easy here. It's very true. Right, so the final few coming into position.
Adrian Chung, it is that tops the times at 2:44.479 is the quickest time so far. Damon Chan is second quickest, car number 21. Won the Establishment Cup Road Sports race last year, did Damon Chan. And Adrian Chung, car number 11, finished in 4th place, just off the podium. So won the previous year, one of the 2 races that we had in the 70th anniversary Road Sports races. Looking at car number 90, this is chance for drivers to say hello to the wider world, wave to the camera. Nancy Hua in the Mogan Team Track Day King Toyota.
Right, there is the car to be recovered, and incident team there as well. The fire extinguisher, so maybe there is some oil that's spilt out. This, I've got a feeling, might be a rather longer stop. It might be that the track needs a bit of treatment as well.
Yeah.
And looking at the back of the car, trying to pick out a number. Which on our small monitors is not terribly easy. Apologies. Everybody else, I think, now should be in the pit lane. Adrian Chung not being shown as in. Oh, there are still one or two more that haven't clicked over the beam.
I think it finishes with a 3.
Yeah, I was thinking that. Yeah. But what I thought it said isn't on the entry list.
No.
It's 93, Chung Poi Lam. Yeah, it is, because Lam didn't get to sector 3. So Chung Poi Lam, I reckon, 93, is the driver that's caused the stoppage. And the session will be resumed on short call. We're aiming for 4 minutes' time. There's number 61 of Aris Sang. Many of the drivers take a sort of Western first name. So Aris Sang drives number 61. Quick look down the pit lane. This is where Alan can get excited about different liveries again.
They've got a day off tomorrow. They don't compete tomorrow. The next thing they do around the gear circuit will be on Saturday morning, 10:25 in the morning, and that's when the heat rises for the road sports, and they get to race 9 laps, I think it is, on Saturday. Yep, 9-lap race on Saturday morning. And it's qualification races mainly on Saturday here at Macau, and then the big races on Sunday. Greater Bay Area is the GT Cup race, is the local race, which is on the timetable for Sunday morning, 8 o'clock in the morning. So first race of the day for the GT4 cars, and a chance now for a few drivers. Yi Hao just saying hi to the wider world, and then Carsten Tang, 13th in the Establishment Cup race last year, gets a chance to smile and wave and give a big thumbs up to the cameras. That's quite a tradition for the local drivers, isn't it? As the camera team make their way down the cars down in pit lane.
22 is Bayern Yip. Yipwehei, and then number 13 also getting ready to go back out into the session. Campbell Fung on the Auto Wonderland car. That's put a long way down the order early on in the day. Camera looms in. Right, the course car is back in. So we were told it was going to be a resumption on short notice, and we're aiming for within a minute. The klaxon sounds in the pit lane, and 1 minute confirmed, so 1 minute to go. Where out of all of this has Geronimo Badaracco got to? 9th in the times, isn't he?
Badaracco, who was 2nd in 2024 in this race, qualified on pole position. Geronimo Badaracco having a good weekend last year here at Macau, and finishing up 2nd on the podium, qualifying on pole position. Car number 28 currently down there in 9th place. Macau driver is Geronimo Badaracco. You've got drivers from largely Hong Kong and Macau, but also from Chinese Taipei and China as well. So drivers from all of the local regions represented here for the Macau Road Sport Challenge, with the green flag being shown. So the clock starts to count down.
Get on with it, man. Very hesitant was Wong Chung Pan, who really should have been the first in the queue, and I think they'd looked right and saw others moving and panicked.
Yeah, I think I would have done the same. Everybody else looming down, wanting to get straight back out on circuit. That was, yeah, I think he did the right thing. Hit the brakes, let them all go. We've got plenty of time. 16 minutes.
Right, okay.
It'll be fine.
Right.
There are a lot of cars, aren't there?
Yes, but you want to be at the front, not mired in traffic.
Or let them all go, do half a lap, then you could be at the front of your own race.
Okay. Lights reflecting on the tarmac then as the cars arrive at Lisboa, and a variety of lines being employed. So far so good, everyone's made it through the corner. So we started with 16 minutes and change on the clock, whittling away as the session carries on now.
Adrian Chung is top of the times, car number 11, 2:44.479. They now need to get all the tyres back up to temperature, get everything back up to working temperature, operating temperature, and then think about trying to better their previous laps. 2:44.479 for Adrian Chung, car number 11, just off the podium last year and won a race in 2023 here at Macau. And now the problem is going to be, you see, hanging back is a good thing to do, because now they're all in traffic and they're all going to have difficulty getting a clear lap.
Yes, but he would have been first out. He would not have been in traffic. He'd have been at the head of the queue.
I'm trying to defend an action.
Oh, okay, all right.
Not awfully well.
Now, the two champions out of the two groups, because there's Group A and Group 2. No, Group B. Champion 1, Lo Pak Yo, is currently 8th in the times, and our other champion, who is Chen Kin Sang, is 3rd. So both of them, in theory, ought to be a bit higher up the order.
They certainly should, but we haven't really got into a swing, have we? We've had, what, 3 or 4 flying laps in total after getting the session underway, and then that interruption with the red flag. So now we're involved in getting heat back into the tyres and getting things back up to speed, and the ever-decreasing light levels as well. If things continue to run, we're going to be finishing at around about 25 to 6, and at 6 o'clock the circuit is back open again to everyday traffic until tomorrow morning. The normal activities, the buses and the cars and the bikes and the vans that you see in the background of so many of our shots here at Macau that prove that normal life goes on at Macau. Just walking into the circuit this morning, I got a really good feeling of what Macau is all about, because we walked past one of the hotels, and there was a small family waiting outside one of the hotels, and 2 little boys and mum and dad were just at the steps of the hotel. I don't think coming to watch the Grand Prix. I think they were there for whatever reason they may have been there, because the excitement as the motorcycles came past for the first time. If you've ever seen the viral video of a little boy enjoying MotoGP bikes going past for the first time, and his almost Wallace and Gromit excitement with his hands, that was what we experienced this morning. It was so lovely to see. What this weekend brings to Macau is unique to Macau.
It is indeed. It is indeed. And that's the great thing about street races. You know, they're effectively on your doorstep.
Indeed.
Underneath your doorstep, in some cases. You've got one of the apartments that overlooks the track. Take racing to the people. Now there, number 14 is Lo Pak Yu, one of our 2 group champions this year. 12.5 minutes are on the clock. So we're trying to encourage him a little bit higher up the order.
And by the way, I don't think Dad was too worried about how excited his 2 boys were. He just went straight over to the barrier, started taking photographs.
Fantastic.
So we've got an overall best for Damon Chan in Sector 3. Overall best in Sector 1 for Adrian Chung. He's top of the times, and a personal best in Sector 2. So this really is working out to be a fight between the 2 of them for supremacy in this qualifying session, as indeed it was during FP1 earlier on this morning. But now it becomes a little bit more important. This is going to set the grid for their only other time on the circuit this weekend, when they race over 9 laps on Saturday.
And Adrian Chung and Damon Chan are trading sector times. They're trading the top time at the moment. We've got 11.5 minutes on the clock. And here, with clear real estate, is number 21. So Damon Chan comes through Fisherman's, gets a little bit wide, but I don't think that's done him any real harm. He has been able to get clear track space. So being out on your own, good thing. Comes down towards our bend. And Damon Chan flicks the car through the corner, comes out the other side, up to the timing line, and goes fastest of all.
2:44.364 for Damon Chan, and that was with only one purple sector on that lap. One personal best, one overall best, and that was in sectors 3 and 4. Critical sectors to put in a quick lap, and it all strung together and worked out very nicely for number 21, Damon Chan. Winner last year in the Establishment Cup Road Sport race, and takes, for the time being, provisional pole. 2:44.364.
And a third of the session still remains now, as the next group of cars comes out of Mandarin down towards Lisboa. Just going over the timing line has gone number 24, that being Chung Chung Yun. And waiting to see if there's going to be an improvement on this next lap from Damon Chan. No, in sector 1 is the answer. And Adrian Chung is about to get to the end of the first sector and will give us an idea as to whether he can improve the lap time or not. The answer is no, he can't, because he's actually bailed. He's in the pits, so he's not been able to get another lap in. So Jankin Sang is going to be the one to keep an eye on, number 96, see if he can improve from currently where he is, third in the times.
Because Damon Chan has continued and hasn't improved on sectors 1 or sector 2. Maybe this is getting ready for the next lap to be a quick lap, or maybe this is going to be into pit lane at the end of this one as well, like Adrian Chung, who is in second place currently and down in pit lane. So keeping an eye on the 96 car on the timing screen. That's the car of 96 of Chankin Sang, currently third place, 2:51.426. It's quite a way off the provisional pole time, isn't it? 1.9 seconds the gap. The top two are so close together, Adrian Chung and Damon Chan.
But what we've always had out of the road sports, since they certainly made the switch to this two-make series, is very good racing, because normally everybody finds a playmate, whether you're at the front or in the middle or towards the back. There's always somebody of your pace.
Super racing, and even better post-race celebrations. The joy that we get from these drivers is just spectacular year after year. I absolutely love it. You can feed off the energy that is of a driver that gets to the podium here at Macau.
The other aspect of this, I know you touched on the liveries, and yes, the presentation is impressive, but so too the preparation. I know that motorsport has really boomed in this area over the last 20, 25 years, but you know, these aren't raggy old cars. These are all would put a lot to shame
proper race cars.
In Europe.
Really well prepared.
Well prepared, well presented. They're good teams operating them, with professional looking teams, all in garish clothing, but branded clothing. You know, these aren't. It does not give the impression of being an amateur category. Far
no, you're
from
right. Absolutely right. It's a really important race, this.
Yeah. A bit worried about Adrian Chung sitting in the pit lane. Now, whether he feels that he's done enough and it's okay to keep a bit of life in the tyres for the race tomorrow from the front row, wait and see, because he's got over a second in hand. But even so, it's been a good effort, that.
Really good, as we looked briefly there at the number 19 car, which has moved up the order. One of the few cars that has, on that last lap, moved up to 5th place for car number 19, Wong Chok Pan in the Toyota. 8th place in the Establishment Cup Road Sport race last year.
And he was the one that was reticent to go out, wasn't he? At the start of the session, but we got him away in the end. It was up to 5th. So, like
I said, it will work out in the end. You just be patient. You wait and see.
All right. Well, can you encourage Lopak Yu for me, because the champion out of Group A is currently
down the order
10th.
Yeah, and was 9th, so he's dropping down the order. Improvement on that last lap for the number 72 car, and that's the car of Leung Keng Hae in the Spark Racing Subaru. competed in the GT4 category, so the Greater Bay Area GT Cup last year, and came in 7th place, switching over to road sports for this year. And Damon Chan has just put in a purple, so overall best sector in Sector 3. That's going to be one of the critical sectors to providing an improvement on time. So Damon Chan, 33.4 in the middle sector. Car number 21, currently top of the times, sitting on provisional pole. 6 minutes just over of this session remain.
And as you're looking at number 2, which is the car of Carson Tang, out of our window there is a dead car park growing with now 2 damaged cars that have been brought back, and just under 6 minutes of the session to go. There you can see Carson Tang getting a bit caught up in traffic at the not ideal part of the racetrack. The one that's ahead of him is of Geronimo Badaraco, who has threatened to deceive in this. He's only 13th in the times.
Some years we've had really great performances from Geronimo Badaraco, and some years maybe a little bit more average. And this so far today seems to be one of those years. We are waiting for an improvement for the provisional pole time. We get it. Damon Chan, 2:43.242. Overall best in sectors 3, 4 and 5. Beautifully stitched together for the second half of the lap. And that all goes together to make an advantage over Adrian Chung, who remains in pit lane, of 1.2 seconds. I think Damon Chan could be pretty pleased with that.
Yeah, although it's only half the battle. He's then got to do it in the race, hasn't he? And Adrian Chung, by not going out again, has either got a big problem or has got big confidence, because he's done far fewer laps, and therefore the rubber might be that bit fresher for race day. However, time will tell as to whether that's been the right plan or whether he's got a problem, because the ventured back out again. There is 79, that being Lee Kwok Sun, and that is a car currently in 16th in the order, having improved last time around.
One of the brightest cars of all, that, the number 79 car, the purple and pink liveried car, is very, very eye-catching. Doesn't need headlights at this time of day. 2:43.242, the provisional pole time for Damon Chan, car number 21. And Adrian Chung, there must be a reason why, with what was it, something like 6 minutes to go, Adrian Chung came into pit lane and has not returned.
I'm not sure he's been out since the resumption of the session.
I think you might be right, yeah.
And like I say, he's either got a problem or he's looking after tyres.
I think tyres might be the answer, and happy to be on a front row start. Some 1.2 seconds off the provisional pole time for Damon Chan.
This is Chan Kin Sang then, the Group B champion, and he's got himself now 4th, because Wong Chuk Pan got ahead of him on his previous lap. Wong Chuk Pan might have been a bit reticent coming out of the pit lane, but he's not reticent on the track, because he's chipping away, and he's now down a 2:45.7. But right now, Damon Chan's in a class of his own, isn't he? Over a second to the good, and first to third, he's nearly 2.5 seconds.
Second on the podium last year was Chan Kin Sang in the Establishment Cup race for the road sports cars. And with Damon Chan on provisional pole, less than 3 minutes we have remaining. And we're looking at the number 21 car that sits on provisional pole. He's got the 79 car directly in front of him. That's the car of Lee Kwok Chun in the Toyota. A little way down the road. And Damon Chan doesn't really need to push that much in the number 21 car. In fact, I reckon might be coming into pit lane now with the job done for this session. 2 minutes just over of the qualifying session remaining. And as the clock finally counts down, there are still some that are really pushing on, aren't there, to improve their positions.
Yeah, I mean, in theory, this is a different type of qualifying session from let's say, the Macau Grand Prix single-seaters, because these are amateur drivers who, the more driving they do, get better. These are tyres that are designed to go for a longer distance. You know, they are designed to see you through a race meeting. okay, you want to keep them as fresh as you can, but they don't have a narrow window like the race tyre did for Formula Regional, I should say, did. And so, yeah, it is worth persevering. And of course, when you're an amateur racer, the more you do, the more confident you get. You find a 10th here and a 10th there, and you add them together, and then that motivates you to go harder on the next lap. So you're absolutely right. It is worth staying out. Plus, these are drivers that have paid their entry fees and they want to enjoy themselves. And why wouldn't you? Good cars, great circuit.
You only get 2 days of the year that you can drive on the gear circuit here at Macau, so let's make the most of it. We've got the number 90 car which has stopped, and that's the car of Leung Si-Hwa in the Mogan Team Track Day King car.
That's at Lisboa Escape Road, isn't it?
Trying to return itself to the circuit. It's got better turning circle than the TCR thoroughbred racing machines, and gets turned around in one time of asking. So that car will get back on circuit. Less than 1 minute for our final session of the day. One cool thing about television camera technology, even when it's dark, it makes things look a little bit lighter than it is. If we look out the window, it's early evening now, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Really diminishing light. I don't really remember it being quite so dark for the end of a day here at Macau. I'm sure it has been, but
your memory's going.
I don't remember it.
No, quite. And you can tell it's dark because of the fact that the lights are now like there, reflected off the road so much.
Yeah.
So we're into the final few seconds. The checkered flag is imminent, and Damon Chan has been the absolute dominant driver of that session, and he is going to end it by over a second faster than anybody else for provisional pole position.
Checkered flag brings down the checkered flag to our first day of action here at Macau. Damon Chan, by 1.2 seconds, takes provisional pole, ahead of Adrian Chung in car number 11. 2:43.242 the provisional pole time, and 2:44.479 the outside of the front row of the grid. Wong Chuk Pan in car number 19 finished up in 3rd place, and Chen King Sang, top Macau driver, on the outside of provisionally row 2. So that's our final track action of the day. Less than half an hour away from seeing buses and taxis and road cars and mopeds all using this circuit as the regular means of getting around Macau. And now Macau becomes a unique place. The lights go on, and once again the gear circuit here at Macau are the normal roads of Macau, which is just so totally unique.
And in the darkness with all the lights, it just looks completely different. I hesitate to use the phrase Jekyll and Hyde in your company, but it does kind of have this split personality, doesn't it? There's
it does.
What it looks like in the daylight, what it looks like at night. Checkered flag being vigorously waved at everybody as they come up towards the line. So the last few cars come by, and Damon Chan, yes, by far and away the man of the day as far as the Road Sport Challenge is concerned. Tomorrow, as Alan's been saying, the Road Sports don't venture out, but the day starts at 7:45 with the Espresso Trophy, otherwise known as qualifying for the Motorcycle Grand Prix. And once the bikes are done and the circuit can be, or the circuit furniture, if you like, the safety barriers can be modified for car racing, then it's cars for the rest of the day, and it will start with the Formula 4 second free practice session, and then we build up towards qualifying. No racing tomorrow, but from Saturday onwards we're into the qualifying races. There's another car that's ground to a halt there. Look of it. Okay, hopefully without too much damage. But it's been a long day, as ever the first day is. More track action today than on any other day, but stoppages aside, we've had lots of drama, and I think Formula Regional qualifying and FP for the GT cars, highlights of the day.
yes, our appetite is certainly whetted for the next 3 days. Super action as ever. It's a privilege to see cars and bikes racing around the streets of Macau on the gear circuit, and it rather does give us so many unanswered questions for what we have to look forward to over the next couple of days. Confirmation: Damon Chan goes quickest in the first qualifying session, the only qualifying session for the Macau Road Sport Challenge. Adrian Chung in second place, Wong Chuk Pan in third place, and Chern Kin Sang complete the second row of the grid. Now, if you go onto the Macau GP website, it has a superb facility of downloading race results and qualifying results and free practice results. All of those results will feature on the results page of the Macau Grand Prix website, and it also gives you the full timetable. Things get back underway, as David said, tomorrow morning, 7:45 local time in the morning for the Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix qualifying 57th edition, over 1 hour here at Macau. Tomorrow morning we'll have live coverage on the live stream and around the world for all of our broadcasters. But that for today is the end of action. David, thank you very much indeed. Our appetite is well and truly whetted.
It's been a fabulous first day, hasn't it? And we look forward to more of the same as the action continues tomorrow for the 72nd Macau Grand Prix.